Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
Page 1. Naruto, my Sharingan is about to burst out. Author, Natsume Sosuke, Gensher. Summary. Naruto plus Uchiha plus Beautiful Woman plus I Technique plus would release. Uchiha Kakuzan gained the ability to copy I techniques, allowing him to replicate all the I techniques he liked, including Kota Amatsukami, Kamui, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Kagutsuke. And the beauties from Naruto, not one of them can be missing. Watch as Uchiha Kakuzan interacts with beautiful women while becoming a legend in the ninja world. Chapter 1 Copying the Eyes of Uchiha Kakiyama. Chapter 1 Copying the Eyes of Uchiha Kakiyama. Uchiha Kakuzan stared blankly at the large ping-pong paddle pattern on the wall, the Uchiha clan crest, lost in thought. 3 years have passed, and Uchiha Kakiyama never expected that he would time travel, let alone to the Uchiha clan in Naruto. But, you could have traveled forward a little. Why did you make me travel to the years before Itachi Uchiha massacred the clan? Uchiha Kakiyama expressed feeling immense pressure. Although he was a few years older than Uchiha Itachi, he truly lacked the fighting talent of both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Being a ninja truly requires talent. Although I've developed my Sharingan to the 3-tomo level over the past few years thanks to my precognitive abilities and the advantages of being a transmigrator, strong mental strength, and even made a name for myself with the Uchiha's copy eye, striking fear into the hearts of my enemies and earning some renown, my combat talent still can't compare to those who seem to have cheat codes, such as Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. I simply can't compare to their combat talent. Minato Namikaze, without a bloodline limit or a clan, initially relied solely on the Flying Thunder God technique to overwhelm an entire generation of Konoha village and become Hokage. Although Itachi Uchiha possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he relied on his intelligence in battle, not the Mangekyo Sharingan itself. The Mangekyo Sharingan merely served as an embellishment. Look how many years he's had the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he wasn't blind when he fought his brother Sasuke, even though he held back a lot of water. Then look at his brother Uchiha Sasuke, who went blind so soon after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and needed to have his brother's eyes replaced to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Look at it now. Although Uchiha Kakuzan is a few years older than Uchiha Itachi and both of them have the 3-tomo Sharingan, he still can't gain the upper hand when sparring with Uchiha Itachi. You have to know that Uchiha Kakuzan reached the 3-tomo Sharingan a year earlier than Uchiha Itachi. Only with the advantages of physical strength and Sharingan proficiency can they fight to a draw. If Uchiha Itachi were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would lose in a single move. Now, Sasuke Uchiha is about to enter the Ninja Academy, which means that Shisui Uchiha's death and Itachi Uchiha's massacre of the clan are not far off. Time is running out for me. Just then, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Given the host's proficiency in using the Sharingan upgrade system is activated. The sudden sound startled Uchiha Kakiyama, who jumped to his feet. It can't be a genjutsu. My mental strength is among the best even in the Uchiha clan. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, I shouldn't be able to break free, but I should be able to sense that something is wrong. It's definitely not the Yamanaka clan, they don't have that ability. In that case, the cheat code for being a transmigrator should have been activated. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama calmed himself and silently recited, "Open the system." After much trial and error, I finally figured out the purpose of the cheat code. The system's purpose is very simple and singular, to help the host evolve the Sharingan. Evolution is even simpler, it involves copying and learning, but learning goes a step further than copying. Copying is merely copying, learning, on the other hand, involves studying, digesting, and making it one's own after copying, ultimately nourishing the Sharingan for advancement. At this stage, his Sharingan is strong enough to learn the unique eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakiyama touched his eyes, surprised that his cheat system had arrived so timely. Originally, he only had the ability to protect himself and wanted to escape secretly before Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan members only dared to secretly save a few close relatives and dared not make a big fuss, for fear of attracting the attention of Obito, the third Hokage, and Danzo. Now that my cheat system is so powerful, as long as I handle it well, even if I cause a big commotion, I should be able to save my life. Uchiha Kakiyama closed the system panel, frowned, and began to think about where he should go next to learn eye techniques. Currently, even with the strength of his Sharingan, he can only copy 2 eye techniques, one for each eye. Currently, only a handful of members of the Uchiha clan have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Judging by the timeline, by now, Uchiha Shisui should have already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, while Uchiha Itachi should have awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan around the time of Shisui's death, so it's not the right time yet. The remaining ones are the Mangekyo Sharingan of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the Mangekyo Sharingan of the traitor 2Z, and Kakashi's Sharingan. They have a pair. What I really want right now is Obito Uchiha's Sharingan I technique. Although its attack power might be a bit weak, its ability to protect itself is absolutely top-notch. Moreover, it can be used to store things or people in the Kamui dimension. However, even if I wanted to learn and replicate it now, I couldn't find anyone else to do so. Uchiha Okazan could only drool inwardly at Obito's eye technique. There was nothing he could do now, and he could only make plans for the future. Currently, the Mangekyo Sharingan that is easiest to learn is Uchiha Shisui's. Moreover, it can be said that apart from Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami is the most powerful. It can change a person's thoughts without them even realizing it, and can be called the strongest Genjutsu I. Then there's Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. He never knew its power until his death, keeping it a closely guarded secret. Come to think of it, both of his sons had the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was the head of the Uchiha clan. How could he not have awakened it? The remaining possibilities are Itachi Uchiha and his brother Sasuke Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke is still far off, and Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan is probably not awakened yet, but he should awaken it once he receives news of Shisui Uchiha's death. Therefore, the most likely eye technique I can obtain right now is Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami, but I can only acquire it through strategy, not by force. Besides, even if I wanted to take it by force, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Uchiha Shisui's reputation for body flicker technique far surpasses his own. He couldn't even defeat him before Shisui awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone now. Looking back now, I realize that I, as a transmigrator, have had a pretty miserable life. I can't beat anyone. Uchiha Kakiyama sighed and stopped thinking about this sad thing. Now, the task is to find Uchiha Shisui and persuade him to allow me to copy his eye techniques and learn the strongest Genjutsu Koda Amatsukami. Only in this way can the fate of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and the Uchiha clan be rewritten. I refuse to believe that my prestigious Uchiha clan would be silently wiped out by you. Uchiha Kakuzan gritted his teeth, and 3 tomo suddenly appeared in his black eyes. The tomo spun faster and faster in his eyes, and the tails of the tomo seemed to be connected into a line. Chapter 2 Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami. Chapter 2 Uchiha Shisui's Koda Amatsukami. Uchiha Kakiyama searched all of the Uchiha compound and finally found Uchiha Shisui in a secluded spot by the river. As the strongest member of the new generation of Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha was not arrogant or overbearing like many members of the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, he was kind and gentle. When they found him at Uchiha Kagama, Uchiha Shisui was sitting by the river, quietly watching the water. Shisui, you're here again. What are you doing? Uchiha Kakuzan walked over and greeted him with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Shisui shifted his gaze from the river, saw it was Uchiha Kakiyama, and then looked back at the river, replying, I just got back from a mission and was sitting here for a bit. What are you doing here too? You're hiding here for peace and quiet again. I'm different. I have something to discuss with you here. Uchiha Kakiyama didn't intend to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. When Uchiha Shisui heard Uchiha Kakiyama's serious tone, he looked at him again, and his originally calm expression also turned serious. What's wrong? I've never seen you so serious before. Thinking about the recent tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, Uchiha Shisui wondered what had happened and his heart began to race. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's expression, Uchiha Kakiyama, his close friend who had grown up with him, knew what he was worried about and comforted him. Don't worry, nothing has happened in the clan recently. I just needed to talk to you about something. Uchiha Shisui breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Just say what you need to say, why are you being so serious? Seeing Shisui's smiling face, Uchiha Kakuzan said nothing, but directly circulated his chakra and revealed his 3 tomo Sharingan. Seeing that Chiyo-shan had revealed his Sharingan, Shisui was a little confused, wondering what he was planning to do. Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan spun faster and faster, and some patterns were faintly outlined at the ends of the tomo. Uchiha Shisui was startled by what he saw, as if his deepest secret had been exposed, and exclaimed in surprise, What's wrong with your Sharingan? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's expression, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with the joy of a successful prank. He didn't answer Shisui's question, but slowly closed his Sharingan, looking at Shisui with a smile in his eyes, without saying a word. Uchiha Shisui noticed that Chiyo-shan was staring at him without speaking, and knowing what he meant, he said in a hoarse voice, You guessed it all. Uchiha Kakuzan shook his head and said, It wasn't a guess, it was something I saw. Upon hearing this, Shisui shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. I only recently awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I've never shown it to anyone before. Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, then pointed to his left eye. The eye technique of my Mangekyo Sharingan is called Gap in Time. Its ability is to see some scenes of the future, not many, but I just happened to see a fragment of you. It sounds a bit absurd. At first, I also thought it was a hallucination, but judging from your expression, it must be true. Shursui, you really are a genius of our Uchiha clan. You even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan before me. After listening to what Uchiha Shursui said, he thought about his own Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques. He even had the outrageous ability of Kota Amatsukami. So, it didn't seem so hard to accept that Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques were. In reality, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't have the ability to see the future. He was just using his knowledge of the plot to fool Uchiha Shursui. His Mangekyo Sharingan was only manifested in advance with the help of his enormous mental power and the system. It only looked impressive. It was a blank Mangekyo Sharingan with no real abilities. Although Uchiha Shursui was kind-hearted, he still possessed the basic qualities of a strong person. He composed himself, sensed something was amiss, looked at Uchiha Kakiyama, and asked, "Knowing you as I do, you came to me for more than just to confirm my kaleidoscope, right?" Uchiha Kakuzan decided to give Shursui a bombshell, looking into Shisui's eyes and saying, "I saw you die. I'm not sure of the exact time, but it shouldn't be too long ago." Uchiha Kakuzan saw Shisui's pupils suddenly contract, and his face twitched uncontrollably. He then said, "A few years after your death, the Uchiha clan was also wiped out." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood up and retorted, "Impossible. Our Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha. We've been in Konoha since its founding. Konoha is also the #1 ninja village. How could we just wipe out our clan like that? Who has the guts and the ability to do that?" Seeing the agitated Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't try to calm him down, but instead said something rather meaningful. "People outside Konoha village don't have the ability, but what about people from inside Konoha village?" Upon hearing Uchiha Kagamai's words, Uchiha Shursui seemed to connect the dots, fell silent, his lips trembled, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "What else did you see?" Uchiha Okayama paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts. "I didn't actually see many scenes. Apart from some ordinary daily life, there were very few useful ones left. Your Sharingan must be very valuable. I saw you lying on the ground with your eyes gouged out. The third Hokage and Danzo Shimura were standing next to you, and Danzo Shimura was holding your eyes in his hand. There were many Anbu members around." Uchiha Shursui initially didn't believe that he, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, would die so easily. However, after hearing Uchiha Kakuzan mention that the third Hokage was standing beside him when he died, and considering his own Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, his trust in the third Hokage, and the ruthless Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shursui pieced together the events and roughly understood what had happened. Given my trust in the third Hokage, I should tell him about awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and its eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, after some time. Even if the third Hokage is reluctant to kill me and take my Sharingan, the power of my Kota Amatsukami is too terrifying. If the third Hokage tells Danzo, Danzo will most likely advocate killing me to take the eyes, and the third Hokage will probably acquiesce. As long as it's not a direct attack, but a sneak attack, given my trust in the third Hokage, the success rate is still quite high. Page 2. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but feel his heart slowly sinking, and the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. Unexpectedly, even the third Hokage couldn't tolerate my Kota Amatsukami. Uchiha Shursui connected the dots of his own death with the events leading up to it, and then asked Uchiha Kakiyama, "Anything else?" Chapter 3 The Eye of Copying. Chapter 3 The Eye of Copying. Uchiha Kakuzan seemed to be struggling to hold back something. His voice was hoarse as he spoke, each word distinct and deliberate. "The Uchiha clan has been wiped out." Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Uchiha Shursui. However, Shursui knew that he wasn't staring at him, but at the enemy from a few years later. That night, neither the Uchiha ninjas nor the ordinary clansmen escaped. They all died. In the end, only 2 clansmen survived. Uchiha Itachi defected, leaving only the clan leader's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, in Konoha. Uchiha Kakuzan did not say that it was Uchiha Itachi who killed the entire Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Itachi told Sasuke that he killed the Uchiha clan, anyone with a brain would know that this was impossible if they thought about it carefully. As the largest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was so powerful that even if Itachi Uchiha were alive, or even if Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, were alive, he would not have been able to wipe out the Uchiha clan quietly without any help. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uchiha Shursui fell silent, and the two remained speechless. At that moment, the moon climbed into the sky, and its light shone on the two expressionless faces. After a long silence, Uchiha Shursui seemed to accept reality and finally spoke, asking calmly, "Have you said these things to anyone else?" Uchiha Kakuzan shook his head. "No, what I'm saying is too shocking. Even if I told you, most people wouldn't believe me." "Didn't you go to see the clan chief? If you explain it to him in detail, I think he will believe you." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's request to speak to the clan head, Uchiha Kakuzan decisively shook his head. "Oh, I don't trust the clan head." "Why?" "Because the clan leader also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and although he ultimately died, the only 2 surviving Uchiha were his sons. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence?" I can't judge the clan leader's stance. If I tell him and get caught up in it, that's fine, but there's no way to save you and the clan. Uchiha Shisui seemed to have been persuaded by Uchiha Kakuzan, and looked at him, asking, "What do you need me to do?" Seeing that Shisui believed him, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent so much time talking and finally convinced Shisui. It seemed that the future could still be changed. "Shisui, you are one of the strongest members of our Uchiha clan, and now you are the hope of our people. I hope you will be extra careful and never let your guard down, especially with the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura around. Be extra vigilant and don't let your guard down when they are nearby." Hearing Chioshan's words, Shisui knew he was worried about her safety, so she nodded and replied, "Of course, don't worry. Also, did you tell anyone that you've activated the kaleidoscope?" Seeing Uchiha Shisui shake his head, Chioshan felt relieved. "That's good. Don't tell anyone you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember, it's anyone. No secrets stay hidden forever. Every additional person you tell increases the danger." Uchiha Kakiyama gave him some more instructions, still worried. "Finally, could you tell me the name and function of your Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique? That way, I'll have a better understanding and can make plans and arrangements based on our specific situation." "Of course, I'll tell you about my Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique and its function first, is that alright?" Shisui thought about it and felt that Kyoshin's request was not excessive. Moreover, for the future of the Uchiha clan, the two of them really needed to join forces, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had agreed, Uchiha Kakuzan breathed a sigh of relief. All that talk and all that action, and it was all for the sake of copying Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. Uchiha Kakuzan pointed to his left eye and continued, "The eye technique of my Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye is called Gap in Time, which allows me to see some scenes and fragments of the future. The drawback is that it's not under my control, it's random, as you already know." Seeing Uchiha Shisui nod to indicate that he understood, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly asked, "Shisui, do you remember what my nickname is?" "Yes, I remember. It's called the Uchiha Copy Eye. Among the Uchiha clan, you are the most skilled at copying enemy ninjutsu." Seeing that Shisui still knew his nickname, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly chuckled twice, proudly pointing to his right eye, and said, "The name of the pupil technique in my right eye is Copycat Eye. Can you guess what it does?" "Copying eyes. You could copy ninjutsu when you had the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and now you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so your copying ability must have improved." Uchiha Shisui muttered to himself. Gradually, he seemed to be frightened by his own guess, and the way he looked at Uchiha Kakiyama became increasingly strange. Uchiha Kakiyama chuckled twice, somewhat smugly saying, "That's right, just as you guessed, my Mangekyo Sharingan can now copy some special ninjutsu. These special ninjutsu have a special name, Kekii Genkai. Actually, Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan hasn't reached the level of being able to copy bloodline limits yet. However, according to the system's prompts, as long as Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan can copy Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami and successfully evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be able to copy some of the bloodline limits ninjutsu." Seeing that Shisui seemed frightened by him, Uchiha Kakiyama scratched his head sheepishly and added, "Don't be scared. It can only replicate a limited number of things. It's not as exaggerated as you think." Uchiha Shisui snapped out of his daze and found his earlier outburst somewhat amusing. "I thought my Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques were already terrifying, but I didn't expect your eye techniques to be no less powerful than mine." Uchiha Shisui paused for a moment, then said, "My Mangekyo Sharingan's left and right eyes possess the same ocular technique called Kota Amatsukami. Its ability is to manipulate others at will without their knowledge and to permanently and completely alter their thoughts and will. However, it has a major drawback: the cooldown time is very long. I can feel that after using my eye technique once, I need to wait at least 10 years before I can use it again." At this point, Uchiha Shisui sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. "I originally wanted to use this eye technique to ease the tension between the village and our Uchiha clan, but now it seems I have failed, and lost my life and Sharingan." Upon hearing Shisui reveal the abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzan knew he was one step closer to his goal. He spoke cautiously, "If this is your Mangekyo ability, then I know how to ease the tensions between the clan and the village." Chapter 4 Obtaining Kota Amatsukami. Chapter 4 Obtaining Kota Amatsukami. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Shisui grasped at the last straw like a drowning person. It can be said that Uchiha Shisui was the one who most hoped for peaceful coexistence between the clan and the village. If my suggestion were to have the Uchiha clan leave Konoha, Uchiha Shisui would probably be the most upset, or rather, the most disagreeing, even though the best solution right now is for the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. Because Konoha village, as the #1 ninja village, has too many incidents, big and small. For example, in a few years, Jiraiya's traitorous disciple will come to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails, and will immediately unleash a Super Shinra Tensei, raising the massive village to the ground, and so on and so forth. Therefore, the best solution now is for the entire Uchiha clan to relocate and leave Konoha. Perhaps the third Hokage, seeing how sensible the Uchiha clan is, might even hold a farewell ceremony. However, after the farewell, they might just take it one step at a time and have a legitimate reason to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, as someone who embraced the will of fire as his faith, Uchiha Shisui loved not only his clansmen but also the entire Hidden Leaf village. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui would likely not agree with this opinion. Therefore, as a last resort, in order to save their own lives and the lives of the Uchiha clan, the only way to change the fate of the Uchiha clan being wiped out was to ease the tensions between the clan and the village. With that in mind, Uchiha Kakiyama posed his question to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, who do you want to use this eye technique on? Tell me, and I'll see if it's right. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I want to use Kota Amatsukami on Shimura Danzo and our clan chief so that we can ease tensions and reduce conflict. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan covered his head in despair. Don't you know where the problem lies? Danzo is only the Uchiha's apparent enemy. The one who truly distrusts the Uchiha and has the authority to make decisions is the third Hokage. Moreover, within our clan leader isn't a proponent of war. He's been mediating between the clan and the village, though his efforts haven't been very effective. The ones who truly instigate the conflict are the Grand Elder and his group. Shisui, you've come to the wrong person. It's surprising that while Uchiha Shisui possessed such high combat talent, he was completely inept at seeing through the essence of things. Upon hearing Chiyo-shan's words, Uchiha Shisui realized how naive he had been, and asked somewhat uncertainly. So, the targets of my eye technique should be the third Hokage and the Grand Elder. Chiyo-shan shook his head. That's not enough. Danzo's relationship with the third Hokage is too close. If you change the third Hokage's mind, Danzo will soon realize something is wrong, and then there will be no turning back. Either you, Uchiha Shisui, will betray us, or the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. Therefore, you need to change the minds of at least 3 people simultaneously for this to succeed. Hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Shisui, somewhat angry and dejected, threw the stone in his hand into the river. Is there no other way? Seeing Uchiha Shisui sulking there, Uchiha Kusan hesitated, opened his mouth but didn't say anything, and then closed it again. Seeing Chiyo-shan's appearance, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Jisui's heart. Don't you have some ideas? Things have come to this point, what can't you say? Seeing Shisui's anxious eyes, Uchiha Kakiyama thought for a moment and then spoke up. Actually, my eye technique, copying eye, has another ability, which is to copy the eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't mention it before because I didn't plan to use this ability, so as not to make you misunderstand and think that I was spying on your eye techniques. Although he felt guilty about deceiving honest people, Uchiha Kakuzan had no other choice. Right now, only Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan was the easiest to copy. Only in this way could his Sharingan evolve at the fastest speed. Moreover, he intended to help Shisui. If his Sharingan hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would at most be considered high-level cannon fodder, let alone save Uchiha Shisui's life and change the fate of the Uchiha clan being wiped out. Uchiha Shisui was surprised that Uchiha Okayama's Sharingan could copy his own eye techniques. At first, he was a little surprised, but he was soon replaced by joy. How could that be? I'm overjoyed. I'm happy to do my part for the survival of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Shisui loved the village, he loved his clan even more. Even in his death, he thought of his clan and the village. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is strange. Those who pursue power are often not very strong, while those who don't want power but only love often gain power that others can only dream of after losing love. Therefore, the second Hokage believed that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan because the strong members of the Uchiha clan, those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, had basically all lost the people they loved, meaning they had all been corrupted by evil. Seeing that Shisui agreed to his request so readily, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't help but ask Shisui, Shisui, don't you suspect I'm lying to you? How could that be? I believe you. You are my best friend, someone I can entrust my life to. Uchiha Shisui smiled brightly upon hearing Chiyo-shan's words. Hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan was deeply moved and secretly made a vow. Don't worry, Shisui, you are also my dear friend. I will definitely save your life and save our family. Alright, Shisui, let's begin. Now, you need to activate your Mangekyo Sharingan so I can copy your eye technique. Don't worry, it will be quick, and it won't cause you any harm. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Shisui nodded and silently channeled the chakra within his body, directing it towards his eyes. Watching Shisui's Sharingan spin faster and faster from 3 tomo, finally forming the shape of a 4-cornered shuriken. I'd only ever seen the Mangekyo Sharingan in anime before. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. It feels even more mysterious and magnificent than in anime, and it has a captivating power. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and was waiting for him, Chiyo-shan immediately activated his own Sharingan and confronted Shisui's Mangekyo. When Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan clashed with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt his Sharingan spinning faster and faster, his chakra and mental energy being rapidly depleted. At the same time, his Sharingan became increasingly hot as the tomo rotated, as if it were about to melt. Finally, when Uchiha Kagami had exhausted a large amount of chakra and mental energy and was about to give up, the speed of his Sharingan's rotation finally slowed down, and the Tomo slowly outlined a pattern exactly the same as Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan has finally been completed. Chapter 5 Uchiha Okazan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 5 Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan. When the same pattern as Shursui appeared in Uchiha Kagawa's eyes, he finally received a system notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully copying the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami. The system is learning and digesting it. It is expected to be usable in 12 hours. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The system's learning and assimilation have been accelerated. It is expected to be usable in 1 hour. After receiving the system notification, Uchiha Kakiyama finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtained the Kota Amatsukami eye technique. He was no longer cannon fodder and now had the ability to protect himself. Page 3. Although he couldn't use his eye techniques for the time being, Chio-shan couldn't help but activate his Mangekyo Sharingan again. Compared to the previous 3 Tomo Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan was far superior, even without using eye techniques. First of all, due to his immense spiritual power, his chakra was already much greater than that of his peers. Now, with the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra has doubled. He can now be considered a small-tailed beast, allowing him to unleash his map-wide attacks without restraint. Secondly, the Mangekyo Sharingan's amplification of Genjutsu is terrifying. Perhaps because Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan is Genjutsu type, Uchiha Kakiyama could feel that his current Genjutsu could instantly kill anyone below the Kage level. Even Kage level powerhouses would have to be careful when fighting him, or they would also suffer a setback. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan can be said to have comprehensively enhanced his combat power, raising him from an elite jonin to a Kage level ninja. Even though his combat talent is not as good as Uchiha Shisui's, he can now go toe-to-toe with the third Hokage and escape unscathed. Moreover, he possesses an advantage that Uchiha Shursui lacks, immense mental strength and a vast amount of chakra. Once he becomes familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan and develops his own divine power, he estimates he will be able to directly unlock the second or even third stage of Susanoo. This would drastically increase his combat power, allowing him to instantly become a top-tier Kage-level shinobi. After checking his condition, Uchiha Kakiyama opened his eyes, and his Mangekyo Sharingan, just like Uchiha Shisui's, began to spin continuously. Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan had already exited the Mangekyo Sharingan state. Looking at Chio-shan's Mangekyo Sharingan, he sighed softly. Even though you already told me, seeing that you actually copied my kaleidoscope is still incredibly amazing. At this moment, Uchiha Kakiyama felt that he was in a great state, as if he could challenge everything and everything. He knew that this was just an illusion caused by the surge in his chakra and eye power. Uchiha Kakuzan composed himself and replied with a smile, Shursui, I have to thank you for that. Because of copying your eye technique, I feel that my Sharingan has benefited a lot, and my strength has also improved a lot. Upon hearing Chio-shan's gratitude, Uchiha Shursui smiled and shook his head. I did all of this willingly, and besides, I didn't lose anything. Chio-shan, you recently awakened the kaleidoscope and copied my eye technique. You'll probably need some time to stabilize. Not only do you need to adapt to your sudden increase in strength, but you also need to stabilize your mindset. Otherwise, it might have a negative impact on your future development. As someone who had been through it all, Uchiha Shursui knew that there would be a period of explosive power when one first awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If one did not adjust their mindset, they would easily put themselves in danger when encountering enemies in the future. Uchiha Kakuzan knew, of course, that Shursui was doing this for his own good. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Gradually, he reduced the input of chakra into his Sharingan, which transformed from the Mangekyo Sharingan into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Finally, the Sharingan slowly closed. Alright, now it's time to make a plan on how to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kakiyama thought silently. Uchiha Kakuzan stared at Shursui with a serious expression. Shursui, I now also possess the Kota Amatsukami eye technique. Now, let's discuss who should use it and to what extent. Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement. I used to think that the third Hokage could be trusted, but I didn't expect that he was someone who stood behind Danzo. Therefore, I think we should use this on both the third Hokage and Danzo once each. Uchiha Kakuzan agreed with Shisui's point of view. The third Hokage and Danzo are going to use Kota Amatsukami once. However, as the highest level of Konoha, we can't change our thinking too much, otherwise, it will be easy for others to find out. Don't forget, as a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, Narashikaku is too intelligent and will easily find some clues. Moreover, if we change the third Hokage too much, it will be easy to leave traces and be discovered by the Yamanaka clan. Yes, I will be careful. As for the third Hokage, I will only make him subconsciously ignore the Uchiha clan, at most be slightly more friendly. This is consistent with his usual attitude towards the Uchiha clan. As for Danzo, although he usually stays in the shadows and doesn't attract attention, I won't change him too much. As long as I eliminate his hostility towards the Uchiha clan and make him think that the Uchiha clan is insignificant, then the third Hokage and Danzo won't attack our clan too much. Uchiha Kakuzen hadn't expected Shisui to be so thoughtful. It should be said that he truly deserved to be called a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Shisui was completely fooled by the third Hokage, his intelligence was not low. It can only be said that the third Hokage disguised himself too well, and Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaku were completely fooled by him. With the village having decided on the candidate for Kota Amatsukami, the Uchiha clan also needs to control the pro-war faction. Otherwise, even if the village's leadership doesn't hold a grudge against the Uchiha, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village will only deepen. Then, Shisui looked at Uchiha Kakeyama and said, "In that case, I'll leave the clan's elder in Kakeyama's care." Yes, the representative of the Uchiha clan's pro-war faction was Elder Uchiha Ryo. As the elder of the Uchiha clan, his power and prestige were second only to the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. If it weren't for his persistent provocation of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would not be so tense and hostile. Seeing the expectation in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Kakeyama nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, leave the elder's situation to me. Compared to my side, your side is much more dangerous. Right now, while the third Hokage trusts you, Danzo won't be too wary of you. They won't expect your Kota Amatsukami ability to change their minds, because such a ninjutsu or dojutsu has never appeared before. So, to prevent any unforeseen complications, let's act quickly." Chapter 6 Nighttime Operations. Chapter 6 Nighttime Operations. As Uchiha Shisui's figure disappeared into the night, Uchiha Kakuzen knew that Shisui had risked his life and future in this operation. If successful, the Uchiha clan will be out of trouble. If they fail, the third Hokage will not dare to turn against the Uchiha clan for the time being, but Uchiha Shisui will definitely be judged as an S-rank rogue ninja by the third Hokage. There will be no place for him in Konoha or even the Land of Fire. He will be hunted down to death by the village he loves. However, there are some things that even if you don't do them and I don't do them, someone else has to do them, and someone has to bear the burden. Uchiha Kakuzen had considered doing it, but firstly, he had just awakened his Sharingan and couldn't adapt to the surge in chakra and ocular power. Secondly, in Shisui's eyes, Kakuzen was merely a copy of Kota Amatsukami and couldn't simultaneously keep an eye on the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Thirdly, although Uchiha Kakuzen had a good relationship with Shisui, he was a typical member of the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage and Danzo would be wary of him. Therefore, this task can only be undertaken by Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Uchiha Kakeyama also has a mission. He needs to find Elder Uchiha Ryo. Only when both sides change their hostile attitudes can the friction between the Uchiha clan and the village be reduced. Just then, Uchiha Kakeyama heard the system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have mastered and digested the Kota Amatsukami technique. The side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan have decreased, its usage time has increased, and it can slightly restore your Mangekyo Sharingan. Please check the details yourself." Upon hearing the system notification, Uchiha Kakeyama couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, focusing his attention on his Sharingan. Because of its immense power, Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami Eye technique requires an extremely long recovery time, taking more than 10 years to be usable a second time. Uchiha Okayama's copy of Kota Amatsukami, after systematic learning and assimilation, not only became smoother to use, but also shortened the recovery time from more than 10 years to half a year. Moreover, as long as he did not frequently use eye techniques and Susanoo, Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan could be used for almost a lifetime. Very good. In that case, even if I can't obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, I won't have to worry about going blind. Now, my eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, is ready, and I should go pay a visit to our beloved Grand Elder. Because the borders of the Land of Fire have been rather unsettled lately, with some neighboring countries showing signs of restlessness, the third Hokage, as the leader of Konoha, has a heavy workload. It's only natural that he would be working overtime during this time. Uchiha Shisui certainly knew where to find the third Hokage. As the saying goes, the simpler the plan, the less likely it is to go wrong. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui planned to go directly to the third Hokage. Since the Kota Amatsukami Eye technique is very concealed, as long as there are no members of the Hyuga clan watching the third Hokage with their Byakugan activated, Uchiha Shisui was very confident that the third Hokage would be unknowingly hit by his Kota Amatsukami. Of course, the third Hokage wasn't a pervert, nor could he allow the Hyuga clan to watch him all the time otherwise. What would be the difference between him and a naked pervert? Normally, the Hokage would only have 1 or 2 squads of Umbu on standby at most. Uchiha Shisui was incredibly fast otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title Shisui of the Body Flicker. He quickly arrived at the foot of the Hokage's building, stopped, and, as if it were any different from his usual greeting to the Hokage, announced loudly. Uchiha Shisui has important information and wishes to pay his respects to the third Hokage. After saying that, he stood there quietly, without saying a word. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage was still at his desk, smoking a pipe and looking at documents. Upon hearing the report that Uchiha Shursui requested an audience, he put down the documents. Uchiha Shursui only returned to the village this afternoon and handed in his mission. It seems that either he missed important information about the mission and forgot to report it, or something has happened to the Uchiha clan. Let Uchiha Shursui in. The third Hokage took his pipe out of his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. When the third Hokage saw Uchiha Shursui walk in, he was somewhat dazed, as if he were seeing his good friend Uchiha Kagami. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui not only inherited Uchiha Kagami's talent, but also had a similar appearance. Uchiha Kagami, don't blame me. Actually, I didn't want to target the Uchiha clan either, but there are too few people in the Uchiha clan who inherit the will of fire. I have no choice. Since they can't be used by me, I can only let them slowly disappear. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, thought silently. Seeing Uchiha Shursui approach the desk, the third Hokage composed himself and, before Shursui could speak, asked with a smile. Shursui, you just got back from a mission, why aren't you resting at this hour? Is there something important you need to discuss with me? Is there some change within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shursui knew that the third Hokage had not yet doubted him, so he knelt on one knee, supported himself with one arm, and said with his head bowed. Reporting to the Hokage, everything is fine within the clan. This is a personal matter of mine, and I have come to seek your guidance. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the problem didn't involve the Uchiha clan, and asked with a smile, tell me what your problem is. I've lived longer than you, so I know more. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Shursui replied, Lord Hokage, recently, for some reason, my Sharingan has been experiencing some problems. I don't know if it's good or bad, and I'm feeling uneasy, so I came to see you to see if you could take a look. Upon hearing Shursui Uchiha's words, the third Hokage's heart tightened. As the longest-living Hokage, he had heard of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan for countless years, and his master, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had also told him about it. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not limited to its current power. The three-tomo Sharingan is not the end point. Only the most talented geniuses in the Uchiha clan can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The legendary Sharingan awakened by Madara Uchiha was the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan played a major role in the fearsome deeds he committed. However, it is still unknown whether Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan is the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi is confident in his judgment. He believes that Uchiha Shursui has inherited his will of fire and that Shursui is still under his control. The third Hokage waved to the members waiting nearby, telling them to wait outside the room. If Uchiha Shursui had truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be a powerful weapon in his hands. This news couldn't be leaked, and Danzo couldn't be allowed to find out either. Chapter 7 Success of Sayonara God. Chapter 7 Success of Separating Gods. The third Hokage remained calm and nodded to signal after all the members had left. Shursui, open your Sharingan. Let me take a look and see if there's a problem. Seeing that the third Hokage had no suspicions, Uchiha Shursui secretly clenched his fist and respectfully replied, Yes, third Hokage. Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the third Hokage. He activated his Sharingan, and the three tomo in his eyes spun faster and faster until they connected end to end, slowly transforming into a four-cornered shuriken. The third Hokage was shocked when he saw Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan. Although it was the first time he had seen it, the third Hokage was very certain that Uchiha Shisui's eyes were the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Just looking into them, one could feel a soul-stirring pressure. Just then, Uchiha Shursui suddenly increased the output of his eye power, and the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, was quietly activated. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kota Amatsukami quietly and swiftly invaded his mind, altering his thoughts. At this moment, if Shursui Uchiha were willing, the leader of Konoha village, one of the highest leaders in the entire ninja world, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, would become his slave, and Shursui Uchiha's orders would be the highest directives of the third Hokage. However, he was Uchiha Shursui, a man who loved his village and clan. Although the third Hokage was somewhat hostile towards the Uchiha clan, how could Uchiha Shursui possibly enslave this elder who had dedicated his life to the village? Moreover, the Land of Fire was not at peace at the moment. If Shursui changed the third Hokage's mind, it could bring terrible disaster to the village and his clan. Therefore, Shursui Uchiha was simply using this opportunity to make the third Hokage ignore the Uchiha clan and stop targeting them. In this way, the Uchiha clan would be preserved, and the village would not fall into disaster, such as war. The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, felt a momentary daze, then quickly regained his senses, not paying much attention, and examined the Sharingan pattern more closely before saying, Alright, Shursui, put your Sharingan away. I've already examined it. Do you feel that besides the change in the pattern, there are any other changes to your Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui deftly withdrew his Mangekyo Sharingan and replied respectfully as before. Reporting to the Hokage, since my Sharingan underwent changes, my chakra has increased significantly, my genjutsu abilities have greatly improved, my observation skills have become much sharper, and the power of my ninjutsu has also increased to some extent. Uchiha Shisui had already discussed it with Uchiha Kakiyama. Apart from concealing the eye techniques contained in the Mangekyo Sharingan to avoid arousing the third Hokage's suspicion, he told them everything else truthfully. Given the third Hokage's magnanimity, he was able to tolerate a Kage-level powerhouse, especially since this Kage-level powerhouse was one of his own people. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It turned out that Uchiha Shisui's strength was among the top of the Jonin, and he earned the title of Shisui of the Body Flicker, with his extraordinary combat talent and unparalleled genjutsu skills. Now, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength has leaped to the level of a Kage. Even as the third Hokage, I'm not confident I could suppress him. The Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier bloodline clan in the ninja world. The Sharingan makes it far too easy for them to enhance their strength. However, the third Hokage had complete faith in Uchiha Shisui. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and inheritor of the will of fire of the Hokage lineage, and having practically watched him grow up, the third Hokage was truly confident in Shisui's character. He believed that under Hiruzen Sarutobi's relentless brainwashing, Shisui would not escape his grasp. It seemed that further ideological education would need to be strengthened. Thinking of this, the third Hokage smiled kindly. Shisui, you really do have the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's wonderful. With this, our Konoha village has gained another Kage-level ninja. At a time when the borders of the Land of Fire are in turmoil, I am truly gratified that you have grown so much. You see, wherever leaves flutter, there will be fire burning, and that firelight will illuminate the village, and then new leaves will sprout again. Shisui, we are like those burning leaves. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, countless descendants will inherit our legacy and create an even more glorious Konoha village. Uchiha Shisui heard the third Hokage's words, and although he knew that the third Hokage was trying to seduce him as before, he was still deeply moved. Although I love my village, I also love my people just as much. Uchiha Shisui could only silently apologize to the third Hokage in his heart. However, on the surface, Uchiha Shisui remained the same as before, seemingly having found a kindred spirit, and his expression was extremely excited. Yes, Lord Hokage, as long as our village prospers and our descendants are happy, even if we sacrifice ourselves, it will be a worthy death. The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Shisui with a kind expression, just as before, showing great approval of his will of fire, and nodded in satisfaction. Knowing that Uchiha Shisui had just returned from a mission, and that such things could go too far, it was best to stop while one was ahead. He gave him a final word of advice. Alright, Shisui, you must be tired too. Go back and rest. However, don't let too many people know that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That way, you'll avoid a lot of trouble. Uchiha Shisui respectfully replied, Yes, Hokage-sama, I understand. Seeing the third Hokage wave at him, Uchiha Shisui clenched his fist in a salute and walked outside. After Uchiha Shisui left, the third Hokage continued processing the remaining documents. Suddenly, the third Hokage stopped writing, his brows furrowing as he looked at the document in his hand reporting the Uchiha police force's brutal enforcement of the law. He decided to treat the Uchiha more favorably, no longer shifting all the blame onto the police force as before. This way, he could better win over Uchiha Shisui. Page 4. Thinking of this, the third Hokage wrote down his instructions. Little did he know that he was also influenced by other things. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Shisui headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as he was about to arrive, he suddenly turned and headed towards a secluded spot outside the village. The third Hokage's plans were progressing smoothly. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Uchiha Shisui decided to go to Shimura Danzo immediately. Once they dealt with Danzo, who harbored hatred towards the Uchiha clan and controlled Root, most of the problems would be solved. The rest is up to Uchiha Kakiyama. Chapter 8 Peak of Shadow Rank. Chapter 8 Peak of Shadow Rank. Uchiha Kakuzan was unaware that Shisui had already dealt with the third Hokage. He had just arrived at a residence in the Uchiha clan compound that was relatively close to the Uchiha clan ancestral temple. This residence is much larger than the average Uchiha clan member's house, comparable to the residence of the Uchiha clan head. This is the residence of Uchiha Ryo, the great elder of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakuzan went directly into the courtyard and said loudly, Is the grand elder resting? Uchiha Kakuzan has something to ask of me. After a short while, Elder Uchiha Ryo's voice came from inside the house. Chio-shan, it's so late, what's the important matter? Come in and talk. The elder admired Uchiha Kakiyama quite a bit. As a genius on par with Uchiha Shisui, although he was close to Shisui, his personality was not like Shisui's. He was ambitious and could be won over. Uchiha Kakuzan opened the door and entered the room, where he saw a tall, white-haired, and vigorous old man sitting behind a low table, looking at him with a serious expression. Uchiha Kikuyama nodded in acknowledgement. Kikuyama greets the grand elder. The elder nodded, gesturing for Uchiha Kakiyama to sit down. He poured him a cup of tea, then picked up his own teacup, took a sip, and finally spoke. What brings you here so late? Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan calmly put down his teacup. Chio-shan came here for the future of the Uchiha clan. The elder understood the implication in Uchiha Kakuzen's words, and his previously relaxed face immediately tensed up. What, you also think that the current predicament of the Uchiha clan is related to me? Yes, please forgive me, elder, but I feel that the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village is too tense right now. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. The first elder chuckled twice expressionlessly, then dropped the subject and moved on to other matters. Chio-shan, do you know how Konoha village came to be? Replying to the elder, Chio-shan knows a little about it. Initially, the village was jointly established by the Senju clan and our Uchiha clan. Later, the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura and other clans joined us, and that's how Konoha village gradually became what it is today. The first elder glanced at Uchiha Kakiyama with slight surprise, and sighed. You're very good. There aren't many young people like you who know history these days. Chio-shan is just more interested in things from the past, so he knows more about them. The elder ignored Uchiha Kakuzen and continued. Back then, Konoha village was founded by our Uchiha ancestor, Uchiha Madara, leading the Uchiha clan, and the Senju clan, led by Senju Hashirama. Originally, Senju Hashirama wanted Madara to become the Hokage, but for some reason, Madara gave up, and that's how Senju Hashirama became the Hokage. Later, Madara and the first Hokage had a falling out and fought a great battle at the Valley of the End. In the end, Madara was killed on the spot by the first Hokage. Not long after the first Hokage returned, he also passed away. He was taken over by Tobirama Senju, the younger brother of the first Hokage, and became the second Hokage. The second Hokage believed that it was Madara-sama who caused the first Hokage to die young, so he targeted our Uchiha clan in every way. You must understand, Konoha village was founded by our Uchiha and Senju clans. Without us Uchiha, there would be no Konoha village as we know it today. Look at these past few Hokage, they're all from the Senju lineage. Our Uchiha clan has no part in it at all. At this point, the Grand Elder became very agitated, almost bursting with anger. So, you're unhappy about this and think that our Uchiha clan should be in charge of Konoha. The Grand Elder sighed. I know it's impossible, but I can't swallow this anger. Look at them now, what are the Yuan Fei clan? A mere small clan, yet they've become the Hokage. As he spoke, the elder slammed his hand on the table in anger, causing some tea to splash out of the teacup. Looking at the elder with his hair and beard bristling in anger, Uchiha Kakuzen smiled helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't reason with the elder, and he had no choice but to resort to the last resort. After the first elder calmed down, Uchiha Kakiyama spoke. Elder, the reason I came to see you this time is not only to advise you, but mainly because my Sharingan has encountered some problems. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, you know more about it, so I would like to ask you to take a look. Upon hearing Uchiha Kiyama's words, the first elder put down his teacup and looked at Kiyama. Uchiha Kakuzen activated his Sharingan and slowly activated it. The three tomo in his eyes spun faster and faster, gradually transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan with a four-cornered shuriken pattern, just like Uchiha Shisui's. The first elder stared at Uchiha Kakuzen's Mangekyo Sharingan, his expression a mixture of dazedness, excitement, and disbelief. His right hand gripped the teacup tightly as he murmured, "It's finally appeared, it's finally appeared. The Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan has finally appeared." As he spoke, the elder's eyes gradually welled up with tears. Uchiha Kakuzen originally planned to use Kota Amatsukami directly on the Grand Elder, but he didn't expect the Grand Elder to be so excited when he saw his Mangekyo Sharingan. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kakuzen temporarily gave up using Kota Amatsukami and wanted to hear what the Grand Elder had to say. After a long while, Elder Uchiha Rin finally recovered and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm getting old, and I'm even crying now. I'm sorry to have made Chio-shan laugh at me. Uchiha Kakiyama asked his question. Why is the Grand Elder so agitated? Is it merely because of the strange change in my Sharingan? The first elder, Uchiha Ryo, shook his head. Your Sharingan isn't a mutation, it's an evolution. It's a Sharingan of a higher level than the three-tomo Sharingan, called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you know what possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan means? Although Uchiha Kakuzen knew in his heart, he couldn't say it because he couldn't explain where he found out. So he could only shake his head in agreement. Sigh, it's not your fault. It's been a long time since our Uchiha clan has produced a Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, since our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was a renowned Mangekyo Sharingan user, our Uchiha clan doesn't promote the Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan. It's normal that you younger generation haven't heard of it. So, our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was so powerful because of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The elder nodded. That's partly true, but the reason why Uchiha Madara is so strong is not just because of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also because he is Uchiha Madara. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan is also an extremely powerful bloodline limit. Once he awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, and given time to grow, he will become a peak Kage level powerhouse. What about Madara Uchiha? Was he also a peak Kage level shinobi? Chapter 9 The Uchiha Tradition. Chapter 9 The Tradition of the Uchiha. Lord Uchiha Madara. Lord Uchiha Madara certainly surpassed the Kage level. He was a super Kage level powerhouse on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The elder's eyes held both reminiscence and pride. A shadow-level powerhouse. That's right. A being who surpasses the Kage level and can easily overpower a Kage level expert is a super Kage level expert. In the history of our Uchiha clan, such individuals are extremely rare. Hearing the elder speak so highly of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kakeyama pointed to himself. What about me? I've also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Does that mean I can reach the level of Lord Uchiha Madara? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words, the first elder seemed to snap out of a daze. He glanced at Kakeyama's Mangekyo Sharingan, and a relieved smile appeared on his usually stern face. He nodded and said, "You definitely will, Chio-shan. You're still young. Even Madara Uchiha didn't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at your age. As long as you work hard, you will definitely become the next Madara Uchiha, or even surpass him." Uchiha Kakuzen knew that with the system's help, surpassing Uchiha Madara was only a matter of time, but hearing the elder's encouraging words still moved him deeply. Elder Uchiha Rin sat at the table, his expression shifting several times as if he had remembered something. Finally, his face turned serious, and even his tone of voice became very solemn. Uchiha Kakuzen. Seeing the elder's expression, Uchiha Kakuzen knew it was a very important matter and dared not be careless. He immediately straightened up and his face became serious. "Yes, elder. What are your orders?" The elder straightened his posture and said, "I, Uchiha Ryo, in the name of the Uchiha elder, assure you that from this day forward, as long as you do not betray the Uchiha clan, I will fully support you and do my utmost to help you become the head of the Uchiha clan." The elder spoke solemnly, enunciating each word clearly. Uchiha Kagami was stunned by the elder's words. "I haven't even used Kota Amatsukami yet. How did the elder become like this?" Seeing Uchiha Kakuzen's surprised expression, the elder's lips curled into a slight smile. "Chio-shan, you still underestimate the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Do you know how precious the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is? It is not only a symbol of strength, representing your potential to grow into a strong person, but also a symbol of the purity of our Uchiha clan's bloodline. As long as a clansman awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, it not only represents his talent and potential, but also represents that he is the person with the purest bloodline of our Uchiha clan. Therefore, any clansman who can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan has the potential to compete for clan leadership and is destined to lead the clan to glory." Uchiha Kakuzen was indeed somewhat surprised to hear the elder's words. Although he had read the original work, he knew nothing about the fact that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out by Uchiha Itachi and his men. Of course, the Uchiha clan was descended from the Sage of Six Paths and had gone through many trials and tribulations over the years. How could they not have left behind some things? Uchiha Kakeyama took a moment to process the elder's words, and seeing the elder's expectant gaze, a thought struck him. "Elder, what if I have a request? Can you fulfill it?" The Grand Elder laughed heartily and said readily, "Isn't it just about restraining the clansmen and reducing their conflicts with the village? Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it." Seeing the puzzled look in Uchiha Kakeyama's eyes, the First Elder replied, "Times have changed. Now that your Mangekyo Sharingan has just been awakened, your strength will experience a period of explosive growth. Moreover, the Mangekyo Sharingan is not as simple as you think. It not only increases your chakra reserves and observational abilities, but most importantly, each Mangekyo Sharingan contains a unique dojutsu. Compared to ninjutsu, Mangekyo dojutsu are either much more powerful or have unpredictable abilities. The most powerful dojutsu may even involve space and time. Without a powerful bloodline limit, you are completely helpless against such dojutsu. Of course, the Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques only guarantee you the upper hand when fighting against Kage-level opponents. Ultimately, it's about developing the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo." At this point, Uchiha Kakeyama saw the elder's face full of fanaticism, as if Susanoo was his lifelong faith. The elder looked at Uchiha Kakeyama. Susanoo, the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan technique of the Uchiha clan. Back then, Madara developed Susanoo to the 4th stage, which was so advanced that he was able to contend with Hashirama Senju, who was known as the god of shinobi. Therefore, these past few years have been your period of explosive growth. In a few years, when you can skillfully use your techniques and have developed Susanoo to its limit, no one in the entire Hidden Leaf village will be able to rival you. That will be the time for our Uchiha clan to rise again. Uchiha Kakuzen felt a pang of shame upon hearing the elder's words. He hadn't expected the elder to have such high expectations of him. It seemed he needed to work harder to quickly develop and master Susanoo so that his strength could achieve a qualitative leap. "You want to fight me? I'll pilot a Gundam without a second thought. Are you scared?" Seeing the First Elder's attitude, Uchiha Kakeyama was relieved. The First Elder, Uchiha Ryo, had been unexpectedly won over. He not only gained his support but also saved himself a Kota Amatsukami. Now, it's time to visit the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Itachi and Sasuke, he must have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so we must be extremely careful. However, it seems that he didn't tell the Grand Elder about awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would have supported him much earlier and wouldn't have opposed him. After bidding farewell to the elder, Uchiha Kakeyama headed straight for the center of the clan's territory. As the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku naturally resided in the central location, and in the largest one at that. The Uchiha clan's territory wasn't very large, and Uchiha Kakeyama quickly arrived at the clan head's residence. Because he had spent a bit too much time at the elder's place, it was already quite late when Uchiha Kakeyama reached his destination, the clan head's courtyard. There were no lights on in the courtyard, indicating that Uchiha Fugaku had already gone to bed. "I'm not asleep yet, how can you be asleep?" Uchiha Kakuzan thought to himself. Skillfully vaulting over the gate, Uchiha Kakeyama stood in the courtyard and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, Uchiha Okayama has something to discuss with you. It is urgent, please forgive me." Uchiha Okayama's performance began. Chapter 10 Enslaving Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 10 Enslaving Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Kakuzan's voice wasn't loud, he believed that with Uchiha Fugaku's basic qualities as a Kage-level ninja, he would definitely be able to react and respond. Uchiha Kakuzan only waited a short while before hearing Uchiha Fugaku's reply. Page 5. Come in. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's voice and receiving permission, Uchiha Kakuzan did not stand on ceremony and strolled into the tea room where the clan head usually entertained guests. After Uchiha Okayama entered the room, he found that Uchiha Fugaku was already wearing a kimono and sitting upright, obviously waiting for his arrival. Fugaku Uchiha took Uchiha Kakeyama's arrival quite seriously. After all, Kakeyama was a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, on par with Uchiha Shisui. Although Kakeyama might not be his match yet, he was still a high-level combatant of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakuzan sat down and was about to speak when a beautiful woman in a kimono, with a slender figure and pretty face, walked in carrying a tea tray. The beautiful woman didn't say anything. She served them hot tea and snacks, nodded to Uchiha Kakuzan, and then left. Uchiha Okayama thanked her and waited for the clan head's wife, Uchiha Mikato, to leave before speaking. Uchiha Kakuzan planned to use the same old trick again. He didn't care if the scheme was old, as long as it worked. "Chief, Chio-shan has come here with important matters to report. There are too many people around during the day, so I had to come late at night to disturb you." Fugaku Uchiha nodded in understanding. "If there's anything important, just say it. As your clan leader, this is my responsibility." Uchiha Kakeyama gets straight to the point. "Chio-shan came here this time because my sharingan seems to have undergone some changes. As the clan leader knows, my parents passed away a few years ago. Since there is no one to consult with about this matter, I had no choice but to trouble the clan leader." Fugaku Uchiha took a sip of tea and waved his hand. "What are you saying, Chio-shan? As the head of the Uchiha clan, and you are an elite ninja of our clan, it is my responsibility as the head of the clan to solve your problems. Chio-shan, open your sharingan, let me take a look at you." Uchiha Kakuzan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately activated his sharingan, revealing his Mangekyo sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku Uchiha certainly knew about the Mangekyo sharingan, but he never expected that Uchiha Kazuyama could awaken the Mangekyo at such a young age. When the pattern of Uchiha Kazuyama's Mangekyo sharingan was revealed, Fugaku Uchiha was completely unprepared and was shocked, standing there dumbfounded. Fearing that things might get complicated if things dragged on, Uchiha Kakuzan took advantage of Uchiha Fugaku's surprise and lack of vigilance, and immediately activated his Mangekyo sharingan, releasing the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami. As the owner of the Mangekyo sharingan, Fugaku Uchiha immediately sensed something was wrong when Uchiha Okayama activated the Mangekyo sharingan and released his eye technique. He no longer cared about hiding his Mangekyo sharingan and immediately activated his own Mangekyo sharingan to resist the eye technique that was invading his brain. However, Kota Amatsukami, known as the strongest genjutsu, is not something that can be resisted so easily. Just as Fugaku Uchiha revealed his Mangekyo sharingan, Kota Amatsukami had already invaded Fugaku Uchiha's brain with overwhelming force, altering his deepest thoughts and changing his will. From then on, his thoughts became Fugaku Uchiha's highest command. After realizing that Kota Amatsukami had succeeded, Uchiha Kagami slowly exhaled, finally feeling relieved. Don't be fooled by how easily Kiyoyama controlled Fugaku Uchiha with Kota Amatsukami. That's because Fugaku Uchiha was caught off guard and didn't know that Kiyoyama possessed such an incredible eye technique as Kota Amatsukami. Otherwise, as a fellow Mangekyo sharingan user, Fugaku Uchiha not only had far more combat experience than Uchiha Kakuzan, but he was also still in his prime and had virtually no weaknesses. If Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't exploited an information gap, how could he have succeeded so easily? Just as Fugaku Uchiha was being controlled by Kota Amatsukami, his wife Mikato Uchiha, whether she sensed the commotion in the tea room or simply felt something was wrong, came in. "Husband, what happened just now? I think I sensed a fluctuation of chakra. Are you alright?" While Mikato Uchiha was speaking, Fugaku Uchiha had already been transformed by Kota Amatsukami. He slowly closed the kaleidoscope he had just turned on, picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and replied in the same tone and manner as usual. "Mikato, it's alright. I was just checking Okayama's sharingan. You should go and rest. I still have something to discuss with Okayama." The clan leader's wife, Uchiha Mikato, never imagined that in such a short time, her husband's mind would be enslaved by Uchiha Okayama. Alright, I'll go rest now, Kyoshi-kun. Excuse me. Uchiha Mikato bowed slightly and turned to leave. Phew, Uchiha Kakiyama let out a sigh of relief and wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. That was incredibly dangerous. If he had made even the slightest mistake, Uchiha Kakuzan would have had no choice but to consider defecting. However, risks and rewards are proportional. Now that he has control over Fugaku Uchiha and the Grand Elder supports him, it's as if the Uchiha clan is now in charge. Now, it's time for you to reap the rewards. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Uchiha Fugaku, whose headmaster remained seated upright, calmly watching him. You know what happened, right? Fugaku Uchiha nodded. You have enslaved me, changed my mind, and now I am completely loyal to you. My life and death are entirely in your hands. Even if you ask me to do anything, including suicide, I will do it without hesitation, and I will not have the slightest complaint against you. You were just using a Mangekyo Sharingan technique, weren't you? I didn't expect your technique to be so powerful. I was completely powerless to resist. However, I remembered that your Sharingan was more focused on copying, but I didn't expect your awakened Mangekyo Sharingan technique to be a top-tier genjutsu. I can't even use my backup plans. At this point, Fugaku Uchiha shook his head regretfully, as if it were a great pity. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely frightened. He never expected that Fugaku Uchiha would have a backup plan even at this critical moment. Fugaku Uchiha seemed to have seen through Kiyama's thoughts, smiled, and comforted him. Rest assured, your eye technique makes me completely loyal to you and I will not do anything to harm you. I have already dispelled the contingency plan I left behind. Chapter 11 Fugaku Uchiha's Kaleidoscope. Chapter 11 Fugaku Uchiha's Kaleidoscope. Although Uchiha Kakuzan used his eye technique to enslave Uchiha Fugaku, he still respected him. Chieftain, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Can you tell me? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and explained. Chio-shan, do you know about the forbidden techniques unique to our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kakuzan guessed, Susanoo. Although Fugaku Uchiha was surprised that Uchiha Kakuzan knew about Susanoo, he still shook his head. Susanoo is a divine power unique to the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it's not a forbidden technique. The forbidden technique belonging to our Uchiha clan is Izanage, a technique that can change fate, altering everything unfavorable to me. Even if I die, as long as I've preset Izanagi in my Sharingan, I can be resurrected when the time I set it is activated. I sensed something was wrong when you activated your eye technique. Just in case, before you controlled me, I set up Izanagi in my Sharingan to revive myself after a while and eliminate all factors that were detrimental to me. I never expected that your eye technique would make me willingly obey your commands and prevent me from doing anything that would be detrimental to you. Since I had previously set up Izanagi to be detrimental to you, I had no choice but to cancel it. Hearing Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Kakuzan was filled with lingering fear. He realized he had narrowly escaped defeat and defection. The person who could become the head of the Uchiha clan was indeed no ordinary person. If he had been lazy and left a loophole when using Koda Amatsukami, Fugaku might have been able to turn the tables. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan because no matter how powerful its effects are, the price of using it is the permanent blindness of one of the user's Sharingan eyes. Therefore, it was listed as a forbidden technique by the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, I just saw that your Mangekyo Sharingan has been awakened. So, what is its eye technique? Uchiha Kakuzan was actually most concerned about the evolution of his own Sharingan. With the help of the system, he could copy other people's Mangekyo eye techniques and make them his own. Uchiha Kakuzan understood that everything except his own strength was fake. Now that he had Uchiha Fugaku under control, it was only natural that he wanted to copy his Mangekyo Sharingan. My Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, the one in my left eye is, illusion, momentary time and space, which can bring the enemy spirit into the illusionary space within my eye. In the world of my eye, the enemy has no ability to resist me. What seems like a moment in the outside world is actually a month in my illusionary space. However, it can only be used once a day. Uchiha Fugaku began to explain the abilities of his eye technique. It seems to be Ataki Uchiha's eye technique, an enhanced version of Tsukuyomi. However, it doesn't seem to be as capable of manipulating space and time within the Tsukuyomi dimension as Tsukuyomi, but the duration is longer than Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Kakuzan stroked his chin as he listened to Uchiha Fugaku's story. The kaleidoscope eye technique in the right eye is Izanage. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Okayama Uchiha almost jumped up. How could this be? It was simply unbelievable. Fugaku Uchiha paid no attention to Okayama's reaction. I've already told you about the effects of Izanage, but as my Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, the side effect is no longer blindness. Instead, it can only be used once a month. Moreover, compared to the ordinary Izanage, my eye technique's activation time is much shorter, otherwise, it wouldn't have been set up in an instant just now. Uchiha Kakuzan put his hand to his forehead. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the people of the world, let alone the Uchiha clan. This is simply cheating. No wonder the Uchiha clan was reduced to only a few people later on, and they still caused unrest in the ninja world. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Uchiha Kakeyama decided to copy Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan technique now, so that his own Sharingan would soon be ready to be upgraded. Clan leader, activate your Mangekyo Sharingan, and do not resist, Uchiha Kakuzan instructed. Okay. Although Fugaku Uchiha didn't know what Chiyo-shan was planning to do, he still activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, Okayama Uchiha suppressed his joy at the prospect of gaining another eye technique and also activated his own 3-tomo Sharingan. Because I am currently trying to copy Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, I cannot open Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui's Sharingan technique is Kota Amatsukami. If I want to copy Fugaku Uchiha's technique, I can only start with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan compared his 3-tomo Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3-tomo Sharingan in Kakuzan's eyes spun faster and faster, and soon, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly transformed into the exact same pattern as Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's eye techniques, illusion, momentary time and space, and Izanagi, were also copied by Uchiha Kakuzan. At this point, it was equivalent to copying the potential, foundation, and characteristics of Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan and merging them with the potential, foundation, and characteristics of Shursui Uchiha's Sharingan. Because Uchiha Kakuzan's system doesn't just copy the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques. If it only copied the eye techniques, Kakuzan's eyes would only deteriorate faster with use. Only by copying the potential, foundation, and characteristics of his Sharingan along with the eye techniques could Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan possibly upgrade and have a wider range of development. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is divided into Genjutsu eyes and copy eyes according to its characteristics. The representative of Genjutsu eyes is Uchiha Shursui. After Uchiha Kakuzan copied Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, he also copied the characteristics of Shisui's eyes, which greatly enhanced Uchiha Kakuzan's Genjutsu abilities. The most prominent figures with the copy ninja are Uchiha Kazuyama and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Kazuyama goes without saying, while Heitake Kakashi later earned the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi, by using the Sharingan given to him by Uchiha Obito. Therefore, the more Sharingan Uchiha Kakuzan copies in the future, the more potential, characteristics, and foundation his Sharingan will gain. The system can then use these things as nourishment for Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan to upgrade and evolve. Without needing to transplant other people's Mangekyo Sharingan or Hashirama cells, it can help him continuously upgrade his Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Tomo Rinnegan. Chapter 12 Madam, you didn't want this either. Chapter 12 Madam, you didn't want this either. Just as Chiyo-shan copied Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and slowly closed his Sharingan, feeling a sense of relief, a katana pierced through his back. The katana pierced through his chest, and at the same time, it also pierced his still beating heart. Things happened so fast and suddenly that Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't even had time to react. He only felt a chill down his back and a sharp pain in his heart before watching helplessly as a blood-stained katana pierced through his chest. There are many things like this. Everything was going smoothly until you were about to achieve your goal, and then suddenly something unexpected happened. Uchiha Kazuyama opened his mouth as if to say something, but his lips trembled a few times and he still couldn't say anything. His body, which had been sitting upright, slowly hunched over. Uchiha Kazuyama felt weak all over, and slowly, his body could no longer hold on and he fell to one side, revealing a slender figure standing behind him. When Uchiha Mikato collapsed on Uchiha Hill, she loosened her grip on her katana. Perhaps due to extreme tension, her fingers trembled slightly. Her face was pale, and the 3-tomo in her eyes slowly rotated. Kyuukun, I didn't want to kill you, but if I don't kill you, I can't guarantee that Fugaku can recover. He is my husband, the father of my 2 children, and the head of the Uchiha clan. So, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, please die. Mikato Uchiha's words seemed to be addressed to Uchiha Okayama, or perhaps she was trying to convince herself. After saying these words, her trembling body gradually calmed down, and she turned and walked towards Fugaku Uchiha. Uchiha Kakuzan lay helplessly on the ground. He knew where he had gone wrong when he heard Uchiha Mikato's voice. He underestimated others, especially Uchiha Mikato. He thought that controlling Uchiha Fugaku would be enough, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Mikato had already noticed something was wrong and struck him deadly when he was most relaxed, leaving him no chance to turn the tables. Uchiha Kakuzan felt a chill run through his body, and his vision blurred. He knew that his time was running out. Now, even the thousands of ninjutsu he's learned can't save him, and neither can his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kota Amatsukami. It's an illusion, it can only be used on others, it can't save myself, I can only rely on the system, and on the Izanagi that I just copied. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, intending to use Izanagi, the system's notification completely shattered his hopes. Friendly reminder to the host, the eye technique, Izanagi, is currently being learned and digested, and is expected to be usable in 1 hour. Damn system, I'll be dead in an hour, what's the point of using it? Uchiha Kakeyama cursed in despair. Just then, the system seemed to have also learned of Uchiha Kakeyama's perilous situation, and notification sounds kept ringing out. The system has detected a life-threatening situation for the host. The learning and assimilation of the eye technique, illusion, fleeting moment, has been paused, while the learning and assimilation of the eye technique, izanagi, has been accelerated. The learning is expected to be completed in half an hour. The system has detected that the host's life is under threat. It is operating at full capacity to accelerate the learning and assimilation of the eye technique, izanagi. The learning is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. The system has detected that the host is in imminent danger and is operating at overload. It is strengthening the learning and assimilation of the eye technique, izanagi. The learning is expected to be completed in 5 minutes. Page 6. Please hold on, host. As long as you persevere, there is hope. Please hold on, host. As long as you persevere, there is hope. Uchiha Kakuzan heard the system notifications constantly ringing in his mind, as if the system itself was getting anxious. He couldn't help but mentally complain. Useless system, I can't even last 5 minutes, can't you be faster? Uchiha Kakeyama felt everything go dark before his eyes, his consciousness slowly slipping away, plunging into an abyss. The system's voice still echoed in his ears. Just then, Uchiha Kakeyama heard a voice that seemed to resound throughout his entire world, tearing through the darkness and bringing a ray of light. Izanagi. When Uchiha Kakuzan came to his senses, he found himself still sitting at the table, with Uchiha Fugaku next to him drinking tea. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The only difference from before was that there was a katana next to the table, as if someone had carelessly discarded it, and next to Uchiha Fugaku, there was a person lying down, as if he had fallen asleep. Uchiha Kakeyama touched his body and found that his wounds were gone. He knew that this might be related to Uchiha Fugaku, so he looked at him. Fugaku Uchiha placed the teacup on the table and looked at Okayama Uchiha. This is the power of izanagi, which can change any fate that is unfavorable to oneself according to one's own will. Just now, Mikato saw that I was under your control and thought that if she killed you, I could break free from your control. In fact, she did not know that even if she killed you, my consciousness had already changed and I would still be unable to break free from your control. I'm so sorry, because of Mikato's recklessness, she almost killed you. So, I knocked her unconscious and used izanagi to change everything. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's explanation, Uchiha Kakuzan touched his chest in lingering fear. It was right there that the katana had pierced through him. Uchiha Kazuyama calmed himself down and began to think of a solution. Now, Uchiha Mikato knew that he had controlled Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the wife of the Uchiha clan head and the mother of the Uchiha genius Uchiha Itachi, it would be too conspicuous for Mikato to suddenly disappear. But if he didn't make Mikato disappear, how could he ensure that the news of his control over the clan head wouldn't get out? Just then, Fugaku Uchiha suddenly said, Lord Kyushin, can you still use the eye technique that controlled me just now? If so, I hope you can use it on Mikato. That way, the news that I'm being controlled by you won't get out, which would be beneficial to you and prevent your clan and the higher-ups of Konoha from being wary of you. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Okayama Uchiha nodded in agreement. In fact, in Okayama's mind, the remaining Kota Amatsukami had another purpose. However, looking at the slender and beautiful Uchiha Mikato lying there, Uchiha Kakuzan could only console himself in his heart. It seems there's no other way but to use Kota Amatsukami on Mikato. I have no other options. As he thought about it, Uchiha Kakeyama walked towards Uchiha Mikato. Chapter 13 The Uchiha's Way Out. Chapter 13 The Uchiha's Way Out. The Uchiha clan has always been known for producing handsome men and beautiful women, and Uchiha Mikato was a famous beauty in the Uchiha clan back then. Although she is now over 30 years old, time has not left too many marks on her. Instead, she has gained a more mature charm. In order to prevent the news of Uchiha Fugaku being controlled from spreading, Uchiha Kakuzan had no other choice but to control Uchiha Mikato as well. Chio-shan lifted Uchiha Mikato from the tatami mat and used his right hand to use the palm healing technique to wake her from her unconscious state. When Mikato Uchiha woke up and opened her eyes, still a little dazed, she was confronted by Uchiha Okazan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Mikato Uchiha could even understand what was happening, Okazan Uchiha activated Kota Amatsukami. A special power silently and forcefully invaded her brain, changing Mikato's thoughts and will, making her obey Okazan's orders from then on. In the end, Mikato was controlled by Okazan Uchiha. Uchiha Kazuyama slowly deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Mikato regained consciousness. Upon seeing Kazuyama, she immediately scrambled to her feet, no longer shouting threats at him, but instead kneeling on the ground and bowing her head to him. I am very sorry, Lord Kyushin. I was rude just now and caused you harm. Please forgive my rudeness. Her voice was full of fear. Uchiha Kakuzan watched as Mikato lowered her head, seemingly unwilling to raise it without his permission and forgiveness. He couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied with the Kota Amatsukami eye technique. In the original work, Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami ability was so powerful, but it wasn't used in the right places. One of his abilities was used by Shimura Danzo at the 5 Kage summit, and he was exposed in front of everyone. Another was used to help Uchiha attack his Edo Tensei escape control. It feels like although it had some effect, it was used for trivial matters. In this world where talk no jutsu is the best, if you want to avoid being betrayed, you'll naturally have to use Kota Amatsukami. Seeing that Mikoto Uchiha was still kneeling with her head bowed, and Fugaku Uchiha beside her remained silent, showing no intention of pleading for her, Uchiha Kakuzan had no choice but to tell Mikoto to get up. Get up, it's not your fault. We have different positions, so it's inevitable. You must work hard for me in the future. I'll forgive you this time. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Mikoto finally raised her head, which had been bowed, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally fell. Thank you, my lord. I will do my utmost to complete your mission, even at the cost of my life. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto's tearful face, even the hard-hearted Chio-shan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had no choice but to change the subject. Where did Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke go? With Uchiha Mikoto as a cautionary tale, Chio-shan felt it necessary to investigate these unstable factors. If Uchiha Itachi had noticed any clues, given his intelligence, he would be a huge security threat to Uchiha Chio-shan. Upon hearing Chio-shan mention Itachi and Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto, as their mother, couldn't help but soften her expression. Reporting to you, sir, Itachi has received a mission and has left the village for the past few days. As for Sasuke, he is sleeping in his bedroom. Hearing that his most cherished friend, Uchiha Itachi, had gone out on a mission, Chio-shan breathed a huge sigh of relief. As long as Itachi wasn't home, he was confident that he wouldn't notice anything amiss when Itachi returned. As for Sasuke, Chio-shan was quite at ease with his age and talent, believing that nothing would go wrong. Now that things are more or less settled and there's no one left who can stop Uchiha Kagami, it's time to get down to business. Uchiha Kakuzan had Fugaku and Mikoto sit down and began a formal conversation with the clan head. Clan chief, do you know why I used my eye technique to control you? Fugaku Uchiha shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but if an ambitious person possesses a pupil technique like Lord Kyoshin's, then it's understandable that he would use the power of that technique to control leaders or people of high status. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Okayama Uchiha shook his head. Although Fugaku Uchiha was now under his command, Okayama still explained things to him clearly. Chieftain, my interest has always been in pursuing power and various methods to enhance it, not in pursuing authority. If I hadn't been completely desperate, I wouldn't have risked trying to control you and the chieftain's wife. Uchiha Kakuzan pointed to his eyes and said meaningfully, my eyes can see much farther than yours. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't stupid either. As if he had thought of something, he blurted out, can your eyes see the future? Chio-shan nodded, pretty much, able to see fragments of the future. Then, he recounted to Fugaku what he had previously told Uchiha Shisui, Shisui's tragic death and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Kyoshin's words, Fugaku Uchiha could not believe that such a thing could happen in the future. He sat there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Was what I did wrong? Should I not have gotten close to the third Hokage and Konoha? Should I have done what the Grand Elder did and intensified the conflict with Konoha in order to protect the Uchiha clan? Fugaku Uchiha was somewhat lost about the future of the Uchiha clan and didn't know what to do. He firmly believed that as long as the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha could be bridged, the Uchiha clan would eventually be able to fully integrate into Konoha. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had gotten himself into a dead end, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't help but shake his head. It was wrong from the very beginning. Do you know who has always been in power in Konoha? Of course I know. Konoha has always been ruled by the Hokage lineage, the first, second, and third Hokage. Our Uchiha clan has never held power, Fugaku Uchiha replied. Yes, it has always been the Hokage lineage. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded. Do you know who's in charge of Konoha now? It's the second Hokage's disciple, the third Hokage, and Danzo Shimura. They've inherited the second Hokage's will and are constantly on guard against us, isolating us. As long as they're in power, the Uchiha will never have a chance to rise. Fugaku Uchiha quickly asked, then what should we do? There are two ways. One is to leave Konoha and have our Uchiha clan establish our own village. That way, there won't be any problems. The second method is to stall as long as possible, until my eye technique's cooldown is over, then we can control the higher-ups of Konoha, or control the people below. That way, we'll be in charge of Konoha, and it won't be us being isolated, but us isolating others. Chapter 14 Uchiha Mikoto. Chapter 14 Uchiha Mikoto. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan knew very well that everything else was secondary. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. Once he reached the level of Kage or 6 paths, he could easily suppress anyone who dared to challenge him, without having to care about other people's opinions. Just then, the system, which had been useless in the crucial moment, finally spoke up. Congratulations, host. You have completed learning and digesting the pupil technique, illusion, momentary time and space. Congratulations, host. You have completed learning and digesting the eye technique, Izanage. The host's Mangekyo Sharingan side effects have been further reduced, and the usage time has increased again. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been enhanced. Please understand the specific details yourself. Ding, it has been detected that the host's Mangekyo Sharingan has been enhanced. The development time of the host's own Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique has been advanced and is expected to be completed in 8 hours. Please wait patiently. Hearing this, Uchiha Kakuzan was quite happy. Although he still had to wait, his unique eye technique was about to be unveiled. Next, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately began to examine the eye techniques he had just acquired: illusion, momentary time and space, and Izanage. Uchiha Kakuzan had high expectations for Izanage, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, a forbidden technique capable of rewriting fate and reversing cause and effect. He never expected that Uchiha Fugaku, who had kept a low profile, would unleash such a powerful technique. After reviewing it, Uchiha Kakuzan was quite satisfied. Although the power of Izanage hadn't been increased, its cooldown time had been shortened. Compared to Uchiha Fugaku's ability to use it once a month, Kakuzan's Izanage, after systematic learning and assimilation, and with the enhancement of Kakuzan's far more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, allowed him to use it once every 3 days, greatly enhancing its practicality. The cooldown time for the eye technique, illusion, momentary time and space, is gone. As long as you have enough chakra, you can use it on a whole group of kids. Furthermore, because Uchiha Kakuzan copied and learned the Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, his Mangekyo Sharingan was much more powerful than that of ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan after he absorbed it. It is estimated that once his Mangekyo Sharingan develops its full potential, it will reach the limit of what the Mangekyo Sharingan can possess. Other people's Mangekyo Sharingan can only have one eye with one eye technique, but Uchiha Kazuyama has 3 eye techniques in one eye. At that time, Uchiha Kazuyama's Mangekyo Sharingan will reach its peak, and he can then plan and search for a way to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes have not yet reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his observation, copying, and genjutsu abilities far surpass those of ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. After reviewing the system's information about the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the Uchiha Fugaku couple who were still waiting for him, and then gave them instructions. Clan leader, we only have these 2 directions now. Moreover, even if we Uchiha want to leave Konoha, it's not an easy thing. We have to take it slowly. We can secretly relocate some of the clan members to establish a small village and have Uchiha Shisui lead people to guard it. This will also ensure the safety of the clan members. The most important thing now is to appease the clansmen. I've already spoken to the first elder, and he agreed to be patient with me for the next few years until I grow stronger. By then, my strength will reach the peak of the Kage level, or even the Super Kage level. At that point, even if we can't control the 3rd Hokage and the others, whether they want to stay or leave will be up to us. In fact, in the original work, Uchiha Shisui trusted the 3rd Hokage too much, telling him about his eye techniques. The 3rd Hokage then told Danzo, who set a trap for him, leading to Shisui's complete destruction before he could fully grow up. Itachi Uchiha was utterly misled by the 3rd Hokage's will of fire, believing he was doing everything for the village. He failed to consider that with his family and clan gone, everything he cherished lost. Was the village still his? What did its existence matter to him? In the end, only his poor little brother remained in the village as a hostage. After discussing the future development of the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kakuzan finally felt relieved. As long as the Uchiha clan did not encounter any major accidents, they should not be wiped out. Having finished his business, Uchiha Kakiyama relaxed. He felt that although the process of taking this risk to control the clan leader was full of twists and turns and he almost died, the gains were gratifying. Not only did he control Uchiha Fugaku and his wife and bring the Uchiha clan under his control, but he also gained 2 good eye techniques. This mission can be said to have been successfully completed. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama was about to leave, he was stopped by Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. It was already late at night, and even if Uchiha Kazuyama went back, he would be alone. As the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku might not have much else, but his house was the largest in the Uchiha clan's territory, so there was no problem with Uchiha Kazuyama staying overnight. Uchiha Kakuzan lay in the other bedroom. Although it was almost midnight, he couldn't fall asleep at all. He hadn't felt it before, but now, in the quiet of the night, he felt a sense of unease. He had been too reckless, coming here unprepared. This was the closest he had ever come to death. The feeling of helplessness, fear, and his gradually fading consciousness as he fell into the abyss was something Uchiha Kakiyama would never forget for the rest of his life. Uchiha Kakiyama secretly reminded himself that he must be fully prepared in the future, as his life was the most important thing and priceless. Just as Uchiha Okayama turned over and was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard someone approaching the door. He immediately became alert. At this moment, only Uchiha Fugaku and his wife and Uchiha Sasuke were in the house. He had already subdued Fugaku and his wife, and Sasuke was still a little kid who posed no threat to him. However, Chio-shan remained vigilant. Who is it? The visitor was surprised that Uchiha Kakiyama had discovered her before she even knocked, and paused for a moment before answering. Lord Chio, it is I. It is already past midnight. You must be hungry. I will bring you some food. Uchiha Okayama was relieved to hear that it was Uchiha Mikato and opened the door. Uchiha Mikato stood gracefully at the door, holding a tray full of food. She wore a thin kimono that accentuated her curves. Perhaps because the clothes were so thin, 2 small nipples were faintly visible in the front. When she saw Uchiha Okayama looking at her, Mikato blushed, and her eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. Chapter 15 Let's give Sasuke a younger brother. Page 7. Chapter 15 Let's give Sasuke a younger brother. Uchiha Kiwayama paused for a moment, then, seeing Uchiha Mikato still standing at the door, immediately invited her in. As Mikato passed by him, Kiwayama seemed to catch a faint scent. Uchiha Mikato knelt beside the small tatami table, placing the brought snacks on it. Uchiha Okayama looked from behind her form-fitting clothes accentuated her beautiful figure. After Uchiha Mikato finished arranging the things, she noticed that Uchiha Kakuzan was still standing at the door and hadn't come over yet, so she quickly called out to him. Kiwakun, you must be hungry too. Come and try my cooking. With that, she poured a cup of sake for Uchiha Kiwakun. When Uchiha Kazuyama heard Mikato's greeting, he came to his senses. Seeing that Mikato had already said everything out, and realizing that he was indeed a little hungry, he didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to eat the rather appealing snacks. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikato knelt down beside him, recommending the snacks she had made to Uchiha Kazuyama while refilling his empty wine glass. Kiwakun, you must be exhausted. Uchiha Mikato said as she poured Yukun a drink. Uchiha Kakiyama paused, then looked at Mikato with a questioning gaze. Ever since Kyoshinkun awakened his eye technique that allows him to foresee the future, he has shouldered the fate of the Uchiha clan. He has worked tirelessly to change the fate of the Uchiha, risking his life, and was almost killed by me in the end. Kyoshinkun, I am so sorry. As she spoke, Uchiha Mikato's eyes welled up with tears again, and she almost cried. Uchiha Kakiyama put down his wine glass, staring blankly at Uchiha Mikato, never expecting her to have such a vivid imagination. He could only offer some words of comfort. It's all right, madam. This is what I should do as a member of the Uchiha clan. Since Uchiha Mikato thought so, Chioshan didn't have the heart to refute her. Did he want to tell her that he had actually been prepared to run away long ago and had no intention of fighting to the death? At the same time, Uchiha Kakuzan understood why Mikato had come to find him alone. She was apologizing for almost killing him earlier. As the night deepened and the wine grew stronger, Chioshan was somewhat tipsy after finishing the entire jug of sake brought by Uchiha Mikato. Seeing this, Mikato also tidied up the tatami mats and helped Uchiha Okayama onto the bed. Uchiha Kakuzan lay groggily in bed, vaguely sensing that Mikato had turned off the lights, followed by rustling sounds. Immediately afterwards, Chioshan felt a soft body slip inside, and his mouth and nose were filled with that intoxicating fragrance. Uchiha Kakuzan sobered up immediately and became extremely nervous, stammering as he asked, "Madam, what do you mean by this?" Mikato Uchiha's voice is very gentle. "Kaiyasen-kun, don't you know? This is my way of showing my loyalty to the Lord. Besides, I came here with Fugaku's permission." As he spoke, he took Uchiha Kakuzan's hand and placed it on a peak that was completely exposed. Furthermore, this is also Mikato's way of apologizing to Okayama-kun for what he did earlier. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kakiyama's hand seemed to grab something uncontrollably. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the window, and early birds chirped by the window as Uchiha Kakiyama slowly woke up. Yesterday was really tiring. Uchiha Kakuzan not only had to travel back and forth, but also went through a life-or-death experience, and then stayed up for half the night, so he slept quite soundly. The sunlight shone on Chioshan's face, waking him from his dream. Uchiha Kazuyama slowly regained consciousness, feeling something pressing down on him. He slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a blinding expanse of white and surging, snow-capped peaks, topped with a touch of crimson. Uchiha Kazuyama understood what was pressing down on him. Seeing that Uchiha Mikato was still asleep, and looking at the messy room, Uchiha Okayama suddenly remembered the great battle last night. 5 battles, 5 victories, crushing the enemy until they were powerless to resist. Only then did they reluctantly call a retreat and fall asleep. Uchiha Kakuzan was young and infatuated when he met the beautiful and charming Uchiha Mikato. He couldn't resist her charm. It was the best time of the year, springtime, when the flowers were falling and he met her again. Uchiha Kakuzan reached out to Mikato again. Mikato seemed to sense something, opened her eyes groggily, and saw Kakuzan's actions, seemingly not understanding what he was doing. "Lord Kyoshin. Mikato. Huh." Mikato Uchiha was still a little confused. "Let's have a little brother for Sasuke." Seeing that Mikato was awake, Uchiha Kakuzan no longer stood on ceremony and abruptly pulled back the covers. After his morning exercise, Uchiha Kiwayama left Uchiha Fugaku's house without even saying goodbye. Although Fugaku had agreed, Kiwayama felt awkward facing him. The morning sunlight was soft and warm. Uchiha Kakuzan hurried towards the riverbank, the place he and Uchiha Shisui had agreed upon. They had split into 2 groups, and regardless of success or failure, They would meet here to report their progress and discuss their next course of action. When Uchiha Kakuzan arrived, Shisui was already waiting there. Kakuzan didn't know if Shisui had succeeded, but Shisui looked somewhat disheveled and tired, probably because he hadn't rested all night. Seeing Shisui's exhausted appearance, Uchiha Kakiyama felt a little embarrassed. After all, compared to Shisui's fatigue, he himself had a good night's rest and was full of energy. Upon seeing Chiyo-shan's arrival, Uchiha Shisui perked up. Seeing Chiyo-shan's radiant appearance, he felt more confident and got straight to the point. "Chiyo-shan, how's the plan going? Have you used your pupil technique on the Grand Elder?" Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan deliberately shook his head, his voice somewhat low. "I did not use Kota Amatsukami on the Grand Elder." When Uchiha Shisui saw Chiyo-shan shake his head, his heart skipped a beat. When he heard that Chiyo-shan hadn't used his eye technique on the Grand Elder, he couldn't help but show a look of anxiety on his face. Seeing Shisui's expression, Uchiha Kakuzan stopped teasing the honest man and a wicked smile appeared on his face. "However, I have persuaded the Grand Elder, who has agreed not to incite hostility between the clansmen and Konoha village for the next few years." Uchiha Shisui heard Chiyo-shan's words and knew that Chiyo-shan was just teasing him. However, the elder's stubbornness and temper were well known in the clan. Uchiha Shisui didn't know how Chiyo-shan had persuaded the elder without using Kota Amatsukami. Uchiha Kakuzan explained the process in detail to Shisui, and also told him about the importance the Grand Elder placed on the Mangekyo Sharingan and the reasons why the Grand Elder agreed. Chapter 16 Shisui, please die. Chapter 16 Still Water, please die. Upon hearing what Chiyo-shan said and understanding the Grand Elder's attitude, Uchiha Shisui finally felt relieved. Only after Uchiha Kakuzan finished speaking did Shisui sigh. "I never expected the Grand Elder to value the Mangekyo Sharingan so much, and even change his stance for it." Uchiha Shisui looked at Chiyo-shan with a smile in his eyes. "Chiyo-shan, you handled things far better than I did. It seems I'll need to listen to your advice more often. Your strategic thinking and overall perspective have always been superior to mine, and coupled with your eye technique, your vision and magnanimity surpass mine. Where the Uchiha clan goes depends entirely on you. Rest assured, I will fully support you." Hearing Shisui's words, which sounded like a sigh and a vow, Chiyo-shan lost his joking mood. He looked calmly into Shisui's expectant eyes and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." With Uchiha Kiyoyama's assurance, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. He then informed Kiyoyama of his progress. "I went to see the third Hokage last night. He trusts me, so things went very smoothly. As you requested, his mindset wasn't drastically altered, just slightly modified. His attention to and hostility towards the Uchiha clan was reduced, while his goodwill towards them was increased. Also, I told the third Hokage about my awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was because of this that the use of Kota Amatsukami went so smoothly." Seeing that Chiyo-shan nodded slightly to indicate that he understood, Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly and continued. "Later, I went to the root base to look for Shimura Danzo. I don't know if he was too wary of me or if he really wasn't in the village. I waited at the root base all night but didn't see Danzo. Later, I was afraid that staying any longer would arouse his suspicion, so I came back." Upon hearing Shisui's account, Uchiha Kakuzan sighed inwardly. He knew things wouldn't go so smoothly. It's important to understand that Shimura Danzo was part of Root operating in the shadows, unlike the third Hokage who received much attention. Moreover, all the Root members he controlled were sealed with the tongue-severing seal, making them highly secretive. If Shisui had been hit by Shimura's Kota Amatsukami, it wouldn't have been a matter of slightly altering his thoughts like the third Hokage's, but rather like Fugaku Uchiha, where he would have been completely controlled. In that case, it would be equivalent to taking control of Danzo's Root as well. However, there will be other opportunities in the future. As long as Danzo Shimura, this troublemaker who causes trouble everywhere, is not controlled or eliminated, Uchiha Kakuzan will not be able to sleep peacefully. However, Shisui Uchiha did his best. It can only be said that Danzo Shimura was too cunning and treacherous, and Shisui's abilities cannot be blamed. Uchiha Kakiyama comforted him. "It's all right. As long as the third Hokage changes his attitude towards the Uchiha, even if Shimura Danzo wants to deal with us, he will be stopped by the third Hokage. After all, the leader of our village is still the third Hokage, and he still has the final say in matters concerning Konoha. As for Shimura Danzo, we'll deal with him later. If we contact him too frequently recently, it will definitely alert him." Upon hearing Chiyo-shan's analysis, Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. "Then we have accomplished more than half of our predetermined goal. As long as there are no major changes, our Uchiha clan can basically live in harmony with the village." Yes, and there was an unexpected bonus. Uchiha Kakiyama decided not to hide it from Shisui and told him about how he had controlled Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing the questioning look in Shisui's eyes, Uchiha Kakuzan continued. "I used Kota Amatsukami to control the clan leader." Chiyo-shan looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had previously said that Uchiha Fugaku was not a significant threat and did not need to be controlled, but he hadn't expected that he would control him in the end. Before Shisui could ask a question, Uchiha Kakuzan continued to explain. Although the clan chief is relatively friendly towards the village, he is too indecisive and his role is limited. Moreover, he is the clan chief, and only if he stands on the same side as us can we proceed with our next steps. Upon hearing Chiyo-shan's explanation, Shisui was somewhat embarrassed. After all, Fugaku Uchiha was Itachi Uchiha's father, and he had always regarded Itachi as his own younger brother. Now that his closest friend, whom he could entrust his life to, has taken control of his younger brother's father, Shisui's kind nature has left him somewhat conflicted. Uchiha Kakuzan, of course, understood Shisui's temperament and did not give him time to hesitate, directly confronting Shisui. Shisui, there's one more very important thing I need to ask of you. Please be sure to agree to it. Although it might be quite tiring and cause you some trouble, I've carefully considered it, and only you are suitable to do it. Upon hearing what Uchiha Shisui said, he temporarily put aside his inner turmoil and listened attentively to what Uchiha Kyushin had to say. Next, Shisui, please die. Uchiha Kakuzan stared intently at Shisui, but his words made Shisui's heart pound uncontrollably. Uchiha Shisui, of course, did not believe that Chiyo-shan would do anything to harm him. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, and he raised his eyebrows, signaling Chiyo-shan to continue. Seeing Shisui's expression, Uchiha Kakuzan knew he hadn't fooled him and said with some dissatisfaction. Hey, Shisui, even if you're not scared, at least cooperate a little. I told you to go die, aren't you afraid? What's with that expression? Seeing that Chiyo-shan looked somewhat exasperated, Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. I know you too well. You're trying to trick me again. I believe you. Even if you destroy the village, you won't kill me. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan pouted somewhat displeased and explained. Alright, you guessed right. I have a plan that I need your cooperation with so that our Uchiha clan can turn the tables and take the initiative. Uchiha Kiwayama nodded, indicating that he would cooperate and let Kiwayama continue speaking. Didn't the third Hokage already know that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? We can let more people know about this. Tell me, given Danzo's attitude towards our Uchiha clan and his greed for the Sharingan, what would happen if he found out that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Shisui continued his analysis. Given Danzo's character, he'd either try to win me over or kill me when I'm off guard and steal my Sharingan. However, Danzo also knows I'm close to the third Hokage, so the chances of me being killed are higher. Chapter 17 Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 17 Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Kakuzan nodded in agreement upon hearing Shisui's analysis. Yes, and then I will appear at this time, take advantage of this incident to make trouble, and make a demand that the Uchiha clan's territory be moved away from here, to a place far away from Konoha village. The third Hokage will definitely agree in order to appease us. Then we will create our own barrier, so that we can get away from the surveillance of the Umbu en route. Upon hearing Chiyo-shan's words, Uchiha Shisui frowned and raised an objection. But the third Hokage and Danzo aren't fools either. They're cunning and scheming. If I fake my death, they definitely won't be able to fool me. Page 8. Upon hearing Shisui's objection, Uchiha Kakiyama gave him a meaningful look. With people as shrewd as the third Hokage and Danzo, plus the secret techniques of the various families in the village, how could you possibly fool them if you fake your death? Uchiha Shisui paused for a moment, his eyes calm and still. I understand. Furthermore, Shisui, do you know the consequences of your death? Uchiha Kakiyama continued. Our Uchiha clan will not only escape our current predicament, but will also gain another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui reacted quickly. Itachi Uchiha. Chiyo-shan nodded. In the fragments of the future I saw, because of your death, Itachi Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now it seems that, with Itachi's talent, his Sharingan should have reached the limit of 3 tomo. Given his feelings for you, if you were murdered for some reason, then the chances of Itachi awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan are very high. Hearing Chiyo-shan's words, Uchiha Shisui smiled with some satisfaction. I didn't expect Itachi to be so promising. He awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at a younger age than me. He will definitely become an outstanding strongman in the future. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan inwardly scoffed. Becoming a strong person is certainly not wrong, but he's got a screw loose. He was fooled by the third Hokage, and with the threat from Uchiha Obito, he actually wiped out his own clan and parents, and died alone, burdened with immense hatred. Itachi Uchiha is a good person, but he has contracted the mental illness unique to the Uchiha clan and lives in his own world. Uchiha Kakiyama couldn't bear to see him suffer such a tragic end. However, these things need to be addressed slowly and gradually. With some caution towards the third Hokage, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Shisui. So, Shisui, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, for Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, the only way is for you to truly die once. Shisui looked at Uchiha Kakiyama seriously. I'll confirm one more time, is there really no other way? Do I really need to die? Chiyo-shan responded seriously, this is the best way. Don't worry, as long as you die, I will definitely fight for the greatest benefit for the Uchiha clan and prevent the Uchiha clan from being wiped out again. I will lead the Uchiha clan to glory. Upon receiving confirmation from Kiyoyama, Uchiha Shursui smiled with relief and nodded. Alright, I promise you. However, you must also protect my body. I don't want it to fall into Danzo's hands. Also, you must keep my Sharingan. I hope it will be helpful to you in the future. I haven't used the Kota Amatsukami in my left eye yet, and they have entrusted it to you. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded. Don't worry, Shursui. You rest for a few days. I'll arrange for someone to spread the news that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in a few days. Danzo will definitely come looking for you then, so be careful. Ji Shuei nodded. Having just returned from a mission outside the village, and with so much going on last night without rest, even though he was a strong person, he felt quite tired and decided to go back and get some rest. Chiyo-shan had finished discussing the important matters, and Uchiha Shursui was also showing signs of leaving, so he extended a sincere invitation. Shursui, we've been busy all night and haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen, it's on me. Uchiha Kakuzan had no choice. Although Konoha village was quite large, it had very little good food. The only decent things to offer were Ichiraku ramen and yakiniku grilled meat. But what normal person would go out to eat yakiniku so early in the morning? Besides, yakiniku restaurants wouldn't be open at this time of day. Therefore, a steaming bowl of ramen with meat and egg can be very satisfying, giving you energy and vitality to face the whole day. Uchiha Shursui didn't really like ramen, and he wasn't in the mood for it anyway. He just wanted to go back and rest quietly, so he declined Kiyoyama's invitation and went back alone. Uchiha Kakuzan understood Shisui's feelings and didn't press him further. Watching Shisui's figure disappear into the morning light, he felt a little depressed that no one was going to eat with him. He touched his eyes, which were still slightly hot, and complained, well, if no one's going to eat with me, I'll just go eat by myself. I'm going to eat the supersized deluxe tonkotsu ramen. As Uchiha Kakiyama left, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the village. The usually deserted riverbank became quiet again, and the morning sun shone on the shimmering river, creating a peaceful scene. Although Uchiha Kakuzan arrived very early, there were already quite a few people in the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. As soon as Chiyo-shan entered, he shouted, Uncle Ilo, I want the extra-large deluxe ramen. After shouting, Chiyo-shan paused, patted his stomach, and added, 2 portions, tonkotsu and sambal. Uchiha Kakuzan is currently in a period of rapid growth, and he had exerted himself quite a bit last night, so he can still manage to finish 2 extra-large portions of ramen with a little effort. Many of the people who come to Ichiraku ramen are ninjas. The training and extraction of chakra consumes a lot of energy, especially the Akimika clan, who are known for their large appetites among ninjas. So, Uncle Ichiraku is used to seeing ninjas who can eat a lot. He doesn't find such requests surprising at most, he'll just give you a second glance. Moreover, Uchiha Kazuyama is a regular customer of Ichiraku ramen. Since Kazuyama became a jonin, his mission rewards have increased significantly. In addition, he has no ties to himself, so he has never skimped on food. When he comes to Ichiraku ramen, he often adds a lot of toppings. Therefore, Ichiraku uncle's reaction to Uchiha Kazuyama's supersized deluxe ramen is quite indifferent. Changpyu, come out and help. Uncle Yul saw that he was too busy and quickly called his daughter to come out and help. Seeing that Uncle Ichiraku had started working, Uchiha Okayama sat down and waited patiently, glancing at the customers in the shop. Well, there were no acquaintances or people he knew. After a short wait, Uchiha Okayama's ramen was ready. It was still a small bowl, but Ayam, wearing a white hat, carefully brought over his extra-large deluxe ramen and placed it in front of him. Her face was flushed from the steam of the ramen, and she whispered, Okayama and I, your ramen is ready. Be careful, it's hot. Chapter 18 Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 18 Naruto Uzumaki. As a regular customer of Ichiraku ramen, Uchiha Okayama was naturally very familiar with Ichiraku-san and Ayam. Whenever Ichiraku-san was busy, Ayam would help add ingredients and serve noodles. If Ayam weren't Ichiraku's daughter, she would probably have been reported for employing child labor long ago. Uchiha Kakiyama thanked her and was about to eat his noodles when he noticed that there was an extra egg in his bowl compared to before. He looked up and saw Ayam giving him a wink before hurrying off to do her work. Looking at the little girl who was busy and sweating profusely, and then at the extra egg in his bowl, Uchiha Okayama couldn't help but laugh. While eating his noodles, he joked with Uncle Ichiraku, Uncle Ichiraku, Ayam has been so virtuous and cute since she was little. You must save her for me. When she grows up, you can marry her off to me. Uncle Ichiraku glanced lovingly at the iris, and replied with a smile while busy at work. Chiyo-shan, don't tease my daughter. She's still young. Besides, I know that while your Uchiha clan doesn't strictly prohibit intermarriage with outsiders like the Hyuga clan, it's not easy to marry someone from another clan. Moreover, someone as famous as you, a genius of the Uchiha clan, would never allow yourself to marry someone from another clan. Hearing what Uchiha Kakiyama and her father said, Ayam's already rosy cheeks turned even redder. She quickly lowered her head and got back to work, but her hands became a little flustered. Uchiha Kakuzan, who had been teasing Ayam, fell silent after hearing Ichiraku's words. Ichiraku was right, although the Grand Elder wholeheartedly supported him because he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he wanted to marry someone from another clan, those old fogies would be the first to jump out and stop him. That makes sense. Since you've enjoyed the help and convenience your family has provided, you have to take on the family's responsibilities. And for bloodline clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, in order to maintain the power brought by their bloodlines, they naturally have to maintain the purity of their bloodline so that the bloodline won't become increasingly diluted, leading to the clan's demise. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. By the time Chiyo-shan wants to get married, his strength will have reached a level that others can only dream of. At that time, he won't be following the rules, but making them. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakeyama felt that the noodles in the bowl tasted even better. It should be said that it is indeed a famous dish of Konoha village. The noodles are chewy, the soup is rich, and even the ingredients are superb. Unless you don't like noodles, you will definitely fall in love with Ichiraku ramen. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama finished his noodles and was drinking the soup, Ayame carefully brought over the second bowl of noodles. Kazuyama looked at Ayame's rosy cheeks and smiled, saying thank you. After placing the noodles down, Ayame quickly glanced at her father, noticing he wasn't paying attention, and then discreetly pointed at the noodles with her finger, indicating there was something at the bottom of the bowl. She gave Kazuyama a bright smile and turned to continue her work. Seeing Ayame's gesture, Uchiha Okayama secretly used his chopsticks to lift the noodles, revealing what was at the bottom of the bowl. Good heavens, Uchiha Okayama had originally ordered the supersized deluxe version of ramen, which already had plenty of ingredients. Unexpectedly, there was another layer at the bottom of the bowl, full of slices of meat, meat rolls, and eggs. Startled, Okayama quickly covered the noodles back up, afraid that Uncle Ichiraku would find out and get angry on the spot. Just then, Chiyo-shan noticed that Chong-pu was glancing in his direction. Chiyo-shan quickly and secretly gave Chong-pu a thumbs up to express his gratitude. When Chong-pu saw this, she playfully stuck out her tongue when Uncle Ilo wasn't looking, indicating to Chiyo-shan that she had received his thanks. Thanks to Uchiha Kusan's efforts, he finally finished the second supersized deluxe bowl. Kusan was already struggling to eat 2 supersized bowls, and with so many more ingredients in the second bowl, he was finally stuffed. After putting down his bowl, Chiyo-shan let out a satisfied burp, paid for his meal, said goodbye to Uncle Ilo and Chong-pu, and then walked outside. Just then, Uchiha Kakeyama noticed a small figure peeking out from the entrance of Ichiraku ramen. The kid was wearing an orange outfit, had golden hair, and was dirty on his body and face. He had a timid expression, but his sky-blue eyes looked into the shop with longing. Uchiha Kakeyama immediately recognized the kid lingering at the door as Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto, the child of prophecy, the son of the 4th Hokage, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now, he's just a somewhat underdeveloped kid. His identity as the son of the 4th Hokage was hidden by the 3rd Hokage, and rumors also circulated that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, causing the villagers of Konoha to harbor malice towards him. The food he bought was always expired. He had no parents, no one to rely on, only loneliness and fear. He could only silently endure the humiliation he faced, and darkness forever shrouded him. He was the son of a hero, yet he was treated like a prisoner. If it weren't for Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly died one day. Uchiha Kakeyama sighed silently, but did not approach him. The Uchiha clan already had a tense relationship with the village. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he could be considered a representative of the younger generation of the Uchiha. If he rashly approached the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the already sensitive nerves of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo would be stimulated, and who knows what they might do. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzen's Sharingan had only reached the Mangekyo level, not yet at the point where he could control the Nine Tails. To contend with the Nine Tails, or to suppress it, he would need the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakeyama looked at Naruto Uzumaki's thin body, but the image of the 4th Hokage appeared in his mind. As a genius who came from a commoner background, he had extraordinary talent, outstanding combat ability, and heartfelt warmth towards everyone. If the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, hadn't died before he transmigrated, he would have definitely tried to save his life. This wasn't just because of his friendly attitude towards the Uchiha clan, but also because of his personal charisma. If the 4th Hokage hadn't died so young, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Uchiha Okayama touched the coupon that Uncle Ichiraku had given him earlier in his pocket. Since he was a regular customer, he not only came to eat ramen often, but also always chose the more expensive dishes, so Uncle Ichiraku often gave him coupons. Uchiha Kakuzen didn't look at Naruto Uzumaki anymore and walked straight outside. As he passed Naruto, a stack of coupons accidentally fell next to him, but Uchiha Kakuzen seemed not to notice and continued walking outside without stopping. Chapter 19 My Sharingan is about to burst. Chapter 19 My Sharingan is about to burst. Naruto noticed the Ichiraku ramen coupons lying next to him. Looking at the stack of coupons at least and he realized they were equivalent to more than 10 bowls of ramen. Naruto stared greedily at the stack of coupons, licked his lips, patted his flat stomach, and seemed to faintly smell the aroma of ramen. Naruto looked up at Uchiha Kakeyama's retreating figure as he walked further and further away, then looked down at the coupon at his feet, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed the coupon from the ground and chased after the man. Uchiha Kakeyama strolled slowly through the Ashoka clan's territory, having eaten too much earlier, so he just ate a light snack. He had tossed a coupon for Ichiraku ramen next to Naruto, mainly because he couldn't stand the sight of it. The fourth Hokage and his wife died protecting the village, leaving behind a child who not only couldn't enjoy the privileges of being the son of a hero, but was also isolated because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In order to strengthen his relationship with Naruto, the third Hokage spread rumors that Naruto was the incarnation of the demon fox, causing everyone to ostracize him. Although there were people who knew Naruto's true identity, such as the Inoshikacho trio and the Hyuga clan, they didn't want to offend the third Hokage and wouldn't get close to Naruto, only not stopping their own children from playing with him. Uchiha Kakuzan believed that although he was not a good person, he could not do what the third Hokage did to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he's still just a clueless kid, especially since he's the son of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, the Nine-Tails itself is a collection of all kinds of dark aspects, hatred, and loathing. If Naruto hadn't been born kind, and if Ashira's chakra hadn't influenced him, Naruto would have long since degenerated into a problem child who hates and destroys everything. Uchiha Kakeyama was still thinking when he suddenly heard someone behind him shout, "Big brother in front, wait a minute, you dropped something." Uchiha Kagami turned around and saw Naruto running towards him, panting, clutching the coupon he had deliberately dropped. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "I deliberately dropped it so you could pick it up," he thought. "Why are you bringing it back?" Unaware that any Umbu members were secretly monitoring Naruto, Uchiha Kakuzan, in order not to provoke the third Hokage's already sensitive nerves and to minimize contact with the Nine-Tails, could only speak with a cold face. "What are you doing, kid?" Naruto Uzumaki was already used to this attitude, and held up the coupon in his hand. "Big brother, you accidentally dropped your coupon when you came out of Ichiraku ramen. I'll bring it to you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Kakuzan's cold expression softened somewhat. He pretended to check his pockets to confirm before refusing. "No need, kid. The coupon expires in a month. I've already received a mission and need to leave the village. I won't be back for 2 or 3 months. If you need it, keep it for yourself. If you don't need it, just throw it away for me." Without waiting for Naruto's reaction, Uchiha Kakeyama turned and left. Naruto watched as the older boy turned and walked away after speaking, unsure whether to chase after him or not. Just as he hesitated, Naruto's stomach suddenly growled. His stomach, which hadn't had a proper meal for 2 days, was about to rebel. Naruto had originally planned to smell the aroma at Ichiraku ramen before heading to the river to catch some fish to fill his stomach, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected catch. Knowing that the older boy in front of him didn't want these coupons, Naruto felt comfortable keeping them for himself. Naruto opened the coupon he was clutching tightly in his hand. Because he had gripped it too tightly, the coupon was a little wrinkled. Naruto happily began to count it. 1, 2, 3. The more Naruto counted, the brighter his eyes became. There were a total of 20 coupons, and they were all large ramen vouchers. Overjoyed to have found such a large sum of money for the first time, Naruto carefully took out one bill and put the rest in his inner pocket. He excitedly ran to Ichiraku ramen, holding the coupon in his hand and shouting, "Ichiraku uncle, a large bowl of ramen, please." The encounter with Naruto Uzumaki was just a minor incident, and Uchiha Kakuzan didn't dwell on it, deciding to let Sasuke Uchiha be the one to love him in the future. As the reincarnations of Indra and Ashira, they were destined to be entangled in this life. Uchiha Kazuyama strode into his home. It was just an ordinary house with a small yard. Uchiha Kazuyama's parents were relatively ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. His father was a regular jonin, and his mother was a chunin. They sacrificed themselves in a mission when Kazuyama was 9 years old, so they didn't leave him much of an inheritance. The house they left him was just an ordinary house for a family of 3. After opening the door and entering the room, Uchiha Kakeyama couldn't help but rub his eyes. With the 8 hours the system had mentioned drawing ever closer, Uchiha Kakeyama felt his eyes becoming increasingly hot and swollen. Sometimes he could even feel the blood vessels throbbing beside them. Uchiha Kakeyama could feel that it was because the power of his Sharingan was increasing as his unique eye techniques were awakened. As the power of his eyes increased, his Mangekyo Sharingan felt somewhat stretched, which was why his eyes felt hot and swollen. As time went on, Uchiha Kakuzan felt that his eye technique was about to awaken. With the increase in his eye power, his eyes had uncontrollably activated the 3-tomo Sharingan state. The 3-tomo spun faster and faster, as if this could digest the excess eye power. The 3-tomo of the Sharingan spun faster and faster. Just when Uchiha Kakuzan was wondering if his eyes were about to burst, the 3-tomo seemed to melt, changing shape and outlining a completely new shape, somewhat similar to Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, but with hollowed-out details. It also resembled Uchiha Obito's, with the ends of the patterns slightly connected. However, perhaps due to the hollowed-out design, it appeared much more refined than Shisui's and Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. As the kaleidoscope pattern of Uchiha Kagami appeared, the system's voice also rang in Kagami's mind. Congratulations, host. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has finally awakened. Please check its specific functions yourself. Warning, warning. According to the system's verification, with the completion of the awakening of the host's Mangekyo Sharingan and the completion of the eye technique, the host's Mangekyo Sharingan has reached the limit of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before the host's Sharingan evolves into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, please do not copy or learn any more Mangekyo eye techniques. Chapter 20 The Eye of Copying and Takamagahara. Chapter 20 The Eye of Copying and Takamagahara. Upon hearing the system's warning, Uchiha Kakiyama was somewhat surprised and speechless, not expecting his Sharingan to reach the limit of the Mangekyo Sharingan so quickly. Page 9. Uchiha Kakiyama touched his eyes, which still felt a little swollen, and turned off his Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes returning to their jet-black pupils. Uchiha Kakiyama blinked to relieve the soreness in his eyes. He felt that it wasn't a big problem and that his eyes would return to normal once they adjusted. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Kakuzan closed his eyes and began examining his own dojutsu. Actually, he didn't need to close his eyes, but that would make him look rather dull. As expected, the Sharingan truly lives up to its reputation as the eye that reflects the soul. The condition for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is a strong emotional fluctuation in the user, such as the tragic death of a loved one, the murder of a dear friend, or betrayal. Because most intense emotional fluctuations are negative, the second Hokage considered the Uchiha clan an evil clan. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is often accompanied by bad things happening, thus the Sharingan is considered an ominous power. However, the second Hokage didn't think too deeply about it. It was precisely because the Uchiha clan loved so deeply that they experienced such intense emotional fluctuations and went to extremes when they lost that love. The Sharingan is also called the Eye of the Mind, and it will awaken the corresponding eye technique according to the strong desire you have when you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. For example, Obito said, "I want to create a world with Rin," so he developed a space-time genjutsu. Shursui hoped that the village and his people could live in peace, so he awakened the ultimate genjutsu. With the system's prompts, Uchiha Kakuzan kept silently telling himself that he had indeed obtained the eye technique he wanted, the Eye of Copying. It has the same name as the eye technique that Uchiha Kakuzan used to trick Uchiha Shursui, and similar functions. However, perhaps due to the system, the eye technique he awakened could no longer replicate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it reached an unexpectedly powerful limit in replicating other bloodline limits. Now, wherever his Mangekyo Sharingan gazes, he can see through illusions and reach the essence. Whether it's a bloodline limit, a secret technique, or a ninjutsu that ordinary people can't learn, as long as he has time or sees the process of casting the technique, he can copy it. However, although pupil techniques are powerful and have a wide range of applications, they still have limitations. Bloodline limits cannot be copied indefinitely. Besides Uchiha Kakuzan's own Sharingan bloodline limit, 6 other types can be copied. This is the limit that the Mangekyo Sharingan can copy. However, as Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan upgrades to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the Rinnegan, the number that can be copied should be able to increase. In fact, bloodline limits also have levels. For example, Hashirama Senju's would release, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Tsuchikage's Dust release, and Mei Terumi's Lava release and Boil release are all top-tier bloodline limits. However, Heiate Gecko's Permeation release and Pakura of Tsunagakura's Scorch release are slightly lower than Wood release and Dust release. Of course, there are no useless bloodline limits, only useless people. Even if you possess Wood release, can you guarantee you can become the next Hashirama Senju? The limitation of this eye technique is that it cannot copy bloodline limits of a higher level than itself. Of course, in the current Naruto world, we can assume that this limitation does not exist, because there are no bloodline limits of a higher level than the Sharingan yet. Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan is different from the previous 3-tomo Sharingan. As a higher-level Sharingan, it can copy various bloodline limits, secret techniques, and ninjutsu in the ninja world, and can also be fed back to itself. Uchiha Kakiyama nearly jumped for joy upon seeing this. He knew that the ninja world not only possessed many bloodline limits that even he coveted, but also many powerful ninjutsu that couldn't be copied or learned with just the 3-tomo Sharingan. For example, the Reikage series of techniques, which enhanced his lightning release, as well as the flying ninjutsu that is relatively rare in the entire ninja world, the Tsuchikage's light and heavy rock technique, and the 4th Hokage signature technique, Flying Thunder God technique. These are all ninjutsu that Uchiha Kakiyama has been eyeing for a long time. These ninjutsu techniques are either top secrets belonging to other ninja villages, or they have very high learning requirements and require extremely high talent. Uchiha Kakuzan, relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan, could easily learn any ninjutsu he saw. These ninjutsu were comparable to bloodline limits, and learning any of them would greatly increase Uchiha Kakuzan's survivability. Moreover, learning these techniques is a gain, because they are not bloodline limits, so there is no limit to the number of them, and they do not conflict with each other and can complement each other. As for secret techniques, doesn't Konoha village have many? The most famous and outstanding should be the Inoshikacho trio. Apart from the Akimike clan's secret techniques, which involve young attribute chakra and are difficult for Uchiha Kakuzan to learn for the time being, the rest, whether it's the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique series or the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, should be easy for Uchiha Kakuzan, who has ample in attribute chakra, to copy. Furthermore, if your enemy has a skillful escape ninjutsu or secret technique, then even if he manages to escape from you once, he will not be able to escape a second time, because you will have already discerned his ninjutsu the first time he tried to escape. Just like the Saint Seiya said, "You can never defeat me twice with the same move." Uchiha Kakuzan was very satisfied with this technique. He didn't lack powerful ninjutsu, and he had the strongest genjutsu, Kota Amatsukami. For physical attacks, he could use Gundam and Susanoo. So what he needed now was an technique that could improve his weaknesses and add various tricks. Only by making up for his shortcomings, or rather his weaknesses, could he go further on the path of a ninja. Next, Uchiha Kakuzan examined the techniques of his other Mangekyo Sharingan. The technique Takamagahara is a space-time technique that has always been rare in the Uchiha clan. Similar to Kamui, Takamagahara is also a space-time technique that connects to an island in an unknown space. Once Uchiha Kakuzan activates his technique, he can travel to the island in this space. Unlike the Kamui dimension, this space has day and night, and the island has water and plants, but no animals. The difference between Takamagahara and Kamui is that Takamagahara does not possess the ability to intangibly move a part of his body into space when attacked. Compared to Kamui, Takamagahara allows the use of the Sharingan to mark spatial imprints. These imprints are invisible and can be placed on physical objects or in the void. Wherever there is a spatial imprint, no matter how far, Uchiha Kakuzan can arrive instantly. It's even more convenient than the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 21 The Land of Whirlpools. Chapter 21 The Land of Whirlpools. Uchiha Kakuzan never expected that he would also awaken the rare space-time jutsu. He originally planned to wait until his Sharingan reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and he could copy the technique again, then find a way to kidnap Kakashi, or control him with Kota Amatsukami, so that he could copy Kakashi's Sharingan technique Kamui. Unexpectedly, before he could even take any action, he had already awakened a space-time jutsu, and it was even more practical than Obito Uchiha's Kamui space, because he could live in this Takamagahara space for a long time. Furthermore, spatial markings can be used to travel, but it feels like this technique, compared to Kamui and Flying Thunder God, doesn't play a significant role in battle. Although Takamagahara can mark spatial marks, when jumping, one needs to go into the Takamagahara space before jumping based on the mark. In a duel between experts, these minor delays can determine the outcome. However, Uchiha Kakuzan still felt he had struck gold. He could copy and learn the Flying Thunder God technique in Kamui again later, but a space where he could live for a long time was extremely rare. Even Obito Uchiha's Kamui space had a time limit. He almost got blown up by Konan's explosive tags. This is equivalent to Uchiha Kakuzan having a stable rear base, which can be used for both offense and defense. If things go wrong, he can hide inside without fear of traps or encirclement. As long as Uchiha Kakuzan stays inside and doesn't come out, even the Sage of Six Paths can't do anything to him. Furthermore, after exploring this technique, Uchiha Kakuzan discovered that this spatial mark could be placed on other people, and the person who possessed this mark could activate it with chakra and come to the island in the Takamagahara space, which was equivalent to the person reversing their summoning to Uchiha Kakuzan's space. Uchiha Kakuzan could easily mark this spatial mark on someone important to him. Of course, if he wanted to take back the mark, it would be up to him to do so he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the people he cared about. Uchiha Kakiyama slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples in annoyance. It seemed that with the awakening of his two techniques, he would have to change his original plans. Originally, Uchiha Kakuzan planned to use the incident of Uchiha Shisui's death to move the clan's territory to a place not far from the village. This would not only ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, but also allow them to escape the surveillance of the third Hokage and Danzo. Moreover, since the clan's territory was not far from Konoha, they would not have to worry about enemies coming to besiege them. But now that Uchiha Kakuzan has awakened a space-time ninjutsu, and one that allows him to travel freely throughout the entire ninja world, he can easily move the Uchiha clan far away from Konoha, completely severing their ties with the village. Because of this space-time ninjutsu, if the Uchiha clan encounters an enemy they cannot defeat, Kakuzan can return at any time upon receiving notification. It's important to understand that Konoha village will be a place of great turmoil in the future. As the nominal number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, it naturally attracts a lot of attention. Not to mention the Itsutsuki clan who will frequently visit Konoha in the future. Just a few years from now, some antisocial individual who can carry a bag of rice up several floors will come to Konoha and unleash a Super Shinra Tensei, leveling the entire village to the ground. Yes, very flat. If ninjas still have some ability to protect themselves, then those clansmen who did not become ninjas are almost powerless to resist this ninjutsu, which is almost like a natural disaster. Therefore, this is also a good opportunity for the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha and stay away from trouble. Moreover, since you have been wary of me and don't want me to grow stronger, I will simply leave this game of the ninja village and walk away, no longer playing with you. The Uchiha clan hadn't seized the opportunity before, clinging tightly to the police force like a precious treasure. Little did they know, the police force was a place where they could offend people and had no say. Now, the huge pie that was Konoha village had already been divided up by other large and small clans in Konoha. If the Uchiha clan wants to ease tensions with the residents of Konoha, they must abandon the police force, an organization that offends people. At the very least, they cannot allow the Uchiha clan to stand alone against the residents of Konoha. If the Uchiha clan wants to grow stronger, it will inevitably encroach on the interests of others, leading to constant conflicts with other clans, large and small. Furthermore, if the Uchiha clan becomes too powerful and makes too much noise, it may provoke a united resistance from these other clans. Don't think that Kota Amatsukami is omnipotent. After all, the cooldown time of Kota Amatsukami is too long, and the number of people it can change is also limited. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan understood that in the ninja world, everything else was fake, only one's own power was real. Uchiha Kakiyama rubbed his head in distress. It seemed that if he wanted the Uchiha clan to prosper, he still had to separate the Uchiha from Konoha. The Uchiha clan also had its own pride and would not break its backbone in order to get along well with the residents of Konoha. Now that the decision has been made to remove the Uchiha clan from Konoha, there is still much to be done. Before the Uchiha Shursui incident, a suitable location for the Uchiha clan should be chosen. Ideally, it should be surrounded by the sea, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and geographically far away from other countries, not next to them. Uchiha Kakuzan got up and went to the bookshelf, taking out a map of the ninja world. In this era, a relatively accurate map was considered a strategic resource. If Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't become a jonin, he wouldn't have had such a map. Chio-shan spread the map on the table and carefully searched for places that met his requirements. The main places were overseas islands or coastal areas. As the sun rose to its zenith, Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the map with a complex expression, his eyes fixed on a particular spot. It was a large island, surrounded by the sea, not far from the mainland, and had arable land and water sources, more than enough to support tens of thousands of people, perfectly meeting Uchiha Kakiyama's requirements. What gave Uchiha Kakuzan a complicated expression was the name marked on this island, the Land of Whirlpools. Yes, that's Kushina Uzumaki's homeland, the place where the Uzumaki clan established their nation. The Uzumaki clan are distant relatives of the Senju clan, inheriting part of the Sage of Six Paths sage body, and are known for their massive chakra reserves, powerful vitality, and sealing techniques. Because of the long-standing friendship with the Senju clan, and because the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was the Uzumaki clan princess, Mito Uzumaki, she sealed the Nine Tails into herself to assist Hashirama Senju in managing Konoha, becoming the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Chapter 22 Persuading the Grand Elder. Chapter 22 Persuading the Grand Elder. The seeds of the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools were sown at this time. In order to maintain peace among the various countries and balance their power, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, distributed the one-tailed to eight-tailed beasts to the various ninja villages. While the first Hokage was alive, other ninja villages dared not harbor ill intentions. However, after the deaths of the first and second Hokage, the Senju clan lacked capable figures, and the Uzumaki clan's top combat leader also passed away. In order to obtain the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, which could seal their own villages' tailed beasts and obtain their own Jinchuriki, various ninja villages launched an invasion of the Land of Whirlpools. When faced with the Uzumaki clan's plea for help, the third Hokage had many ulterior motives. He delayed responding to the call for help, citing the fact that the village was going through a war and lacked manpower, which led to the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools and the theft of the sealing techniques. To the third Hokage's surprise, each ninja village successively acquired its own Jinchuriki, and some villages even directly possessed perfect Jinchuriki, greatly increasing their combat power and putting Konoha village in a very passive position. In summary, the Land of Whirlpools possessed what all the other ninja villages desperately needed, yet lacked powerful figures they feared. Meanwhile, Konoha, which had always maintained friendly relations with the Land of Whirlpools, proved unreliable this time. It could also be another political exchange orchestrated by the third Hokage, leading to the land's annihilation. Therefore, don't rely on others for everything in critical moments, only you can truly depend on yourself. Uchiha Kakuzan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then forcefully pointed his finger at the location of the Land of Whirlpools, thus determining the future clan home of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in skilled fighters. Including Itaki Uchiha, there are 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Shursui Uchiha's eye techniques cannot be used lightly, it doesn't prevent him from activating Susanoo. Moreover, even without using the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui Uchiha is still a Kage-level fighter. The Uchiha clan has far more skilled fighters than the Uzumaki clan back then, and they also have quite a few Kage-level fighters. I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to provoke the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Sharingan and carefully memorized the map spread out on the table. After tidying up his room, he didn't rush to discuss the relocation with the elder and clan head. Besides, even if the Uchiha clan moved away, a small group would remain in Konoha to take care of the students studying there. After all, building clan land was easy, but setting up a school was not something that could be done in a short time. After lunch, Uchiha Kakiyama brewed a cup of tea, sat under the shade of a tree in the courtyard, looked at the clan emblem on the courtyard wall that resembled a ping-pong paddle, took a sip of tea, and let out a satisfied sigh. From yesterday when I received the system until now, it's only been one day. With the system's help and my own wisdom, I've crossed the threshold of the Sharingan Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly improving my strength. I'm no longer an unknown Uchiha Jonin, but someone who can step out of the game and become the actual ruler of the Uchiha clan, the one who plays the game. Time flies, and an afternoon has passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Okayama's Sharingan has finally adapted and is no longer sore and swollen. Next, we need to visit the Grand Elder and get him to agree to the Uchiha relocation. As for the clan head, we also need to make a show of it and go through the motions. Taking advantage of the afterglow of the setting sun, Uchiha Kakiyama entered the Great Elder's courtyard. Since the Great Elder's wife had died, and the Great Elder disliked having anyone serve him, this rather large courtyard was inhabited only by the Great Elder. Uchiha Kakuzan knocked on the door slowly and deliberately, and only entered after hearing the Elder's response. The first Elder, Uchiha Rin, was leisurely brewing tea in the reception room, smiling as he said, "I knew you'd come today." Uchiha Kakuzan was somewhat surprised. Did the Grand Elder know I was coming? The Grand Elder nodded, replying somewhat mysteriously, "You should have noticed it, right?" Uchiha Kakuzan was a little confused by the Elder's question, sensed about what. Seeing Chiyo Shan's appearance, the first Elder was somewhat disappointed. Your Mangekyo Sharingan should have awakened their eye techniques by now, right? Upon hearing the Elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly realized that the Elder thought he had come to ask him about eye techniques. He was about to deny the Elder's idea, but then reconsidered and nodded in agreement, only intending to tell him part of the truth. "Yes, Elder, my Mangekyo Sharingan has awakened a Dojutsu, and I've even tried it out, but the result wasn't good, so I've come to ask you for advice." The Elder became interested when he heard that Uchiha Kakiyama had already used his eye technique once. "You've already used it. What are its effects? You can't use it too often in the future, or it will damage your Sharingan." Uchiha Kakuzan decided to tell the Grand Elder about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, hoping it would help persuade the Grand Elder to allow the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. Uchiha Kakiyama's expression was somewhat grave. "My Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique awakened after I went back last night. It felt very strange, as if this eye technique was naturally embedded in my eyes, and even without activating it, I could understand its general function." Upon hearing this, the Elder nodded. "These are the eye techniques that naturally awaken after the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone is different, and each one is naturally the most suitable for their nature. If a person likes to attack, then the awakened eye technique will most likely be a highly offensive one. If a person likes to hide, then the awakened eye technique should be conducive to concealment. If a person likes to escape, then it may be an eye technique that allows for acceleration or flight." After the Elder finished speaking, he chuckled and said, "I deliberately didn't tell you yesterday, just to give you a surprise. Haha, kid, you were startled yesterday, weren't you?" Hearing the Elder's childlike words, Uchiha Kakuzan almost burst out laughing. He quickly controlled his expression and sighed solemnly, "Elder, do you know what kind of eye technique I awakened?" At this moment, the first Elder also sensed that something was wrong with Uchiha Kakiyama and his smile disappeared. "What kind of eye technique is causing you this much discomfort?" Uchiha Kakiyama raised his head, looked at the Elder, twitched his lips, and finally activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, using Uchiha Fugaku's eye technique, Genjutsu. Of course, he didn't use his full strength, only a slight pull, which even an ordinary ninja could easily break free from. Page 10. "Elder, please don't resist. I'll show you what I saw with my eye technique yesterday." The Elder, a wise man, looked at Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan and asked, "A precognitive type?" Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama nodded, the Elder did not resist any further and entered the illusion space. Chapter 23 The Inherited Item. Chapter 23 The Inherited Item. Although Uchiha Kakuzan did not possess any precognitive eye techniques, he did have Uchiha Fugaku's eye technique, illusion, momentary time and space, and he also knew about the future annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he directly used Uchiha Fugaku's illusion to create a realistic image of the future death of Uchiha Shisui and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and showed it to the Grand Elder. Of course, he replaced Itaki Uchiha from the night of the Uchiha massacre with a masked person. Itaki Uchiha would still be of great use in the future. He wasn't afraid that the Grand Elder would be wary of Itaki Uchiha, but he was afraid that the Grand Elder would kill Itaki when he wasn't paying attention. This is not impossible. The Grand Elder is not Fugaku Uchiha. He devoted his entire life to the Uchiha clan, and if he knew that Itaki Uchiha would be the one to wipe out the Uchiha clan in the future, he would do anything to eliminate this hidden danger. Uchiha Kakuzan only showed the Grand Elder some fragments and scenes. Near the end of these fragments, Uchiha Kakuzan had a flash of inspiration and also showed the scene of Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, invading Konoha village and razing Konoha village to the ground with a Super Shinra Tensei. This would make it much easier to persuade the Grand Elder to leave Konoha village. As for the scene where Nagato is persuaded by Naruto to revive all the dead people of Konoha, that's obviously not included. I'm not lying, I'm just telling part of the truth. Since the illusionary eye technique used by Uchiha Kakuzan was merely a genjutsu and lacked any mental destructive power, and its duration was short, essentially like showing the Grand Elder a 3D movie, it exerted very little strain on Uchiha Kakuzan. Another use for eye techniques discovered. After showing the Grand Elder these clips in the illusionary space, Uchiha Kakuzan and the Grand Elder withdrew from it. The Elder's expression of shock lingered for a long time. It wasn't until Uchiha Kakiyama had almost finished his tea that the Elder finally came to his senses. The Elder took a small sip of tea, let out a long sigh, and looked as if he had aged several years. Even his once straight back had become slightly bent. Uchiha Kakiyama then remembered that the first Elder was also a contemporary of the third Hokage, and their age was considered advanced in the ninja world. At this moment, the first Elder finally spoke, saying with a hint of self-mockery, "I never imagined that our dignified Uchiha clan would end up being wiped out. Even Shursui was killed by them. Sigh, Shursui was a good kid in every way, but he was too kind and worried too much. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have been killed so easily?" After the Elder finished speaking, several tears streamed down his face. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw the Elder shed tears, he had no intention of mocking him, knowing that the Elder genuinely cared for these outstanding younger members of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he advised, "Elder, this hasn't happened yet. I've already reminded Zushui and made preparations to ensure that he can live peacefully." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the Elder wiped away his tears, suppressed his sorrow, and his expression turned serious, revealing a ruthless glint in his eyes. Not to mention that Shisui's death was inextricably linked to the third Hokage and the old scoundrel Danzo. Even the arrangements around our clan's territory on the night our clan was wiped out were the work of the third Hokage and Danzo. Otherwise, even if that masked Uchiha traitor was Madara-sama resurrected, he couldn't have wiped out our Uchiha clan so quietly. Then, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, but your Konoha village didn't fare any better. Within a few years, the enemy attacked and destroyed the village. At this point, the Elder's face showed a look of surprise and doubt again. Those eyes. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. With that, he got up and walked out of the reception room. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't urge him, knowing that the Grand Elder had gone to find the ancient texts passed down through the Uchiha clan. The reason the Grand Elder held such a superior position was because the ancient texts passed down through the Uchiha clan were preserved by the Grand Elder's lineage. Even the clan head only had the right to peruse them, and could not take them away without special circumstances. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has always had a lineage of the clan head and a lineage of the Grand Elder, who check and balance each other and help each other. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not have been able to survive for so long. Uchiha Kakuzan only waited a short while before the first Elder entered, carrying a somewhat old book. He carefully wiped the table before solemnly placing the book on it and opening it to read. After a short while, the Grand Elder stopped reading, let out a long sigh, and nodded. "That's right, I never expected these eyes to actually appear. What an eventful time." The Elder saw that Uchiha Kakiyama was looking at him with some confusion, and then explained. "I noticed that the person who broke into Konoha had rather unusual eyes that looked familiar, so I tried looking through some of the books passed down from our Uchiha clan, and I was surprised to actually find them." The Elder said with longing in his eyes, "Those eyes are the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, the Rinnegan. It is said to be extremely powerful, possessing many incredible abilities, and even capable of reversing life and death, bringing the dead back to life. It seems that the technique he used to destroy Konoha was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, otherwise it wouldn't have been so powerful." Uchiha Kakuzan, intrigued, took the book from the Elder and turned to the page describing the Rinnegan. There was a drawing of the Rinnegan, identical to Nagato's, with the words, "The 6 paths eye, also known as the Rinnegan, possesses many incredible abilities. It can see into the underworld, communicate with spirits, fly without wings, distinguish truth from falsehood, recognize lies, and has the power to revive those from the underworld." Uchiha Kakuzan flipped through a few more pages and found that they were all about strange and extraordinary people and events from ancient times to the present, which broadened his horizons. Uchiha Okayama was deeply impressed. This was the legacy of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't just the power of the Sharingan that they inherited, but also their knowledge, experience, and coping strategies. This was the key to supporting a clan. Knowing that these were books from the Uchiha clan's collection, Uchiha Kakiyama held them in his hands, unwilling to let go. He shamelessly said to the Elder, "I'll take these back and take a look. I'll return them to you after I've finished reading them." The Elder laughed at Uchiha Kakuzan's shameless behavior and waved his hand. "Take it if you want to read it. There aren't many people like you who like reading these days. I sent some to that bastard Uchiha Fugaku when he became the clan leader, but he didn't read a single one and sent them all back to me. I have several hundred books like this here. If I wasn't worried you'd lose them, I would have given them all to you." Chapter 24 Entrustment. Chapter 24 Entrustment. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan, fearing the elder might change his mind, quickly nodded. I have a place to store them, please give them to me. The elder, upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, did not agree but instead sneered. What do you take this for, a cabbage? This is the accumulation of our Uchiha clan over thousands of years, the inheritance of our Uchiha clan, the foundation upon which our Uchiha clan stands, you know that, kid. One of the responsibilities of our lineage, the great elder, is to protect them, and at the same time, to record certain things and pass them down. The elder paused, took a sip of tea, and then continued. I've said all this not to show off, but to tell you the importance of these texts. If you hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you wouldn't even be qualified to access these things, let alone read them. In the entire Uchiha clan, only the clan head has the authority to consult them. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with them, but these books not only record the strange and wonderful stories of the ninja world, but also the detailed development of our Uchiha clan over the past 1,000 years. If they were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be a huge disaster for our Uchiha clan. As the elder spoke, he pointed to his heart. To protect these scriptures, not only is there a barrier in the library, but the explosive tags inside are also connected to my heartbeat. We Uchiha are experts in genjutsu, so even an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan user cannot control me instantly. And if you kill me, the scriptures in the library will be instantly destroyed by the explosive tags. Even if I die, I will not leave any future trouble for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kiwayama was deeply moved by the elder's words. He had never imagined that the elder would go to such lengths for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakiyama was silent for a moment, then looked at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you trust me? The elder nodded. Although you are a bit slick, you are still a good person at heart. If I didn't trust you, why would I have told you so much? Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan stretched out his arm, placed his hand on the elder's shoulder, and said solemnly, don't resist. Although the Grand Elder had some doubts, he still nodded. Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, casually marked a spatial imprint in the Grand Elder's house, nodded to the Grand Elder, and activated his Dojutsu Takamagahara. Immediately afterwards, a series of invisible spatial fluctuations spread out, and then Uchiha Kakiyama and Elder Uchiha Ryo disappeared from the room without warning. On an island in the Takamagahara space, Uchiha Kakiyama and the First Elder suddenly appeared. The First Elder and Uchiha Kakiyama felt a blur before their eyes, and the scenery before them changed. The First Elder looked at this unfamiliar scenery, felt the gentle breeze blowing on his face, and his pupils contracted uncontrollably. His face showed an expression of his worldview being greatly shocked. In the Elder's reception room, Uchiha Kazuyama and the Elder suddenly appeared at the table. Uchiha Kazuyama was still smiling at the Elder, but deep in his eyes was a hidden joy at his successful prank. The Elder, on the other hand, was still full of amazement, still marveling at what had just happened. Uchiha Kakuzan asked with a smile, Elder, are there no problems now? Do you believe I have a place to store these books? The Grand Elder nodded. I didn't expect your other eye technique to be the rarest spatial eye technique. If it's not safe inside, then there's no safe place in the world. I'm relieved. I'll give you the book now. With that, the Elder left the reception room, while Uchiha Kakiyama patiently drank tea and waited. This time, Uchiha Kakiyama waited for quite a while. Just as he was finishing a pot of tea, the Grand Elder finally returned carrying 2 large scrolls. The scroll was twice as big as the book of seals that Naruto was holding. The Elder didn't put the scroll on the table, but on the ground because it was too big. After the Elder put down the scroll, he pointed to one of the red scrolls. This red one contains the classics passed down by our Uchiha clan. You can take a look at it when you have time. As for the blue one, it records all the ninjutsu that our Uchiha clan has recorded and developed. With these 2 things, you can rebuild the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan knew that the Elder was preparing for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. He did not delay, but simply activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, aimed it at the 2 scrolls, and teleported the scrolls directly into the space of Takamagahara. However, Uchiha Kakuzan still asked with some curiosity, Elder, you've given me all this information, so what will you do with it when you need it? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the First Elder pursed his lips. Don't worry, what I'm giving you are backups. The first thing every First Elder does upon assuming the position is to hand copy the inherited documents. This is to ensure that the successor can memorize these documents. I also want to thank the second Hokage, Tobirama Senja. Although he was quite hostile towards our Uchiha clan, the multiple shadow clone technique he invented was truly useful. However, even with the multiple shadow clone technique, it still took me almost a year to finish copying the book. The previous Grand Elder was even more pitiful when he inherited the position. The multiple shadow clone technique didn't exist yet, so it took him several years to finish copying it. The one I have here is what he passed down to me. Hearing the Elder's words, Uchiha Kakuzan was relieved. However, now that the matter of his eye technique had been discussed, Uchiha Kakuzan told the Elder about the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha. After the First Elder patiently listened to Uchiha Kakiyama's plan, he remained silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Sigh, I never thought it would come to this. It's not just the village's fault, our Uchiha clan also bears some responsibility. But our clansmen have also suffered injustice. Now that things have come to this point, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha has reached an irreconcilable stage. However, Kiyoshin, are you confident about Shursui faking his death? Shursui is a rare genius for our Uchiha, so we must not let him make a pointless sacrifice. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded affirmatively. Elder, rest assured, Shursui is a brother I can entrust my life to. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have arranged for him to go to his death. Chapter 25 Staying Overnight. Chapter 25 Staying Overnight. The elder nodded in relief when he heard that Uchiha Kakuzan had already made arrangements for Shisui's affairs, and then raised the second problem. The next thing is also the most difficult, persuading Uchiha Fugaku. Although I don't think much of him, he is, after all, the head of the Uchiha clan, and most of the clan members listen to him. However, he is somewhat indecisive. This is fine when it comes to maintaining good relations with Konoha, but it is a fatal flaw when it comes to important matters, as it can easily lead to major mistakes. Uchiha Kakuzan never expected that the first elder had such a good eye for Uchiha Fugaku's character. If it weren't for Fugaku's damned indecisiveness, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been wiped out. He clearly had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but when Itaki and Obito were massacring Uchiha clan members in Konoha route, instead of organizing his clan and leading the resistance, he just sat quietly in his room like a coward, and was eventually killed by Itaki without any resistance. You have to understand, Fugaku Uchiha was the clan head. As the clan head, he had to take responsibility for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he didn't do a good job of persuading Itaki Uchiha. As the clan head and Itaki's father, he ended up turning Itaki into the third Hokage's most loyal henchman. It's not that Fugaku Uchiha had no responsibility, but rather that he was utterly useless. That's why Uchiha Kagami used Kota Amatsukami to control Uchiha Fugaku as soon as they met yesterday. Because Fugaku Uchiha could only be a hindrance in the eyes of the clan leader, and his position as clan leader was very important, the only option was to control him. The elder was unaware that Uchiha Fugaku had been taken under the control of Kakiyama, which was why he was so worried. Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't tell the grand elder about this either, since controlling the clan head was, in a sense, a grave act of treason. He could only offer words of comfort. Elder, don't worry, I'll go to the clan leader to persuade him. Don't worry, the clan leader will definitely support my actions after seeing the future fragments I showed him. If it really doesn't work, I'll come back to you then, and we'll persuade him together. The grand elder nodded somewhat helplessly. We have no choice but to do this. Otherwise, if I go directly, it would seem like I'm forcing the emperor to abdicate, which might have adverse effects. Under the repeated instructions from the elder, Uchiha Kakiyama left his home. It was already dark, and it was time for dinner, so he decided to go to the clan head's house for a meal. After leaving the elder's house, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't in a hurry and strolled leisurely towards the clan head's house. The elder had already taken care of things, and the clan head was the one who made the decisions. It was just a formality, so Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't in a rush. It was already evening, and there weren't many people on the street anymore. Only a few playful children were reluctantly heading home as their parents called out to them. When Uchiha Kazuyama arrived at the clan head's house, the clan head's family was having dinner. Of course, Uchiha Itaki hadn't returned from his mission yet. Seeing Uchiha Kazuyama's arrival, they quickly invited him to eat with them, and Uchiha Kazuyama didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed. Mikoto Uchiha hurriedly went to the kitchen to add 2 more dishes, while Sasuke Uchiha, who still looked like a young boy, stood there watching her with some curiosity. As the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha had many people coming and going at his house, so Sasuke Uchiha was used to it. However, Uchiha Kakiyama had not visited often before, so Sasuke was relatively unfamiliar with him and couldn't help but be a little curious. Faced with Sasuke Uchiha's curious gaze, Uchiha Kakiyama returned a kind smile. Sasuke Uchiha was indeed a genius, but he was still somewhat inferior to his brother, not only in terms of talent, but also in terms of intelligence and perspective. Compared to his brother, if it weren't for the Indra Chakra within Sasuke and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that his brother gave him, Itaki Uchiha would be the true protagonist archetype. However, Sasuke is currently just a clueless young boy, not yet the immature teenager who was forced to mature by Itaki's hatred, filled with bitterness and resentment, and who couldn't stand anyone. It will be several years before he grows up. Because Sasuke was present, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't discuss Shursui and the Uchiha's departure from Konoha with Uchiha Fugaku, only exchanging casual conversation. Dinner ended uneventfully, and Uchiha Kakuzan successfully freeloaded a meal. After the meal, Sasuke Uchiha was led away by Mikoto, while Fugaku Uchiha took Okayama Uchiha to the reception room. Although Uchiha Kakuzan had controlled Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, he did not change their thoughts or personalities, so they continued to live and act normally. Furthermore, Uchiha Kakuzan did not abuse his power because of this, and maintained his politeness when interacting with the clan head. After Mikoto Uchiha brought the tea and left the reception room, Uchiha Kakuzan told Fugaku Uchiha about Shursui Uchiha's fake death and the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha. Fugaku, who already knew the Uchiha clan would be wiped out and had given up hope of reconciliation with Konoha, readily agreed to Kakuzan's plan. After finalizing the plan, the next step was to discuss the details. Once all the details and preparations were agreed upon, Uchiha Okayama and Uchiha Fugaku began discussing the matter of expanding the Uchiha clan's population. Page 11. Once the Uchiha clan establishes its power on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools, they will be fighting alone. Although the Uchiha clan has a large population, they will still inevitably face some difficulties. As the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha naturally had to step in to solve this problem by encouraging clan members to have children. He also discussed several incentive measures with Uchiha Kakuzan. After everything was settled, it was already late at night, and Uchiha Kakiyama naturally stayed overnight. Just as Uchiha Okayama was about to rest, Uchiha Mikato came to his door with a late-night snack. Uchiha Kakiyama opened the door and saw Mikato, who had changed into a close-fitting kimono, holding snacks and drinks. Her eyes were full of spring as she stood charmingly in the doorway. The two looked at each other but did not speak. Everything was understood without words. Uchiha Kazuyama stepped aside to let Mikato in, and as Mikato passed by Kazuyama, she left him with a familiar fragrance. Looking at Mikato's graceful and curvaceous figure, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he saw Mikato prepare to place the tray on the table, Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes suddenly lit up. A brilliant idea had struck him. Chapter 26 Spatial Imprint. Chapter 26 Spatial Imprint. When Uchiha Kazuyama saw Uchiha Mikato preparing to place the tray on the table, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. She quickly stopped her, saying, "Sister Mikato, don't let go yet. I'll take you to a good place." When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Mikato turn her head and look at him with a puzzled expression, he didn't explain anything. He simply activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, first marking a spatial imprint in the void, then walked to Mikato's side, took her hand, and activated Takamagahara. Everything went smoothly, and when Uchiha Kakuzan brought Mikato to the island of Takamagahara, Mikato was completely stunned. "Kyuukun, what's going on?" Mikato looked at Uchiha Kayusan with an incredulous glint in her eyes. In that instant, the environment and scenery before her eyes changed drastically. Uchiha Mikato did not believe that it was all an illusion, because it all felt too real. Uchiha Mikato was, after all, a jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Although she hadn't been on a mission or on the battlefield for a long time, she still had the eyesight she needed. The breeze, the soil under her feet, and the fresh scent in the air all seemed so real. Mikato Uchiha was a worldly woman, and moreover, she had been friends with the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki in the past. Before Uchiha Kakuzan could answer her question, she continued to guess, a space-time ninjutsu similar to the 4th Hokage's. Seeing that Mikato seemed to have turned into a curious child, and looking at her adorable appearance, Uchiha Kakiyama decided to tease her. "Try to guess again." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Mikato realized that her guess was wrong. Looking at the surrounding environment and sky, she also denied it, saying, "No, it's already night, but it's still light here. It's obviously not dark yet." Seeing how quickly Mikato reacted, Chio-shan couldn't help but nod in approval. She was quick to react and had discovered the problem so quickly. That's right, although there was also a day-night cycle in the Takamagahara space, it got dark about 6 hours later than the outside world. So now, although it was already late at night outside, it was only just beginning to get dark in the Takamagahara space. Moreover, even when it was night in the Takamagahara space, the sky was still slightly bright and not completely dark. Seeing that Uchiha Mikato was still looking around, still unable to guess the answer and looking rather confused, Uchiha Kazuyama stepped forward, took the tray that she hadn't put down yet with one hand and placed it on the stone next to her, while his other hand naturally reached out and put his arm around Mikato's slender waist. Mikato Uchiha felt Chio-shan's movements and blushed slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she followed Chio-shan's movements and leaned against him. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't do anything else, he just held Uchiha Mikato and quietly looked at the scenery on the island. They were standing in the center of the island, at a high elevation, so they could see most of the scenery on the island. While holding Mikato and admiring the scenery, Uchiha Kakuzan explained to her, "Mikato-nichan, you should know that I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, right?" Uchiha Mikato let Uchiha Kyoyama hold her. After all, Kyoyama-kun was the most important person to her now. She was willing to give her life for him, and she was very happy that Kyoyama-kun was holding her. Upon hearing Uchiha Okayama's words, Uchiha Mikato gave him a coquettish glare. "If you hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, how could you be holding me right now?" Hearing Uchiha Mikato's words, Uchiha Kakuzan felt a little embarrassed and chuckled. "I awakened a dojutsu called Takamagahara, which is a space-type dojutsu. This dojutsu connects to this space called Takamagahara. As long as I activate the dojutsu, I can come here, and I can bring whoever I want to bring. Moreover, I can mark a spatial imprint. As long as a spatial imprint has been marked, I can go anywhere. Then, I can take Mikatone to see different places outside." Upon hearing Uchiha Okayama's words, Mikato Uchiha's eyes were filled with tenderness, and she exclaimed, "You're amazing. This eye technique is even more powerful than the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Kakeyama humbly replied, compared to the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, it's still somewhat inferior. My eye technique is suitable for self-preservation and traveling, but it's not very practical in battle. After explaining to Mikoto Uchiha, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked into Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto, I have a gift for you. Please don't resist. I hope you like it. Looking at Uchiha Okayama's exquisite Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Mikoto wasn't afraid and nodded gently. Marking a spatial imprint on a person is far more complex than marking it elsewhere. Not only must the mark be accurate, but it must also be able to connect with the chakra of the person being marked, so that the person can activate the spatial imprint when needed. Uchiha Kakuzan looked around at Uchiha Mikoto, and finally focused his gaze on Mikoto's smooth forehead, deciding to mark the spatial imprint there. This was the first time Uchiha Kakeyama had marked someone, and it was on someone he liked, so he had to be a little more careful. Uchiha Kazuyama's Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly rotating, and time was passing little by little. Uchiha Mikoto was slightly mesmerized by Kazuyama's serious expression. The Uchiha clan members are generally good-looking, and Uchiha Kazuyama's looks are among the best in the clan. In addition, Kazuyama's exquisite Mangekyo Sharingan has a captivating and eerie beauty. The combination of these two is already unfair, and his serious demeanor makes Uchiha Mikoto fall deeply in love with him. Just then, Uchiha Kakuzan finally marked the space mark on Uchiha Mikoto's forehead. It was a small, sky-blue circular dot that made Uchiha Mikoto even more beautiful. Moreover, it would slowly disappear when not activated with chakra, making it even less noticeable. After marking the spatial imprint, Uchiha Kakeyama breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally done. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto still watching him, he explained, "Mikoto, I just marked the space imprint of this space on your forehead. If you encounter danger in the future, you can activate it with chakra, and you will come to this space." Then, she explained some precautions. Seeing Uchiha Kyoyama's serious expression and caring attitude, Mikoto Uchiha was deeply moved. She knew that this space was Kyoyama's place to protect himself, and the more exposed he was outside, the greater the risk to him. After Uchiha Mikoto finished speaking, she finally couldn't resist kissing him. Chapter 27 Leaving the Village. Chapter 27 Leaving the Village. Uchiha Kakuzan was caught off guard by Mikoto's sudden attack. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and responded enthusiastically. After a long while, the two finished their kiss. Although they were both ninjas with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, they were still panting heavily. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto's blushing face and her beautiful eyes that seemed to be about to overflow with tears, Uchiha Okayama couldn't help but tighten his arms around her. Uchiha Mikoto stared at Chio Shanjun's face with a dazed look, and couldn't help but say what she had been keeping to herself. "Lord Kyushin. Okay. Let me bear you a child." Uchiha Kakuzan was somewhat surprised to hear Uchiha Mikoto's words. After all, using Kota Amatsukami had only changed his position in Mikoto's heart, not anything else. In other words, it was something Mikoto did willingly. Seeing Uchiha Kazuyama looking at her with some surprise, Uchiha Mikoto felt a little embarrassed. She had spoken her mind in a moment of passion. Mikoto Uchiha looked to the side and made an excuse, saying, "Isn't Lord Kyushin discussing with Fugaku Uchiha about encouraging the clan to have more children to increase the Uchiha clan's population? As the clan leader's wife, of course I should set an example for the clan members. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha was injured in that area when he went to the battlefield a few years ago, and it is no longer usable. We can only ask Mr. Kyushin to take good care of it." As she spoke, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly lowered her head, her voice somewhat low. Besides, I'm so much older than Kyushin-kun. In a few more years, my appearance won't be as beautiful as it is now. By then, Kyushin-kun won't like me anymore. If I have a child for Kyushin-kun now, at least I'll have something to remember him by then, and Kyushin-kun won't forget me." After listening to Mikoto Uchiha finish speaking, even though she kept her head down and Uchiha Okayama couldn't see her expression, he could still feel her sorrow. Uchiha Okayama cupped Uchiha Mikoto's pretty face in his hands, and was deeply moved by the tears in her eyes. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't say anything more. There was no point in saying anything now. He simply nodded slightly and agreed. "Okay, please have a baby for me, Mikotone." After saying that, he gently kissed her. Night slowly enveloped the deserted island. Since there was no one else around and no one was afraid of being overheard, Uchiha Mikoto became more unrestrained and, in coordination with Uchiha Okayama's attack, raised her voice. With the earth as her bed and the sky as her blanket, even though she knew there was no one on the island, Uchiha Mikoto still felt very excited. Because of the excitement, she became even more sensitive. The result was that his own army was routed, while Uchiha Kakuzan pressed his advantage and won 6 battles in a row. Uchiha Mikoto was unable to resist and shouted that she was going to surrender. Uchiha Kakuzan ignored her and fought hard to kill the enemy. Finally, Uchiha Kakuzan, carrying his limp spoils, left Takamagahara and returned to his bedroom, where he fell into a deep sleep, embracing Uchiha Mikoto. Before falling asleep, I thought about putting some furniture and food and drinks in the space so that I would be more comfortable when I was inside. Uchiha Kazuyama woke up in the glaring sunlight, while Uchiha Mikoto, perhaps exhausted from yesterday's exertion, was still not fully awake. Taking advantage of the early hour, Uchiha Kakuzan yanked back the covers and grabbed Mikoto while she was still half asleep. Amidst the morning sunlight and the noisy birdsong, he sounded the battle cry, routing the enemy and leaving them in disarray. The battle ended with a victorious charge and the enemy's pleas for mercy. After his morning exercise, Uchiha Kakuyama did not linger in the comforts of the house. He left the clan head's house directly, leaving Mikoto to clean up the messy room. After leaving the clan leader, Uchiha Kakuzan did not go home but went directly to the mission distribution point in Konoha village, preparing to accept a mission that would require him to leave the village and stay outside the village for a relatively long time. He lived alone. Since awakening his spatial eye technique, Uchiha Kakuyama had tidied up the important things in the house and put them in his space. Now, the house was filled with things that were dispensable and could be discarded at any time. Since Ataki Uchiha hasn't returned from his mission yet, Shisui's plan to fake his death can't be carried out for the time being. Uchiha Kakuyama takes this opportunity to go and investigate the old site of the Land of Whirlpools, and also mark spatial imprints along the way to facilitate his future travels. Normally, the missions that ninjas receive don't actually need to be issued by the Hokage personally. If the Hokage had to personally handle these matters, then he wouldn't have to do anything and would have died from overwork long ago. Each ninja village has a dedicated place for assigning missions. In addition to assigning missions, they also need to assess, rank, and gather intelligence. After a ninja completes a mission, there are follow-up tasks such as collecting commissions and receiving feedback from the mission owner. Without a dedicated department, these matters cannot be handled properly. Although Uchiha Kakuzan was a genius of the Uchiha clan and had a certain reputation in Konoha, firstly, he had been affiliated with the police force for many years and received relatively few missions, and secondly, he was not close to the Hokage. Uchiha Shisui was close to the Hokage because he was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and both Uchiha Kagami and the third Hokage were disciples of the second Hokage, which is why the third Hokage was close to Shisui. Uchiha Kakuzan was a typical Uchiha orphan. He had no reason or way to get close to the third Hokage. Besides, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't like getting too close to the third Hokage. Otherwise, he might be sold out one day without even knowing it. Uchiha Kakuyama accepted a mission to hunt down rogue ninjas at the mission distribution point. It was simple, straightforward, and required no brainpower. Kojima Murakami, a rogue ninja, was a commoner ninja who, after many years of hard work, barely managed to become a special jonin specializing in swordsmanship. His genjutsu and ninjutsu were mediocre, and only his taijutsu was passable. The reason he defected from Konoha was that he killed his student, a kid from a small family who had repeatedly mocked and provoked him, during a mission. However, he didn't handle the aftermath well, which revealed his weakness and aroused suspicion from the small family in the village. This islander already had something to hide, and after being spoken to twice by Konoha, he couldn't sit still any longer. He defected during a mission. Because this island villager had a low status and weak strength in Konoha, and had no access to the village's secrets, the village didn't take him seriously. They didn't even bother to send the ANBU, and instead placed the mission in the mission center. The standard for accepting the mission was simply that he be an experienced jonin, and Uchiha Kakuyama's apparent strength met the standard. Chapter 28 Transcribing the Seal. Chapter 28 Transcribing the Seal. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't pay much attention to the rogue ninja. After receiving the mission and related information, he casually stuffed them into his ninja tool bag and went to a dumpling shop to buy a large handful of dumplings for breakfast. He ate as he walked, chewing on the soft, sweet, three-colored dumplings while watching the bustling crowd on the street. Konoha, as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, has declined somewhat due to the actions of the third Hokage and Danzo. However, it still possesses the foundation of a top-ranked ninja village. The village has numerous large and small clans, various special bloodlines, and a constant stream of geniuses. These are the true strengths of Konoha. Uchiha Kakuzan, after all, grew up in Konoha village, so it's impossible for him not to have emotional ties to it. However, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village was intensifying, and Uchiha Kakuzan was growing rapidly. Konoha village was an invisible cage for the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Kakuzan. They could only grow up stifled in this cage, while also having to guard against the third Hokage and Danzo's underhanded tactics, or they could only break through it and allow Uchiha Kakuzan to grow freely. As they approached Uchiha Shisui's house, Uchiha Kakuzan finally finished his bag of three-colored dumplings, casually tossed the remaining skewer into a tree, and pushed open Shisui's door, shouting, "Shisui, are you up? I've come to see you and brought you your favorite three-colored dumplings." While shouting, he walked in without any politeness. Uchiha Shisui was woken up by Chiyo-shan in his sleep. Still looking half asleep, he yawned widely and, without any hesitation, snatched the bag from Chiyo-shan's hand. While stuffing dumplings into his mouth, he mumbled something indistinctly. "What are you doing here so early in the morning? When you don't have a mission, when have you ever gotten up this early?" Looking at Shisui, who was completely disheveled. Uchiha Kakiyama shook his head. He poured a glass of water and handed it to him, sighing, "If your female fans saw you like this, I wonder how many hearts would be broken." The ninja world reveres the strong, and Uchiha Okayama's sure sway of the body flicker is renowned. In addition, he is handsome and gentle, so he has a group of female fans both in the clan and the village. Uchiha Shursui took the water cup, gulped down a large mouthful, and said irritably, "For a ninja, strength comes from within, and power is the foundation. What use is appearance? Take Jiraiya, for example. Even with his less-than-ideal appearance, he still has many admirers." Seeing Shursui eating so deliciously, Uchiha Kaiyosen couldn't resist and reached out to take one as well, chewing it slowly until he fell silent. After Uchiha Shursui finished eating and was slowly sipping his tea, Uchiha Kakiyama slowly said, "I've accepted a mission that requires me to leave the village. It will take about half a month for me to return." Upon hearing Chiyo-shan's words, Uchiha Shursui asked, "What about our plan?" "I've already spoken to the clan chief. The plan will proceed as scheduled. Don't worry, it won't cause any problems. I'll be back before the plan is implemented." Page 12. Uchiha Shursui nodded, indicating that he understood. "When are you leaving?" "I'm leaving right away. I need to take care of some business while on this mission." As he spoke, Uchiha Kaiyosen put down his water glass and anxiously instructed, "If I happen to run into something and don't come back, when you see Danzo, make sure he doesn't gouge out your eyes." Seeing Shisui's puzzled expression, Uchiha Kakuzen seemed to be saying, "I'm willing to risk my life, why would I care so much about my eyes?" Because Uchiha Shursui had a history of having his eyes gouged out by Danzo, Uchiha Kakiyama thought about it and decided to confront Shursui. "I secretly used the transcription seal-to-seal, Izanagi, into your Sharingan. The trigger condition is that your heart stops beating for 12 hours and then you are revived after the negative effects are removed. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I was afraid that you would have Danzo gouge out your Sharingan to make the effect more realistic. If he gouged out the eye with Izanagi, then you would really die." Uchiha Shursui suddenly realized what Chiyo-shan meant when he heard Chiyo-shan's words. No wonder Chiyo-shan said that in order to avoid being discovered that he was faking his death, he should actually die. It turned out that he had prepared a backup plan all along. Suddenly, Uchiha Shursui seemed to remember something and asked him somewhat nervously, "Are your eyes alright? Although I don't know Izanagi, I do know that its condition for use is to cause the Sharingan that uses it to become permanently blind." Seeing that Ji Shuei had shown concern for this person first, Chiyo-shan felt a warm current flow through his heart and comforted him. "Shursui, don't worry, my Sharingan is a bit special, it won't be affected." Knowing that Uchiha Kagakusen's eyes were alright, Shursui finally felt relieved and remarked, "You're always like this, never missing a chance to tease me. How perverse your sense of humor is. If this matter weren't so important, I reckon you would be secretly laughing to yourself when I'm resurrected and completely bewildered." The two chatted for a while longer, then Uchiha Kakiyama, seeing that it was getting late, bid farewell to Shursui. After bidding farewell to Shursui, Uchiha Kakiyama headed out of the village. Since he was alone on this mission, he wasn't in a hurry. After registering the mission form with the ninja at the village entrance, he left the village. Because Uchiha Kakuzen deliberately chose this mission, the location of the rogue ninja was in the same direction as Uchiha Kakuzen's journey to the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't in a hurry to complete the mission. Instead, he focused on taking care of his own affairs first. When Uchiha Kakiyama passed through a relatively large city, he transformed into a wealthy man and went on a shopping spree. Using the funds he had obtained from Fugaku Uchiha, Okayama first bought a large amount of food to use when his clan moved to the land of whirlpools. He also bought firewood, rice, oil, salt, tables, chairs, benches, and all sorts of other things. Everything from clothing and food to housing and transportation was included in Okayama's purchase plan. Because the quantity of items to be purchased was enormous and the amount of money spent was considerable, Uchiha Okayama simply rented a small courtyard and used the multiple shadow clone technique and transformation technique to purchase the items according to plan, which was both inconspicuous and highly efficient. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't intend to buy everything at once, as that would easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Anyway, there were quite a few cities along the way he could buy a little here and a little there, and gradually gather all the items. Many shadow clones went out to purchase supplies, while the main body stayed in the courtyard and didn't go anywhere. When the courtyard was almost full, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and placed the supplies on the island in his space. The island was large enough to hold enough supplies for the clan to use for 100 years. Of course, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't have that much money. Chapter 29 The Island Villagers Questioning. Chapter 29 The Island Villagers Questioning. After Uchiha Kakiyama put the last batch of supplies into his space, he nodded in satisfaction. With the space, things were much more convenient than before. Using sealing scrolls not only couldn't store much stuff, but the scrolls also took up a lot of space, making them impractical. And so, Uchiha Kakiyama continued his journey towards the land of whirlpools, stopping frequently along the way to purchase supplies and begin constructing his living quarters in the Takamagahara space. It was impossible for him to sleep in the wilderness every time he rested in the space. Uchiha Okayama plans to build his house on a high point on the island, so that he can see the entire island from inside. Uchiha Kakuzan's requirements for a house were not high. He would make do for now and wait until he learned the wood-release techniques of Senju Hashirama or Yamato before moving on to a 3-bedroom house or a large country villa. Since Uchiha Kakuzan himself had absolutely no experience in this area, he could only first use earth release to solidify and level the land in the location he had chosen. Then, he hired a team of experienced professionals who made a living this way, placing them directly into his spatial dimension to do the work. Uchiha Kakuzan himself sent a shadow clone to supervise the work, mainly to prevent them from wandering around. He used genjutsu when releasing them with Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Deceiving these ordinary people who weren't even ninjas was a piece of cake. While Uchiha Kakiyama was busily working on his plans for his new home, Uchiha Shisui was also putting their agreed-upon plan into action. Uchiha Shisui was also very clever. He didn't deliberately reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, he took on several challenging missions and only used his Mangekyo Sharingan in difficult situations, such as against tough enemies or pre-prepared traps. After using it, he would immediately put it away without any delay. However, there are no secrets in the world, especially since he deliberately and intentionally leaked it. Although Uchiha Shisui was always careful when using it, how many ninjas who have been in the ninja world for so many years are fools? After Shisui Uchiha completed several challenging missions, news of the abnormality of his Sharingan inevitably spread, and it was only a matter of time before Danzo found out. Fugaku Uchiha's problem was that he was always a step too slow in reacting to this matter, unable to effectively stop its spread. Just as things were slowly escalating in Konoha, Uchiha Kakuzan, after more than a week of traveling eastward in a leisurely, stop-and-go style, finally arrived at the seaside. Meanwhile, the construction team working in Uchiha Kakuzan's spatial dimension had finally finished their work yesterday, and Uchiha Kakuzan used his spatial imprint to send them back to their original hometown. The construction team was indeed professional. Although it only took a week, the house they built was quite good. It was entirely made of wood, with the entire structure raised to prevent moisture and insects. The materials were solid, and although it wasn't very exquisite, the quality was excellent. It would be fine for a family to live in for 20 or 30 years. Uchiha Kakuzan was very satisfied with this. He not only paid them all their wages but also gave them a red envelope as a reward. Of course, he also used genjutsu to blur their memories in order to prevent future troubles. According to intelligence, Kojima Murao, a rogue ninja from Konoha, is hiding in a fishing village by the sea, presumably preparing to go out to sea at any time to escape the village's pursuit. Uchiha Kakuzan's mission was to kill the rogue ninja Kojima Murakami on the spot, or arrest him and bring him back to the village for life imprisonment. Uchiha Kakuzan naturally chose to kill him on the spot, as it was more convenient and wouldn't interfere with his own tasks. Near this small fishing village, Uchiha Okayama stopped. To be on the safe side, he naturally sent a shadow clone to probe first. This fishing village didn't have a large population to begin with, so Uchiha Kakuzan didn't even need to investigate. Just by looking at the villagers' skin, he could tell that the fishermen's skin was quite different from that of normal people because they were exposed to the sun at sea all year round. They also noticed the dryness and chapping of their hands and how well they maintained them. Since ninjas' ninjutsu mainly relies on hand seals, they usually pay attention to the maintenance of their hands. Unlike ordinary fishermen, whose hands are often corroded by seawater, their hands are also very different from those of normal people. Although Kojima Villager wore makeup to disguise himself and dressed like a fisherman, Uchiha Okazan was able to distinguish him from an ordinary fisherman based solely on these small details. The appearance of this stranger, Uchiha Kakuzan, also aroused Kojima's vigilance. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan did not conceal his identity as a Konoha ninja and directly wore his headband on his forehead. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't try to hide it, because at this time, the appearance of any stranger, whether a ninja or not, would arouse the high vigilance of the rogue ninja Kojima Murao. Moreover, what came to the village was his shadow clone, so even if there was a trap, it wouldn't threaten him. Uchiha Kakuzan can be described as highly skilled and daring. His current strength is not only among the best in Konoha, but also in the entire ninja world. Even if there are several Kaga-level shinobi ganging up on him, he can escape unscathed, let alone traps. When Uchiha Kakuzan's shadow clone locked his gaze on the villager on the beach, who was pretending to mend a fishing net, the villager froze, unable to maintain his pretense any longer. He dropped the net and ran into the nearby woods. Uchiha Kakuzan's shadow clone immediately activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and gave chase. When the shadow clone arrived in the forest, Kojima no longer concealed his identity, having donned a jonin vest and a ninja tool pouch at his waist. When he saw Uchiha Kakiyama's shadow clone also arrive in the forest, he could no longer contain himself and, on the verge of a breakdown, shouted, "You still found me. Why? I've hidden all this way, why can't you spare my life?" The villager's eyes were bloodshot, and he gripped a kunao tightly in his hand. His neck veins were bulging as he became agitated. "Why did you even come? Just because he's from a ninja clan. Don't you know that he provoked me first? He provoked me first. I'm his teacher. Doesn't he know how to respect his teacher and show me any respect? Before Uchiha Kakuzan could say a word, Kojima Murao seemed to have finally found a place to vent his emotions. He became emotional and questioned Kojima Murao in a cathartic manner. By the end, Kojima Murao's eyes had reddened. Chapter 30 Trap. Chapter 30 Trap. Uchiha Kakiyama patiently waited for Kojima to finish venting before speaking. I have already learned about you and your student. Even if he has done something wrong, you have many ways to deal with it. You can send him back, or give him a bad review. These will have a great impact on his future and be enough to make up for his provocation. You can also use your strength to teach him a lesson physically. At this point, Uchiha Kakuzan shook his head. In the end, you're too extreme. Although he provoked you and made you very angry, it didn't reach the point where you should kill him directly. After venting his anger, Kojima's emotions finally calmed down a bit. Hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, he didn't get angry. You're also from a ninja clan, right? You're too naive. Do you know why he provoked me? It's because he looks down on me and thinks I can't do anything to him. Even if I send him back, his clan will still find him a ninja stronger than me to be his teacher. I can't hit him. If I do, plenty of people will stand up for him. So what if he gets a bad review? With his family's influence, it won't affect his promotion to Chunin or Jonin. Moreover, he would love for me to send him back. At worst, he'll graduate a year later, and then I'll assign him a better teacher. At this point, Kojima's face contorted. Don't any of you ninjas from ninja clans think about us commoners? Do you even know how I got here? Unlike your clan's ninjas, when we commoner ninjas graduate from the Ninja Academy, we are only taught the most basic 3 body techniques. The teachers assigned to us are mostly chunin from commoner backgrounds who don't know many ninjutsu themselves and certainly won't teach us for free. My ninjutsu is all the result of my hard work and dedication in completing missions. I accumulated it little by little, improved it bit by bit, risked my life several times, and finally became a special jonin. If I can't even handle a kid who just graduated, how can I hold my head up? Uchiha Kakuzan fell silent upon hearing this. Compared to clan-affiliated ninjas like them, commoners like Kojima Kazuo had to work much harder to improve and climb the ranks, and they also had to be mindful of the attitudes of those clan ninjas. This is also why Uchiha Kakuzan wanted to leave Konoha. With the disappearance of the Senju clan, the number and size of the Uchiha clan were also shrinking day by day. All matters, big and small, in Konoha were controlled by these families close to the third Hokage. Especially during the third Hokage's reign, the Sarutobi clan, belonging to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Shimura clan, belonging to Danzo Shimura, grew into behemoths in the village. These relationships and unspoken rules in the village made Konoha like a stagnant pool, faintly exuding a rotten stench. If the Uchiha clan wants to develop, they must break away from Konoha. Even if the Uchiha clan manages to survive until the 5th Hokage takes office, Tsunade, who comes from the Senju clan, will not have a very good attitude towards the Uchiha clan. Moreover, there are the old fogies in Konoha's advisory group causing trouble, so the Uchiha will not be able to live comfortably. However, the mission still needs to be carried out. If he were to give up the mission based on just a few words from Kojima, then all those years of Uchiha Kakuzan's life would have been for nothing. Although the villager on the island suffered injustice, where in the world is there justice? If there were justice, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been wiped out in just a few years. Once you've done something, you have to take responsibility for it. Since you did it, you have to bear the consequences. Uchiha Kakiyama felt a little regretful. This islander was too extreme in his actions. Otherwise, he could have tried to win him over and make him work for him. Unfortunately, even if you treat someone like that too well, he will turn around and bite you back. And he is not qualified to use Kota Amatsukami. Uchiha Kakiyama took 2 steps forward, just about to say something, hoping to get Kojima Man to give up resistance and obediently return to Konoha with him. At that moment, Kojima Man, who was not far ahead, suddenly changed his expression. His angry expression just now turned into a smug smile. Uchiha Kakuzan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the villager on the small island in front of him suddenly disappeared with a bang. At the same time, many steel wires appeared all around Uchiha Kakuzan as if they were a net, and they quickly wrapped around him. Moreover, there were many explosive tags on the steel wires. Just as the steel wire was tied to Uchiha Kazuyama's body, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the wire, and then the explosive tag tied to Kazuyama with the wire exploded with a loud bang. Not far from the woods, Uchiha Kakiyama rubbed his head helplessly. He hadn't expected that this islander was quite capable, setting a trap for him silently. Moreover, the timing of the explosive tag's detonation was also off. It exploded too quickly, and the shadow clone was killed before it could even break free of the wire. Uchiha Kakuzan then created another shadow clone to send him there. It was fine ever since he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with his exceptional mental strength, which was actually a benefit of his transmigration. His chakra was already abundant, so he didn't care about the small consumption of shadow clones. At this moment, the villager on the small island in the woods looked very ugly. He did not expect that the dignified Uchiha clan ninja would be so cautious, sending a shadow clone to contact him. That's right. When he discovered Uchiha Kakiyama, he already recognized him as a member of the Uchiha clan, since there was a clearly marked ping-pong paddle on his clothes. Therefore, Kojima lured Uchiha Kazuyama into the trap he had set beforehand. He just didn't expect that the usually arrogant Uchiha would cautiously send a shadow clone to contact him, causing him to fail at the last minute. Especially when he saw yet another identical figure walk in so confidently, the islander's face darkened even more, and he couldn't help but sneer. I never expected that the prestigious Uchiha clan would be such cowards, only knowing how to send in some shadow clones. Could it be that all those rumors about not being able to fight the Uchiha one-on-one are false? Uchiha Kakuzan was not angered by Kojima's words, but instead looked at Kojima, who had reappeared and was standing on a horizontal tree trunk, and asked, "What you just used was probably a lightning attribute nature transformation, right? These are things that someone of your commoner background shouldn't have access to. So, you must be lying. You killed your disciple not just to vent your anger, right?" Chapter 31 Lightning Armor. Chapter 31 Lightning Armor. Seeing the unpleasant expression on Kojima Murakami's face, Uchiha Kakuzan continued. The changes in the form and nature of these chakra attributes have always been a top secret of the village. Unless you reach the level of an elite jonin, you cannot access this information. And unless you have made great contributions, the village will not teach you the training methods. Judging from your level and the missions you have done in the past, you have no way of getting access to them. So, you killed your disciple not just to vent your anger, but that was just a cover-up. His death should be related to the nature change of the lightning attribute chakra you cultivated. Uchiha Kakuzan noticed the abnormal speed of the explosive tag's explosions. Normally, unless there's a special technique involved, explosive tags wouldn't explode so quickly. From the unusual glimmer on the steel wire, Kakuzan deduced that Kojima Murabuchi had likely mastered the nature transformation of lightning-style chakra and reached a certain level, otherwise, the explosive tags wouldn't have detonated so rapidly. What Uchiha Kakuzan didn't mention is that reaching a certain level in the nature and form transformations of chakra attributes is a prerequisite for developing bloodline limits. Of course, Kojima Murasaki's lightning nature transformation is still far from sufficient. Moreover, you need to be proficient in at least 2 nature transformations to have a chance of developing a bloodline limit. Only after developing a bloodline limit and integrating it into yourself can your descendants inherit it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakuyama suddenly realized that he needed to use his eye technique, the copying eye, to copy 1 or 2 practical bloodline limits and integrate them into himself as soon as possible, so as not to let down his sister Mikato. The villager on the small island, perched in the tree, looked even more grim. He hadn't expected Uchiha Kakuyama to have such keen observation skills. He had only revealed a slight aspect of his lightning attribute nature transformation, accelerating the explosion of the explosive tags, and Uchiha Kakuyama had already detected it. It was as if he had kept his trump card perfectly hidden, yet before he could even use it, the enemy had deduced it from the slightest clue. Since the Uchiha in front of him had noticed him, Kojima Murasaki no longer bothered to hide it. He tore apart the tattered clothes he had worn when he was disguised as a fisherman, leaving only his tactical vest on his upper body. Then, strands of bright blue lightning began to crackle on Kojima Murasaki's body, causing his not-so-short hair to float. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Kakuzan's expression turned serious. The lightning release armor of the Reikage lineage of Reikage village, although it is only in its first stage, is still a top secret in Reikage village. How did you get your hands on it? Although Uchiha Kakuzan never saw the Reikage's lightning release armor in real life, he did see it in the original work. The Reikage used this lightning release armor, combined with his ninjutsu and taijutsu, to utterly defeat Sasuke, who had activated Susanoo. It can be said that this lightning release armor is a fundamental ninjutsu of the Reikage lineage, on par with the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique and the Tsuchikage Onaki's Dust Release. It's unbelievable that a mere special jonin managed to obtain it. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that things were getting complicated. Kojima Murasaki had actually mastered the lightning release armor, and although he had only reached the first stage, his strength should now be at the level of an elite jonin. What was even more troublesome was that the lightning release armor was known for its speed and reaction speed. If Kojima Murasaki couldn't win and tried to escape, it would be difficult to stop him. Of course, for Uchiha Kakuyama, it was only a little troublesome. The most important thing now was to keep Kojima Murasaki calm and prevent him from escaping. With this in mind, Uchiha Kakuyama's 3-tomo Sharingan slowly began to rotate, and he began to get serious. When Kojima saw Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan turn, he burst into wild laughter, as if he were a completely different person from before. "Oh, as expected of someone from the Uchiha clan, you're getting serious now, ha ha ha, so you're scared now. I never imagined that the secret technique my adorable disciple secretly took out from home to show off would be so powerful." At this point, Kojima's face grew increasingly frantic. "I never expected my talent for this secret technique to be so high. Although my chakra nature is naturally lightning, I've never obtained any decent lightning-style ninjutsu. I never thought I was a genius at cultivating lightning style. It's all your fault, it's all Konoha's fault for holding me back. If I had suitable lightning-style ninjutsu, I would have become a jonin long ago, and I wouldn't have to work so hard on missions to get a few weak and ineffective ninjutsu that don't suit me at all." Ever since I killed that brat and stole this lightning release technique, I've learned the secrets of this world, the nature and form transformations of chakra, and what it means to progress by leaps and bounds. Given time, I will definitely become a Kaga-level powerhouse and crush all of you who look down on me under your feet. Hearing Kojima's classic villainous remarks, Uchiha Kakuzan was speechless, knowing that he had been feeling frustrated for too long and had finally turned the tables, which was why he lost control of his emotions. Page 13. After venting his anger, Kojima Murakami finally calmed down a bit, only to realize that Uchiha Kazuyama had been calmly watching him the whole time, as if watching a monkey jumping around. This discovery made him furious again, and a fierce look flashed across his face. It's always like this. These guys from ninja clans always look down on him and look at him like that, as if he's a clown who's not worth taking seriously. This time, I'll use my fists to shatter your disgusting expressions, to make you understand that I am not someone to be bullied, that I am a being more powerful than you, to make you take me seriously, to make you fear me, and to make me your eternal shadow and nightmare. Thinking of this, Kojima could no longer hold back and decided to take action immediately to kill this annoying guy. He first threw 2 kunai at Uchiha Okayama to block his escape route, and then, with a kick of his back foot, he rushed forward at a speed much faster than that of an ordinary ninja, holding the kunai in his hand. Uchiha Kakuzan shifted his body slightly and dodged the 2 kunai thrown at him. Because the Sharingan's dynamic vision is much stronger than that of ordinary eyes, although Uchiha Kakuzan's speed was far inferior to that of Kojima Murao, he could still barely hold his own against him with the help of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kazuyama always dodged the kunai that Kojima Murakami swung at him by the narrowest of margins. For those that he couldn't dodge, he would use the kunai in his hand to block them. For a time, although Uchiha Kazuyama was at a disadvantage, he could still barely hold on. Chapter 32 The Island of Whirlpools. Chapter 32 The Island of Whirlpools. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit itself does not enhance the physical body, and the Uchiha clan has never produced a strong person known for their physical strength, because they are simply not good at it. Moreover, since they can use ninjutsu and genjutsu, why would they bother to train in taijutsu, which is a thankless task? As a typical Uchiha Kakuzan's taijutsu was also quite average. Therefore, when dealing with Kojima Murasake, who possessed the lightning release armor that greatly enhanced his taijutsu, Uchiha Kakuzan's taijutsu shortcomings were exposed. He could only barely manage to hold his own, rather than engaging in a back-and-forth battle. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzan wouldn't be so foolish as to compare his own weaknesses with the enemy's strengths. As Kojima Murao's attacks became more and more intense and faster, Uchiha Kakuzan gradually began to fall behind Kojima Murao's speed. It was the kind of situation where his eyes could see, but his body couldn't keep up. As time went on, Kojima Murakami finally found an opening in Uchiha Kakuyama's defenses and casually slit his throat with a kunai. With a loud bang, Uchiha Kazuyama's shadow clone disappeared. Kojima Murao, seeing Uchiha Kazuyama's shadow clone disappear, although he was prepared, still felt annoyed and spat out a mouthful of saliva to express his displeasure. The villager on the island was now bursting with confidence, feeling that he could even crush a jonin from the Uchiha clan. Not daring to confront his own strength directly, he couldn't help but taunt. Is this what a strong member of the Uchiha clan looks like? I wonder how you became a jonin. Does our Hokage go easy on you clan ninjas, even when it comes to the standards of a jonin? Just then, Uchiha Kakuyama finally slowly walked out. However, his eyes were not the 3-tomo Sharingan that Kojima Murasaki had just seen. Instead, they were a different kind of Sharingan that Kojima Murasaki had never seen before. They looked like a 4-cornered windmill slowly turning. Seeing Uchiha Kakuyama's Sharingan, which was different from the ordinary Sharingan, Kojima Murasaki did not know what it was, but he felt a sense of panic. As Uchiha Kakuzan slowly approached, his Mangekyo Sharingan gradually stopped spinning. As the Mangekyo Sharingan ceased spinning, wisps of bright blue lightning appeared on Uchiha Kakuzan's body. Upon seeing the color on Uchiha Kakuzan's body that Kojima Murao was all too familiar with, Kojima Murao's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. How could he not recognize it, because his own body was now flashing with the same bright blue lightning as Uchiha Kakuzan's. The islander seemed to feel his worldview collapsing, his body seemingly uncontrollably retreating backward, muttering to himself, "This is impossible, this is impossible. I suffered so much to learn this secret technique, I practiced for so long, how could you have learned it just by glancing at it twice?" As they were talking, suddenly, the villager on the island seemed to realize something, as if he had just woken up. Illusion, this must be illusion. Your Uchiha clan is the best at illusion. You must have cast an illusion on me. What I am seeing must be an illusion. At this point, the islander repeatedly formed hand seals, shouting, "Undo, undo, undo it for me." Suddenly, the villager on the island glared at him fiercely. "Since I can't break your illusion, then I'll take matters into my own hands and defeat you, you imposter who loves to play tricks on people." As he spoke, the bright blue lightning on Kojima Murakami intensified, and he suddenly charged towards Uchiha Okayama. Uchiha Kakuzan neither used his eye techniques nor his ninjutsu, but instead seemed eager to try his luck as the young man from Kojima charged towards him. Just now, while Uchiha Kazuyama was fighting Kojima Murao with his shadow clone, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, the copying eye. This was the first time Uchiha Kazuyama had used this eye technique since he obtained it, and it went unexpectedly smoothly. While Kojima Murao was fighting, the copying eye learned the secret technique lightning release armor on his body, and even learned to use it according to his own physical condition, easily reaching the level that Kojima Murao had learned. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Kojima Murao rushing towards him, he also suddenly increased the output of his lightning release armor chakra, charging towards him with a much denser blue light than Kojima Murao. Uchiha Kakuzan felt it clearly. Ever since he put on the lightning release armor, his reflexes had been greatly improved, and his speed had also increased significantly. Combined with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he could easily crush Kojima Murasaki who was charging at him. Before Kojima could even exchange a few blows with him, the kunao in his hand was knocked away, and he was easily captured alive by Uchiha Kakuzan. As for the current Kojima villager, since he has already seen his own Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzan can no longer release him or hand him over to the village. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan does not trust his character to take him under his command. The entire Uchiha clan is now under the control of Uchiha Kakiyama, and he himself is not short of manpower. Uchiha Kakuzan touched Kojima Murao's neck a few times, still hesitant to snap his neck and kill this somewhat talented man. Finally, he knocked Kojima Murao unconscious with a chop to the neck, locking him up for later. Besides, he had only learned the first stage of lightning release armor, while the Raikage lineage's lightning release armor had 3 stages. He wondered if Kojima Murao possessed any further secret techniques. Through Takamagahara, Uchiha Kakiyama returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, leaving the unconscious Kojima Murakami to Uchiha Fugaku, who then imprisoned him in Uchiha's own secret prison, waiting for the cooldown period of his Kota Amatsukami to pass before returning to find him. The mission was considered complete, but Uchiha Kakuzan's purpose for this trip was not yet fulfilled. Uchiha Kakuzan found a cargo ship passing through the land of whirlpools at the seaside dock. After negotiations, the captain agreed to let him board the ship, considering that he was a ninja from Konoha. On the ship, through conversation and inquiry, Uchiha Kakiyama learned that there were no ships going to the land of whirlpools at the coast. Although the island was large and had abundant resources, the route to the land of whirlpools was filled with unseen currents and whirlpools, making it dangerous for ships to approach, let alone reach the island. This is why it is called the Land of Whirlpools, formerly known as Whirlpool Island. Moreover, after the destruction of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Whirlpools, so many people died on the island that no one wanted to go there anymore. So, despite the island's large size, very few people actually settled there. Chapter 33 Actions of All Parties. Chapter 33 Actions of All Parties. After 2 days of sailing, the merchant ship stopped some distance from Uzushima Island. Uchiha Kakuzan, on board, could see Uzushima Island in the distance. The island was quite large, appearing quite spacious even from a distance. After bidding farewell to the captain, Uchiha Kakuzan jumped off the ship and ran towards Uzushima Island, wading through the water. Meanwhile, when Uchiha Kakiyama arrived at Uzushioka Island, undercurrents were swirling within Konoha village. In a secluded cave, Shimura Danzo sat silently on a stone chair carved from stone, motionless. The flickering light from the torches beside him illuminated his expressionless face, making it appear as if he were looking at a subordinate kneeling on the ground before him, listening to him report intelligence. Lord Danzo, we've already questioned those who teamed up with Uchiha Shisui and those he rescued during his missions. It's clear that Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan has indeed undergone a transformation, completely different from the ordinary 3-tomo pattern. Furthermore, both his observational skills and his ability to amplify genjutsu far surpass those of the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Based on this comparison, we can confirm that Uchiha Shisui's eyes have evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After reporting the intelligence, the root ninja, kneeling on the ground, remained silent, motionless in his half-kneeling position, as if forgotten. The 2 people in the cave were momentarily silent. If it weren't for the flickering firelight within, they probably wouldn't have noticed the passage of time. After a long while, Danzo slightly opened his eyes. The Uchiha clan has finally produced the Mangekyo Sharingan again. Tobirama-sensei was right. The evil Uchiha clan does indeed possess power surpassing the 3-tomo Sharingan. It was because Madara Uchiha possessed this evil power that the Hokage died young. It seems that it is time to completely eradicate the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an Umbu member was reporting, Hokage-sama, Danzo's root organization has been quite active lately, seemingly investigating Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan. We wonder what Danzo intends to do. Should we investigate further? If we do, it might alert Root. The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk, quietly listening to his subordinate's report. He picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Danzo, have you realized it yet? Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan is still not hidden. Shisui is a supporter of my will of fire. I will protect him no matter what. Danzo, I, Saratobi Hiruzen, am the Hokage. Don't cross the line. Thinking of this, the third Hokage gripped his pipe tighter, took a deep drag, exhaled, and then gave the order. Investigate thoroughly, regardless of whether the root will find out. Also, send a small team to secretly protect Uchiha Shisui, but do not follow Shisui into the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon hearing the third Hokage's order, the ANBU member standing in front of the table finally raised his head, revealing a face covered by a black mask. His headband was askew, obscuring one of his eyes. Only his silver-white hair revealed his identity, the genius of Konoha, the disciple of the fourth Hokage, a genius ninja who became a jonin at the young age of 12, Heitake Kakashi. Kakashi Heitake can be considered a grand disciple of the third Hokage, and his father, Sakumo Heitake, was also a supporter of the third Hokage. Therefore, Kakashi Heitake is a member of the Hokage lineage, a true and righteous one. After Kakashi agreed, the third Hokage, still somewhat worried, instructed him, Kakashi, don't underestimate Shisui Uchiha just because he's from the Uchiha clan. He perfectly inherited the will of fire from Kagami Uchiha, the disciple of the second Hokage and Tobirama. So, you need to be careful and not let Danzo ruin our promising young talent. Upon hearing the third Hokage's instructions, Kakashi understood the importance of Uchiha Shisui. After solemnly promising to complete the mission, he put on his fox mask and left using the body flicker technique. As the protagonist of this plan, Uchiha Shisui also noticed something was wrong. In addition to the fact that there were more people following him in the clan's territory, since he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, not only did his chakra and observation skills increase dramatically, but his intuition also became very sharp, possibly due to the increase in his mental strength. Although the people following him were very professional and did not reveal themselves, Uchiha Shisui still keenly sensed them. Moreover, Shisui could feel that there were not just one or two new people around him, but at least a group of them. Furthermore, the chakra of this group was so gloomy and oppressive that it could be felt by those with keen senses. Uchiha Shisui sensed that it must be one of Danzo's people. Only someone from Root, someone who has lost all emotion and is completely numb, could give off such a gloomy and somber feeling. Uchiha Shisui guessed that Danzo would make his move against him within the next few days, so he didn't waste any time and, according to plan, immediately reported the matter to the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon receiving Shisui's notification, Fugaku immediately summoned Uchiha Mikato and asked her to inform Uchiha Kakiyama. Before leaving, Uchiha Kakuzan told Uchiha Fugaku that if he needed to contact him urgently, he could do so through Uchiha Mikato, who knew how to quickly find and notify him. Upon learning of this, Mikato Uchiha realized the importance of the matter and, without delay, entered a secluded place and activated the spatial mark left by Uchiha Okayama on her forehead. In just a moment, Mikato Uchiha felt a slight dizziness and found herself on an island in the Takamagahara space. Because the time in Takamagahara is different from the outside world, it was still night when Uchiha Mikato entered. Although it was night, the space wasn't completely dark. The sky glowed faintly, giving the entire area a gentle light. After entering, Uchiha Mikato didn't wander off. She simply stood there quietly, waiting for Uchiha Okazan's arrival while admiring the island's beautiful scenery. Uchiha Kakuzan had told her that if she needed to contact him urgently, she could activate the mark to enter the space, because this space was bound to his Sharingan, and he could sense if someone entered. Just as Uchiha Mikato was quietly admiring the beautiful scenery, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, tightly wrapping around her waist and pulling her close. At the same time, a warm breath gently blew against her ear, instantly raising goosebumps on her skin. Mikatone, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Chapter 34 Human Life Matters. Chapter 34 A Matter of Life and Death. Uchiha Mikato's tense body immediately softened upon hearing this voice, allowing him to hold her tightly in his arms, a pleasant scent enveloping her. Her once clear eyes closed slightly as Uchiha Mikato leaned softly against Uchiha Okayama's chest, murmuring, "You've come." Uchiha Kakuzan heard her words and whispered in her ear, "I sensed that Mikato came in. There's no one here. How can I bear to leave my sister here waiting for me alone?" As he spoke, Uchiha Kakiyama gently kissed Mikato's earlobe. After being kissed, Mikato Uchiha's already weak body completely lost its strength and collapsed into Uchiha Okayama's arms. Sensing Mikato's affection, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't waste any more words. He released one arm from around Mikato's waist and swept her up in a princess carry, heading towards a house not far away. "It's perfect timing that Sister Mei-chin is here. Let's take a look at my new house together and see if the quality is good. Let's test it out together." Upon hearing Chio Shanjun's words, Uchiha Mikato suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. Realizing that if she didn't speak now, she would never have another chance, she hurriedly began to speak. "Kyuko-kun, I've come here on business. Fugaku asked me to tell you that Danzo has taken notice of Uchiha Shisui, and he'll probably make his move in the next few days. He asked me to ask when you'll be able to go back." Uchiha Kakuzan, who was carrying Mikato, paused for a moment and asked, "Where is Shisui now? Is he in danger?" Mikato, nestled in Uchiha Okayama's arms, shook her little face. "Shisui is not in danger now. To prevent any accidents, Uchiha Fugaku told him not to leave the clan's territory for the time being. We'll talk about it when you get back." Uchiha Kakiyama narrowed his eyes slightly. So, Uchiha Shisui is not in mortal danger right now. Mikoto Uchiha nodded hesitantly. Yes, Shisui is currently in the clan's territory and is not in any immediate danger. Upon hearing Mikoto's answer, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded in satisfaction and continued carrying Mikoto toward the house. I understand. I have some things to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll take you back with me. Don't worry, it won't delay things. I still have things to do. Will it take a long time? Should I go back and tell Fugaku first? Uchiha Mikoto asked hesitantly. At this moment, Uchiha Kakuzan had already carried Mikoto into the house and closed the door behind him. Whether it takes long to get things done depends on your performance. I'm here, Mikoto Nichan. With that, Uchiha Kakuzan threw Mikoto onto the bed and pounced on her himself. Is that so? What's wrong with this? This is a matter of life and death. By the way, Mikotone, have you been feeling unwell lately? Have you felt nauseous? How can it be so fast? Chioshan-kun seems stronger than before, and his movements are more vigorous. Slow down, I can't take it anymore. It should be said that the lightning release armor is indeed the fundamental secret technique of the Reikage lineage. It can not only be used in battle to increase one's speed and reaction speed to kill enemies, but it can also be used as a body training technique to make one's physical body stronger. The Reikage relied on this secret technique to make his body able to contend with the tailed beasts, and finally, he was even able to suppress the tailed beasts. Since obtaining this secret technique a few days ago, Uchiha Kakuzan has been practicing it in his spare time. Perhaps because Uchiha Kakuzan is still in his developmental stage, the effect is unexpectedly good. In just a few days, Uchiha Kakiyama clearly felt significant changes in his body. Not only had his strength increased, but his physique had also become more robust, and his reaction speed had improved considerably. His appetite had also increased exponentially, at least doubling. Moreover, this is only the beginning, and there have already been obvious changes. It is far from reaching the limit of this secret technique. The Reikage lineage relied on this secret technique to reach the Kage level with just their physical bodies. Since no one was around to disturb her, Mikoto Uchiha was able to unleash her full power. As Uchiha Okayama charged at her, Mikoto responded fiercely, and the fight became a close and evenly matched contest. In the end, because Uchiha Kakuzan had mastered a secret technique that greatly enhanced his physical abilities, Uchiha Mikoto's attempt ended in failure and she repeatedly begged for mercy. After the two finished getting ready, Uchiha Kakuzan put his arm around Uchiha Mikoto and came out of the space. The place where they appeared was the secluded bedroom in the clan head's house. After leaving, Uchiha Mikoto separated from Chioshan. After all, this was Uchiha Fugaku's house, and it was daytime. There were also people who frequently came to visit. If their relationship were discovered, it would not benefit anyone. Even if Uchiha Mikoto didn't consider Uchiha Fugaku, she had to consider her two sons. After leaving his bedroom and saying goodbye to Mikoto, Uchiha Kakuzan went directly to the clan head's reception room. As he expected, Uchiha Fugaku and the first elder were waiting for him there. Upon seeing Uchiha Kazuyama return, Uchiha Fugaku and the first elder did not exchange pleasantries with him. After Kazuyama settled down, the two briefly explained the current situation to him and waited for him to make a decision. Uchiha Kakiyama listened intently to their words, sensing that things were still going according to plan. He calmly took a sip of tea and said, "Let's proceed as planned. Just let Shisui take on the mission as usual. I reckon that given Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha, he'll be itching to act soon. As soon as Danzo makes a move, we'll immediately notify the heads of the various clans in the village, as well as the third Hokage. Then, we can legitimately allow some of our clan members to leave Konoha." Page 14. Without further ado, the two notified Shisui while secretly arranging manpower to ensure everything went smoothly. The day after Uchiha Kakuzan secretly returned, Kakuzan, who was still waiting for news at the clan head's house, received the news that Shisui, who had returned from a mission, was taken away halfway by route under the false order of the third Hokage. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately went to Danzo's root base with Uchiha Fugaku and some of his clansmen. We have to act quickly. Given Shimura Danzo's personality, he needs to be decisive to avoid any unforeseen complications and to ensure there are no future troubles. Upon receiving the news at Uchiha Okayama, while rushing towards the root base, Uchiha Shisui was already brought to the base gate by root personnel. In fact, when Uchiha Shisui first came into contact with the root members, he realized that the person who was looking for him was actually a member of root in disguise. However, in order to ensure the smooth progress of his plan, Shisui did not expose them. Chapter 35 Encirclement. Chapter 35 The Encirclement. As expected, Uchiha Shisui was taken directly to the root base. The root's base is a closely guarded secret to ordinary people, but for Jonin, especially those from powerful clans, it's practically common knowledge. When Uchiha Shisui was taken to the secret room and met Shimura Danzo, he was not surprised at all. Even though Danzo didn't show any hostility, Uchiha Shisui still had to show him some respect. Shisui bowed slightly and gave a simple greeting. "Greetings, Lord Danzo." Danzo Shimura simply nodded and got straight to the point. Uchiha Shursui, I'm the one who invited you here. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback by Danzo's directness and said, I wonder what Danzo-sama wants with me. Actually, there's no need to use the third Hokage's name. I knew Danzo-sama wanted to summon me, and I would have come anyway. Danzo remained unmoved by Shisui's words. Having been able to operate in the shadows for so many years, his willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people. Whether Shisui's words were true or false, Danzo was content as long as he could achieve his goals. I was away for a while and only recently returned. My men told me that you had come to see me before. I called you here to ask what it was about. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Shursui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the idea of giving him Koda Amatsukami. His Mangekyo Sharingan had already been exposed, and Shimura Danzo was definitely prepared. Right now, there were most likely members of the Hyuga clan and sensory ninjas watching him from the shadows. Uchiha Shursui decided to proceed according to Okayama's plan. Uchiha Shursui lowered his eyes slightly, concealing his emotions. Shursui has come to visit you, sir, to ask if I, feeling that my strength is sufficient, may serve you. Danzo Shimura heard something unexpected, and his tone was filled with surprise. Oh, you actually want to serve me? I believe you've heard of who I am. Give me a reason why you want to serve me. Uchiha Kakuzan had already prepared a reason for Shursui, knowing that Danzo would never agree. Recently, the Uchiha clan has been having a hard time in the village and has not been getting along well with the village. Lord Danzo is an advisor to Konoha and a close friend of the third Hokage. Shursui hopes that you can mediate between the two and ease the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. When Shursui Uchiha said this, Danzo Shimura found it somewhat amusing. Didn't he know that the Uchiha's predicament in the village was partly due to his own actions? But why not take advantage of free labor that came to his door? Once it was in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted with it. Danzo Shimura agreed, that's easy. Someone, take Uchiha Shursui to receive the cursed seal. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Shursui took a step back. Lord Danzo, what do you mean? Seeing Shisui's reaction, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. What, you've changed your mind and don't want to serve me anymore? You should think carefully about the consequences of playing tricks on me. Uchiha Shursui was not intimidated by Danzo. I can serve you, but please refrain from using the cursed seal. If the head and elders of our Uchiha clan knew that Shursui had been given such a cursed seal, they would probably consider me a disgrace to the Uchiha clan and expel me from the clan. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Shimura Danzo became even angrier. You still say you're not just playing with me. Anyone who enters the route must undergo a cursed seal. Are you the only exception? Uchiha Shursui remained standing upright. I heard that one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, was once a member of Root. Does this mean Lord Orochimaru will also receive the cursed seal? Danzo, enraged by Shisui's words, laughed coldly. What are you to compare yourself to Orochimaru? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Shursui did not become angry. Instead, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, stared at Danzo, and unleashed an aura backed by immense chakra and superhuman mental strength, based on strength. Danzo Shimura sensed Shisui's powerful aura and abandoned his intention to underestimate him. However, he was not intimidated by Shursui, because he had seen too many strong people. In recent times, there were the third Hokage, the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, the legendary Sannin, and so on. In the distant past, there was the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and his teacher Tobirama Senju, all of whom were much stronger than Uchiha Shursui. Instead, he examined Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. These are the eyes that Uchiha Madara once possessed, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Yes, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. With these eyes, given time, I will definitely be able to surpass Orochimaru and become a peak Kage-level powerhouse. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Shimura Danzo shook his head. You only have the potential to become a strong person, but you have not already become a strong person like Orochimaru. Therefore, if you want to serve me and let me help you, you still have to accept the cursed seal. Uchiha Shursui sighed inwardly. If he didn't accept the cursed seal, he could stay by Shimura Danzo's side and have plenty of opportunities to use Koda Amatsukami. However, if he accepted the cursed seal, he would be controlled by Danzo. Moreover, Danzo had always coveted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If Danzo tried to steal his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be helpless. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shursui shook his head. Lord Danzo, there is no way I can accept your cursed seal. Since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. As Uchiha Shursui spoke, he became more vigilant and slowly walked towards the door. When Shimura Danzo saw that Uchiha Shursui wanted to leave, how could he let the duck that was about to be eaten fly away? A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Want to leave? Uchiha Shursui, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. If you want to leave now, it's probably too late. Make your move. Just as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Shursui noticed that more than a dozen people had surrounded him. Startled, he immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu, fire release, fire dragon technique. Uchiha Shursui truly lived up to his reputation as a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan. Faced with this situation, the only way to escape was to first use a ninjutsu with a wide area of effect to break through the encirclement. Faced with the Uchiha clan's wide-range fire jutsu, even the root members, who were known for being emotionless, could only temporarily evade and retreat. Danzo, however, was unconcerned, because he had already made preparations when Uchiha Shisui came to his door. The people who surrounded Shisui were just a diversionary tactic. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to escape the encirclement, he sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 36 Skull Version of Susanoo. Chapter 36 Skull Version of Susanoo. As those around him scrambled to avoid the fire-style attacks, Uchiha Shisui was preparing to jump out of the encirclement. Just as he was about to put his feet down, he felt a piercing pain coming from his feet. Shisui could only manage a few steps before he had to stop. This delay allowed the many root members who had jumped away to avoid the fire jutsu to swarm back in. Seeing that he had lost his best chance to escape, Uchiha Shisui calmed down instead. He endured the excruciating pain in his legs, reached out and drew his katana from his back, held it upright in front of him, and looked resolutely at Shimura Danzo, who had been sitting on the stone chair since the beginning. Although large beads of sweat, caused by the pain, streamed down his forehead and into his eyes, making them sting, Uchiha Shisui dared not blink, focusing intently on gripping his katana. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui was trapped inside and unable to escape, Danzo smiled with satisfaction, waved his hand, and ordered his men to halt their attack. Uchiha Shisui, you should know that you have no choice now. Obey me and accept the root's cursed seal. My promise will still stand, and I will mediate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. So, for the sake of your clan, Uchiha Shisui, choose to accept. If you don't accept, even if you manage to escape, you will still be poisoned to death by the poison my men just administered. To put it bluntly, even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, couldn't break the root's poison. Uchiha Shisui felt the poison slowly spreading upwards from his feet, but he was not swayed by Danzo's words. His eyes remained fixed on Danzo. Don't underestimate the Uchiha clan, and don't underestimate me, Uchiha Shisui. I am Shisui of the body flicker technique. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be devoured by my backlash. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have the pride of the Uchiha. There are only Uchiha who die in battle, not Uchiha Shisui who kneels. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Danzo Shimura knew there was no way to persuade him further. If he hadn't feared that Shisui might destroy his Mangekyo Sharingan in a final, desperate attack, Danzo wouldn't have bothered with all this talk. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had already decided to die, Shimura Danzo didn't waste any more words, kill him. The root members who were already around Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing Danzo's order, did not hesitate any longer and rushed towards Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui knew he couldn't escape this time, but he had to do his best to keep his promises. Since I have already promised Uchiha Kakuzan, even if I die, I will leave him with a complete corpse and do my best to fulfill my promise. Moreover, Danzo Shimura, don't underestimate my body flicker Shisui. Just as more than a dozen root members rushed towards him with weapons in hand, Uchiha Shisui began to fully activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster and faster, and just as the root members were about to pounce on Uchiha Shisui felt a sharp pain coming from his eyes. The pain was much worse than the pain in his legs, and even Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but let out a loud howl. Just as his eyes were throbbing with pain, a special power burst forth uncontrollably from the Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly enveloping Uchiha Shisui and easily sweeping away the enemies who surrounded him. As Uchiha Shisui easily swept away those who were attacking him, Shimura Danzo finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up from the stone chair and stared intently at Uchiha Shisui, or more accurately, at the massive skeleton radiating green light surrounding him. Uchiha Shisui finally couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. He held a katana in one hand and covered his eyes with the other, trying to relieve the pain, but it didn't help at all. A small amount of blood flowed from between his fingers covering his eyes. The enormous green skeleton formed by Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to emerge from the void, without any support, yet it firmly protected Uchiha Shisui inside. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's eyes were only on the green skeleton. He stared at it with fascination, muttering to himself, Susanoo, the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha's ultimate weapon. It disappeared with Madara Uchiha's death. I never thought that after so many years, it would finally reappear. Although it is only the lowest version, it still shows a breathtaking sharpness. If we're talking about who understands the Uchiha clan best, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is definitely one of them. As the saying goes, the person who understands you best isn't your friend, but your enemy. Since their lineage originated from Indra and Apollo, the Senju and Uchiha clans have been enemies for millennia, fighting endlessly for thousands of years. As the head of the Senju clan and its intellectual leader, how could Tobirama Senju not understand the Uchiha clan? As a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Shimura Danzo did not learn about the secrets of the Uchiha clan from Tobirama's records after Tobirama's death. Because he understood it, he longed for it because he longed for it, he became obsessed with it. That's why Shimura Danzo never forgot about the Sharingan. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's situation was very bad, because there was no cure for the poison he was afflicted with. This poison was essentially a nano-sized poisonous insect created by Abarame Torun, a trusted subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Abarame Torun's nano-sized poisonous insects are unique even among the Abarame clan, the largest insect-controlling clan in the ninja world. Because the insects are so small, Uchiha Shisui was poisoned without even realizing it. If Danzo hadn't instructed him to focus on control to limit Shisui's mobility, Shisui would have died long ago. Moreover, this poisonous insect can only be controlled by Abarame Torun, which is why Shimura Danzo made the arrogant statement that even Tsunade couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, the poisonous insects had already spread from his feet to his knees. Uchiha Shisui knew that if he didn't find a way out, he would really die here. Looking at the sternum surrounding him, Uchiha Shisui had a sudden thought, and two arms and hands that were now just bones suddenly appeared around him. Danzo Shimura, who had been observing the skeletal Susanoo from the sidelines, suddenly changed his calm expression when he saw the skeletal arm appear. He shouted, "Stop him!" Chapter 37 Ji Shui's Admonition. Chapter 37 Ji Shui's Admonition. Before Shimura Danzo could react, Uchiha Shisui had already controlled the skeletal hand to gently insert it into the stone wall beside him, as if it were inserted into tofu. With a gentle push from the skeletal arm, Uchiha Shisui's body was easily propelled forward, rushing towards the cave entrance. Upon hearing Danzo Shimura's order, the root members, realizing what was happening, deflected all the kunao, shuriken, and various hidden weapons they threw at them with the skull version of Susanoo. Because Uchiha Shisui was protected by the skull version of Susanoo, Shimura Danzo knew that even if he chased after him, he would not be able to stop Uchiha Shisui. Danzo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to give chase, while he leisurely followed behind. Although it was unlikely that he could leave Uchiha Shisui behind, what if Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo's time was up? Wouldn't he be able to pick him up then? Despite the pain, Uchiha Shisui controlled the skeletal arm and led him towards the cave entrance. After a short time, Uchiha Shisui finally escaped from the cave. Shisui looked up at the sky and felt as if he had been in another world. The sky was still the same sky, but the feeling was different. Although he had escaped from Danzo Shimura's root base, Shisui Uchiha knew that now was not the time to relax. The pursuers would be arriving soon, and he should make a quick escape. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui could sense that his Susanoo was about to expire, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was now causing him to convulse in pain. If it weren't for his previous training, he might not have been able to hold on. Now, what's truly giving way is his own body. When Uchiha Shisui was fleeing, he tried everything. He drank all the antidotes he usually carried, but they had no effect whatsoever. Moreover, the poison he was afflicted with seemed to be enraged by his act of drinking the antidote, and its upward invasion was showing signs of accelerating. Uchiha Shisui didn't linger at the cave entrance and headed straight for the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. Otherwise, if his Susanoo's duration ended and the pursuers caught up, things would go badly. The root base is quite far from Konoha village. Otherwise, if it were seen by wandering Konoha villagers or genin who were collecting materials around Konoha village, and then leaked out, it would be bad. Actually, this distance is nothing to a jonin, but for Uchiha Shisui now, it feels like an unattainable dream. As he drew closer to Konoha, Uchiha Shisui felt himself approaching his limit. He had lost all feeling below his chest. The poison had reached there, and once it reached his heart, it would be the end of his life. Moreover, his Susanoo had reached its limit. Shisui felt a throbbing pain in his head, a sign that his mental energy was about to be exhausted. Uchiha Shisui felt his mind becoming hazy. The fact that he could still control Susanoo to escape was entirely due to instinct and the little bit of clarity he maintained with all his might. Just then, Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The poisonous insects had attacked it. With this pain, Uchiha Shisui could no longer endure it, and the skeletal Susanoo dissipated. Shisui's body crashed heavily to the ground. As he fell, a sliver of clarity returned to his mind, but his body had reached its limit and he could no longer move. Alas, in the end, he still failed to keep his promise to Chiyo-shan. I hope Chiyo-shan can take advantage of this opportunity to lead his people out of the fate of being wiped out. Uchiha Shisui opened his eyes. His body could no longer maintain the Sharingan, so he only had black pupils and black eyes. He looked at the birds flying in the sky and smiled slightly with difficulty. He felt his vision going black and his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. He felt as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly heard Uchiha Kakiyama calling his name. Uchiha Shisui thought he was hallucinating, but then the call became clearer and clearer, letting Shisui know that Uchiha Kakiyama had come to find him. He tried to open his mouth, but could only make a weak sound. Just as Uchiha Shisui was getting anxious, worried that Uchiha Kakiyama hadn't noticed him, he suddenly felt the ground around him shake. Then, his vision was blocked. Uchiha Shisui tried to focus his eyes and saw Uchiha Kakiyama's anxious face. Seeing that Shisui didn't even have the strength to speak, Uchiha Kakuzan quickly used the palm healing technique to check his body and see if it could be healed. When Uchiha Kageme's healing palm technique touched Shisui's body, he sensed something was wrong and quickly tore open Shisui's clothes. He saw that Shisui's entire body was purple from poisoning, and his cells were already dead. The healing palm technique was powerless to save him. Seeing Chiyo-shan's expression, Uchiha Shisui understood what was going on. He knew his own body best and didn't believe Shimura Danzo would lie to him. If he said that no one else could save him, then it was highly likely that no one could save him. Page 15. Uchiha Shisui forced a smile, but could only whisper, "I've fulfilled my promise to you. I've brought my body back intact. The rest is up to you." When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Shisui's appearance, even though he knew he had a backup plan and that even if Shisui was dead, he would probably be back in front of him alive and kicking in a few hours, he still couldn't help but feel sad. Then, Uchiha Shisui tilted his head and said to the boy who had been standing to the side since the beginning, "Itake, you have to take good care of yourself from now on. Don't overthink things. If you encounter any problems, you can ask your older brother, Kiyoshin. He's very smart. Don't forget, you have a younger brother who needs to be taken care of. Only by taking care of yourself can you take care of others." It turns out that the Uchiha clan members who came with Uchiha Kakuzan this time, as well as Uchiha Itaki who had returned from a mission a few days ago, came along because they heard that they were here to rescue their most respected elder brother Shisui. Uchiha Kakuzan was preoccupied with Shisui, so he didn't notice that Uchiha Itaki had sneaked in. When Itaki Uchiha saw his closest friend Shisui on the verge of death, he seemed unable to accept it. Although his facial expression didn't change much, his clenched fists and constantly contracting pupils revealed his inner turmoil. Chapter 38 Shisui's Death. Chapter 38 The Death of Shisui. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to say something, Uchiha Kakiyama suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction Uchiha Shisui had come from. More than a dozen ninjas dressed in black quickly arrived and stood not far from them, spreading out to surround them, while an old man slowly approached from behind. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw the old man's attire, he immediately understood the origin of this group of people. It was Shimura Danzo and his root ninjas. Uchiha Kakiyama took 2 steps forward, shielding Shisui and Itaka behind him, his eyes fixed on the newcomer, but he remained silent. Danzo Shimura emerged from behind the root members and saw Shisui lying on the ground. Although he didn't speak, everyone could see the satisfied smile on Danzo's face. He hadn't expected to actually catch up with Uchiha Shisui in the end. Although he had a few troublesome Uchiha brats around him, as long as he could bring Uchiha Shisui back, even if the head of the Uchiha clan came looking for him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Seeing Shimura Danzo approaching, Uchiha Kakuzan questioned, "Who are you people? Why is Shisui like this? Is it related to you?" Although Uchiha Kakuzan stepped forward, Shimura Danzo didn't take these Uchiha brats seriously. He completely ignored Kakuzan's question, instead waving his hand and saying, "Take Uchiha Shisui back." Seeing that Shimura Danzo was ignoring him, Chiyo-shan felt the root members following him were even more restless. He took out a kunao and held it in front of him, activating his 3 tomo Sharingan. The 3 tomo spun wildly in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Let's see who dares." The Uchiha members who came with Uchiha Kazuyama, seeing Kazuyama's response, also drew their weapons and faced Shimura Danzo, their attitude self-evident. For a moment, tensions rose between the 2 teams, as if they were about to fight. When Shimura Danzo saw Uchiha Kageme's 3 tomo Sharingan, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that the person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. To avoid any complications, he said in a serious tone, "Uchiha Shisui is suspected of treason. We need to take him back for interrogation." Uchiha Kakuzan, however, grasped the meaning behind his words. "So, you're saying that Shisui's current state is also your doing?" To this question, Shimura Danzo did not refute it. "I want to arrest him. All of this is due to his resistance. Get out of the way. We still need to arrest Uchiha Shisui. Is your obstruction related to this treasonous act?" Uchiha Kakiyama did not step aside. Uchiha Shisui is a jonin directly under the 3rd Hokage. Even if he is to be arrested, it is a matter for the 3rd Hokage and the Umbu. Besides, as a member of the Uchiha clan, even if Uchiha Shisui is to be arrested and interrogated, our Uchiha clan head has the right to request to participate. As he spoke, he looked Shimura Danzo up and down. "You are neither the 3rd Hokage nor members of the Umbu. Who gave you the right to arrest members of our Uchiha clan?" Just as the 2 were locked in a stalemate, and Shimura Danzo was about to make a move, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived with the elite of the Uchiha clan, followed by representatives from various clans throughout Konoha. Although the Uchiha clan and they had a bad relationship, inviting them was still an option. Moreover, the people who invited them told them that it was Shimura Danzo's root members who were plotting against their clan's bloodline limit and secret techniques. They said that if they dared to plot against the Uchiha clan today, they would plot against their clan's bloodline limit and secret techniques tomorrow. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage was also alerted by the Uchiha clan's invitation to many clan representatives and rushed over with a team of Umbu members. Among those who came with him were medical ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu. At Fugaku Uchiha's request and at the 3rd Hokage's instruction, they began to treat Shisui Uchiha's injuries. After examining Uchiha Shursui, the medical ninja couldn't help but shake his head and say, "The poison he was poisoned with is very rare. It's the first time I've ever seen it. I can only use a secret technique to help him recover and speak, but there's still no way to save his life." With the help of this medical ninja, Uchiha Shursui finally recovered somewhat and said with difficulty, "Third Hokage, clan head, it was Shinmura Danzo who poisoned me in order to obtain my Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, I can sense that there is also a Sharingan hidden in the eye that is covered by bandages." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the heads of the various clans around him exchanged bewildered glances. They knew that Shinmura Danzo had always coveted their clan's bloodline limits and secret techniques, and had frequently used the third Hokage's name to demand people from them. Out of respect for the third Hokage, they reluctantly accepted it. This is how Danzo Shinmura's subordinates, Abarame Torun and Yamanaka Fu, came to power. But they never expected him to be so audacious, openly committing murder and robbery. The Uchiha clan members standing nearby were furious upon hearing Shisui's words. They all activated their Sharingan, glaring at Danzo Shinmura and demanding that he remove the bandages to verify whether Shisui's words were true. Although Shinmura Danzo didn't know how Uchiha Shursui discovered the Sharingan he had transplanted into his eye, he wasn't stupid. He knew that he had already incurred the wrath of many people and couldn't expose the Sharingan he had transplanted, otherwise things would become even more difficult to handle. Seeing that it was impossible to bring Uchiha Shursui back, Shinmura Danzo had no intention of staying. He left with only the words, "I don't need to explain my actions to anyone," and turned to leave, with the root members following behind him to cover his retreat. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui finally couldn't hold on any longer. His breathing became weaker and weaker, and then he let out a long breath and stopped breathing. Seeing Shisui's death and witnessing Shinmura Danzo's indifferent attitude trying to run away after causing trouble, Uchiha Kakuzan felt a deep anger. In the original work, it was Shinmura Danzo who bewitched Uchiha Itachi and gave him the mission to exterminate the Uchiha clan. From the Sharingan that appeared on Shinmura Danzo's arm later, we can see how much benefit he gained from the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Shinmura Danzo was trying to escape, Uchiha Kakuzan could no longer tolerate it and shouted, "Old dog, you killed Shursui, where do you think you're going? Die." Chapter 39 Betrayal of the Village. Chapter 39 Betrayal of the Village. "You old dog, go to hell." With that, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the chakra within his body surged wildly. Kakuzan endured the pain in his eyes and shouted, "Susana." At that moment, huge, dark purple bones that seemed to be emitting purple flames emerged from Uchiha Kakuzan's body, piecing together a huge, complete human skeleton that enveloped Uchiha Kakuzan. Then, muscles and skin grew on the bones, transforming the giant skeleton into a colossal giant that inspired fear in all who saw it. Finally, the giant donned dark purple armor, wielded a massive longsword, and glowed with a faint purple light. Amidst the fearful gazes of those around him, the giant swung his sword directly at Danzo and his group. With a deafening roar, Danzo and his companions were instantly reduced to ashes before they could even react. Just then, Shinmura Danzo suddenly appeared without warning on the ruins that had just been destroyed by the long sword, and he didn't look disheveled at all, let alone injured. However, after appearing, Danzo Shinmura did not hesitate to flee into the distance. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Shinmura Danzo appear unharmed, he was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he remembered something, he scoffed with annoyance, but did not pursue him. Killing him once in a fit of rage was acceptable, but pursuing him again would mean completely breaking ties with the third Hokage. The higher-ups in Konoha all knew that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his advisor, Danzo Shinmura, were inseparable buddies. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was a case of "you can kill my wife, but you can't kill my best buddy, Danzo Shinmura." The third Hokage and Danzo were basically childhood friends and brothers. Although Danzo had his own selfish desires in establishing Root, it is undeniable that Root did solve a lot of unspeakable troubles for the third Hokage in the shadows. Therefore, when Danzo was instantly killed by Uchiha Kakuzan's Susanoo, the third Hokage's expression changed. Later, when he saw that Danzo had survived, his expression improved. As Shinmura Danzo's fleeing figure receded into the distance, Uchiha Kakuzan suppressed the urge to strike him again. He turned back, looking down at the group of people standing beneath his Susanoo, and slowly dissipated the divine power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. With the dissipation of Susanoo, Uchiha Kakuzan, using the residual power of Susanoo, gently floated down. To the onlookers, it looked as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Upon seeing Uchiha Kakiyama's unique yet captivating Sharingan again, he couldn't help but recall the unparalleled strike from that giant sword, and he took a few more steps away from Uchiha Kakiyama. After Uchiha Kazuyama landed and stood firm, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward and walked towards him. Upon seeing the third Hokage heading towards Kazuyama, the Uchiha clan members, including Fugaku Uchiha and his entourage, quickly gathered behind Kazuyama, inadvertently creating a standoff with the third Hokage and his group. The third Hokage, however, did not feel displeased upon seeing this. Firstly, their Uchiha clan had just lost a genius, Uchiha Shursui, whose death was inextricably linked to Danzo. Secondly, Uchiha Kakuzen had just displayed unparalleled power. In the ninja world, power equals authority. Back then, Hashirama Senjo and Madara Uchiha established the first ninja village in the ninja world precisely because of their unstoppable power. When Uchiha Kakuzen saw the third Hokage approaching, he did not show any hostility. Instead, he addressed the third Hokage with some indignation, saying, "Greetings, third Hokage-sama." The third Hokage didn't blame Uchiha Kakuzen for his attitude. Everyone gets angry sometimes, and besides, Danzo went too far this time. The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Kakuzen's Mangekyo Sharingan with a sigh, and suddenly thought of Uchiha Shisui. Sigh, what a good child he was. Not only did he have eyes similar to the person in front of him, but he was also the perfect successor to the will of the mirror fire of the Uchiha clan. If he had been properly trained, he could have reached a level of strength that could rival Uchiha Kakuzen. I never expected that he would be inexplicably destroyed by Danzo. Thinking of this, the third Hokage felt even worse. Looking at Uchiha Kakuzen, whose face was filled with anger and sorrow, and the Uchiha clan members behind him, he immediately took off the Hokage hat he was wearing, placed it in front of his chest, and bowed deeply to the Uchiha clan. When the Uchiha group saw that the usually aloof Hokage had actually bowed to them, they were immediately startled and didn't know what to do. The anger on their faces had vanished without a trace. After bowing, the third Hokage said with a sorrowful expression, "Alas, I am very sorry about what happened to Uchiha Shisui. As the leader of the village, I failed to restrain Danzo and allowed him to run rampant. Rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation." He then sighed again. Shisui was also an old friend of mine, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. You could say I watched him grow up. He was almost like my own child. I never imagined he would suffer such a tragedy at such a young age. Alas. When the third Hokage said this, he was also thinking of his eldest son and daughter-in-law, who had also passed away at a young age, leaving behind only a newborn child. His wife, Biwako, had also sacrificed herself on the night of the nine-tailed fox. As the third Hokage spoke, he couldn't help but walk to the side of Uchiha Shisui's body, bend down and gently stroke Shisui's young face, his heart filled with reluctance and sorrow. Then, straightening up, he solemnly addressed the Uchiha group, "Shimura Danzo has gone too far this time. I will remove him from his position as leader of Root and advisor to Konoha, and I will hold a grand funeral for Uchiha Shisui. I will also compensate Shisui's family and the Uchiha clan. Do you have any other requests?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kakuzen knew that his long-planned opportunity to separate the Uchiha clan from Konoha had arrived. If he could seize this opportunity and get the Uchiha clan out of the village, he would be free to roam the world. Uchiha Kakuzen looked solemnly at the third Hokage opposite him and said carefully, word by word, "We are deeply troubled by this incident. Moreover, our Uchiha clan does not get along well with the village. We Uchiha have decided to resign from our positions in the Konoha Village Security Bureau and move out of Konoha Village." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, the third Hokage was greatly surprised, not expecting the Uchiha to make such a request. His expression turned serious, and he asked with a furrowed brow, "Does your Uchiha clan intend to betray the village?" Chapter 40 Leaving Konoha. Chapter 40 Leaving Konoha. The third Hokage looked solemnly at Uchiha Kakuzen and the Uchiha clan behind him, and asked, "Uchiha Kakuzen, does your Uchiha clan intend to betray the village?" As the third Hokage questioned him, the Umbu members behind him secretly made preparations, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Upon hearing the third Hokage's question, Uchiha Kakuzen shook his head, making no forceful move whatsoever. Instead, he withdrew his Mangekyo Sharingan, his black pupils calmly looking at the third Hokage. The third Hokage could even see his own reflection in Kakuzen's clear eyes. "Lord Hokage, you jest. The Uchiha clan has lived in Konoha since its founding and has long been an integral part of the village. The Uchiha are a part of Konoha, how could they possibly betray the village?" At this point, Uchiha Kakiyama paused, then looked earnestly at the third Hokage and continued. "The village and the Uchiha clan are not getting along very well right now. In addition, there was the unexpected death of Uchiha Shisui. The Hokage may not know that Shisui was very popular in our clan. This unexpected death may cause some clan members to do something extreme. That's why we decided to move some of the clan members away from Konoha village." When the third Hokage heard Chioshan mention Shisui and the reasons for the relocation, his expression softened considerably, though he didn't say anything. Seeing the third Hokage's expression, Uchiha Kakuzen pressed his advantage, saying, "Furthermore, we Uchiha are only relocating a portion of our clan, not all of us. And our Uchiha children will still be sent to the village's ninja academy to attend classes and receive education from the ninja academy teachers." Upon hearing that only a portion of the Uchiha clan members had moved away and that the Uchiha children were still being sent to school, the third Hokage's expression calmed down completely. However, he remained silent, wanting to hear what else would happen. Uchiha Kakiyama continued, "Furthermore, even if our Uchiha clan moves out, we are still members of Konoha village, and we will never accept missions as ninjas outside." After speaking, Uchiha Kakiyama shut his mouth, but his eyes remained fixed on the third Hokage. Although he was quite confident in the conditions he had proposed, he was still afraid that the third Hokage would not agree. When the third Hokage heard Uchiha Kakuzan mention the second condition, he was already somewhat tempted. After hearing the final condition, he had already agreed in his heart. The children of the Uchiha clan not only had to study in Konoha, but they were also forbidden from accepting missions outside the village. This meant that the Uchiha clan's children and economic lifeline were placed in the village's hands. Let alone the fact that they made these demands because of Uchiha Shisui's death, even under normal circumstances, the third Hokage might have agreed to these demands. Furthermore, the third Hokage was also very troubled by the current conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village residents. Hearing that the Uchiha had voluntarily resigned from their positions in the security force, thus directly resolving the root cause of the conflict between the Uchiha and the village residents, the third Hokage was also very tempted. The third Hokage had already agreed in his heart. After weighing the options in his mind and confirming that there wouldn't be any major problems, he pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding. I understand that the Uchiha have concerns. I agree to the Uchiha clan's idea of relocating some of its members. However, you must remember that the Uchiha will always be a part of Konoha. If you are not comfortable outside, I welcome you back anytime. The gates of Konoha are always open to you. Upon hearing that the third Hokage had agreed, Uchiha Kakuzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Through his efforts, he had finally managed to extricate the Uchiha clan from the deep pit of Konoha village. With the Uchiha clan settled, he would have no more worries and could then go off and roam freely. Even if Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Atsutsuki were to be resurrected, wouldn't there be tall guys like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to take their place? I just need to sit on the sidelines, say some nice things, and I can get away with it. Thinking about his wonderful future, Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes narrowed with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude to the third Hokage. After finishing his business, the third Hokage showed no sign of leaving. Instead, he chatted with Uchiha Kakuzan about everyday matters. The third Hokage chuckled and asked, "Speaking of which, Chio-shan, I haven't seen you much lately. Is it because you usually help out in the security force?" Uchiha Kakuzan did not harbor much hostility towards the third Hokage. He answered the question with considerable respect. "Yes, Hokage-sama, the clan head trusts me quite a bit, and I was fortunate enough to secure a squad leader position in the guard unit." Seeing Uchiha Kakuzan's restraint, the third Hokage chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Hee, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. We're just chatting. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan has also retired from the police force. What are your plans for the future?" When asked by the third Hokage, Uchiha Kakuzan could not tell the truth and say that he planned to travel around. Instead, he replied, "I haven't made any plans yet. I'll make my plans after I help the clan relocate." At this point, the third Hokage revealed his true intentions, smiling as he said, "Since you have nothing else to do, once you've finished your clan affairs, come and help me. I'll give you the position of captain of the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command. Don't worry, it will definitely be more powerful than your position in the police force. How about it?" The third Hokage was a cunning old fox. He had long realized that the brat who was handling him so flawlessly was definitely the soul of the Uchiha clan, and perhaps even the future head of the Uchiha clan. As long as he kept him by his side, no matter how rebellious the Uchiha clan became, they would not escape his control. Uchiha Kakuzan was stunned by the third Hokage's words. "Wait, what are you doing? Weren't members of the Uchiha clan supposed to be barred from joining the Umbu?" Itachi was eventually able to join the Umbu, and Fugaku Uchiha must have put in a tremendous amount of effort. "I'm planning to leave Konoha and travel around. With my current strength, I can go anywhere. I treat you like an elder, yet you make advances on me. How can you be so shameless?" Just as Uchiha Kazuyama was internally complaining and looking reluctant, the third Hokage seemed to sense his unwillingness and his face darkened. "What, you don't want to help me, or does your Uchiha clan have other intentions?" Page 16. Hearing the threatening tone in the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakuzan secretly rolled his eyes, but a happy smile appeared on his face. How could that be? The kid was just stunned by the surprise. "I, Uchiha Kakuzan, have always dreamed of joining the Umbu to serve the village. How could I possibly be unwilling to go?" Chapter 41 Itachi Uchiha's Fury. Chapter 41 Itachi Uchiha's Fury. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, softened his expression and smiled again when he heard Uchiha Kakuzan agree to join the Umbu. He then patted Uchiha Kakuzan on the shoulder. "That's right. Young people shouldn't be afraid of trouble. They need to get more experience so they can take on more important responsibilities in the future." After hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakuzan nodded repeatedly on the surface, indicating that he agreed with him, but inwardly he was cursing wildly. "Goodness, he's already making empty promises to me before I've even started working. Doesn't he care if I choke on them?" After settling things off with the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage wasn't in the mood to stay any longer. After all, one of his favorite juniors, who had always listened to him, had died, and Danzo Shimura had caused him a huge mess that he still had to clean up. Not only do they need to appease the families, big and small, in the village and dispel their concerns, but they also need to assure them that no one from Konoha village is after their bloodline limit or family secret techniques. After seeing the third Hokage off, Uchiha Kakuzan and Uchiha Fugaku, represented by Uchiha Fugaku, expressed their gratitude to the various clan leaders they had invited. These families were all shrewd individuals. Seeing that the Uchiha clan was about to move away from Konoha and that there was no longer any conflict of interest between them, they all said it didn't matter and that they should be closer to the Uchiha clan in the future, just as they hadn't been involved when the Uchiha clan was being ostracized before. The most crucial point is that Uchiha Kakuzan's performance just now was too terrifying. That huge Susanoo was like a god descending to earth. Even Shimura Danzo's root group, which included many Jonin-level ninjas, were easily defeated by Uchiha Kakuzan with a single slash. Anyone with common sense wouldn't easily offend the Uchiha clan, who wield such a powerful weapon. Moreover, it's obvious to everyone that Uchiha Kakuzan is only a few years old, yet his strength has already reached the peak of the Kage level. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. After seeing off all the clan representatives, big and small, Uchiha Kakuzan and Fugaku finally had time to deal with Uchiha Shisui's funeral arrangements. Fugaku Uchiha looked at Shisui Uchiha's body lying there with a complicated expression. If it weren't for Uchiha Kakuzan's prophecy and his contingency plan, Shisui Uchiha would have really died this time. Fortunately, things went according to plan. On the surface, the Uchiha clan lost a genius with great potential, but in reality, they simply moved this genius from the light to the shadows, which was the best way to protect him. Originally, Uchiha Kakuzan wanted to use the materials on the spot to make a stretcher to carry Uchiha Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent since Uchiha Shisui's death, said that he could carry Shisui's body back as a way of sending off his most respected Shisui brother on his final journey. Seeing his eldest son like this, Fugaku Uchiha looked at Okayama Uchiha and asked with his eyes whether he should tell Itachi Uchiha the truth. Seeing the questioning look in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes, Okazan Uchiha secretly shook his head, indicating that they should not make a fuss for now. After the Uchiha group finished packing, Itachi carried Shisui's body on his back, protected by the other Uchiha clan members, and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory in the afterglow of the setting sun. As the saying goes, if you're going to put on a show, you have to go all the way. After carrying back Uchiha Shisui's body, the group didn't sit idle. They quickly cleaned up Shisui's house and set it up as a mourning hall. Uchiha Itachi volunteered to stay and keep watch, and only then did the clansmen take their leave. After setting up the memorial hall for Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Kakuzan leisurely left the clan compound and went to Ichiraku Ramen, where he ate several large bowls of ramen. Since training in lightning release armor, his appetite had increased dramatically, to the point where he could barely afford to eat. Correspondingly, his physical abilities had also improved rapidly. Uchiha Kakuzan had a premonition that his physical abilities were about to reach a critical point, at which point he would be able to upgrade his Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength would experience a great leap forward. After teasing the little Iris for a while, Uchiha Okayama packed 2 large portions of ramen, slowly carried them back to the clan's territory, and arrived at Uchiha Shisui's house. Upon entering Shisui's house, Uchiha Kakiyama saw Uchiha Itachi kneeling upright, burning paper money for Shisui. Seeing this, Uchiha Kazuyama's lips twitched slightly, and he thought guiltily, if Uchiha Itachi knew the truth, would he chase after him with a sword? Should he run or fight back then? He decided it was best to take Mikato to the island in the space for a few days. The supplies I painstakingly prepared will come in handy now. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama's thoughts were drifting into a rather dangerous state, Uchiha Itachi noticed him. Upon seeing that it was Uchiha Kazuyama, he politely asked, "Kayoyama Nii, you've come. You've come to see Shisui Nii, right? After all, you two used to be so close." As he spoke, the look in his eyes dimmed. Seeing the sorrow in Itachi's eyes, Uchiha Kusan lost his joking mood, nodded, placed the things he had brought on the table next to him, and said, "I know you haven't eaten, so I brought you some. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold." Upon hearing Chio-shan's words, Itachi Uchiha shook his head and refused, saying, "Brother Chio-shan, I'm not hungry. You should eat first." Uchiha Kakuzan was stunned for a moment when he heard Uchiha Itachi's words. He looked at the things he had brought before he realized that even when Uchiha Itachi was so sad, his observation skills were still so sharp. He was truly a natural-born ninja. Seeing that Itachi Uchiha wasn't eating, Chio-shan didn't mind. He checked the time and felt it was about time, so he went directly to the side of Shisui Uchiha's body. Under Itachi Uchiha's questioning gaze, he yanked off the white cloth covering Shisui Uchiha's body. After seeing what Uchiha Kakiyama had done, Itachi Uchiha could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and questioned, "Shisui Nii is already dead. What are you doing? You are desecrating his body." Seeing that the usually calm Uchiha Itachi had finally lost his temper, Uchiha Okayama felt a little happy for some reason and decided to tease him a little more. "What else does Uchiha Shisui have that I would care about? Of course, it's his greatest legacy, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather than letting his Mangekyo rot away with him, I'd rather take it and use it for something useful." As he spoke, he made a move to step forward. Seeing Uchiha Kakuzen's despicable behavior, Itachi Uchiha could no longer tolerate it. He took out a kunao, its sharp point pointed directly at Uchiha Kakuzen, and growled, "You dare to touch Shisui's body and see what happens." Chapter 42 Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 42 Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Itachi Uchiha holding a kunao at him, Uchiha Kagami slowly turned around, calmly looking at the furious Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, are you serious? How dare you point a weapon at me? Have you thought about the consequences of your actions?" As he spoke, Uchiha Okayama activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, staring directly at Uchiha Itachi. His mental strength and chakra, enough to overwhelm everyone, were subtly concealed, bringing immense pressure to Uchiha Itachi through the Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the immense pressure from Uchiha Kakuzen, Uchiha Itachi awakened his Sharingan. Initially, it was a 3-tomo Sharingan, but as the pressure from Kakuzen intensified, the 3-tomo spun wildly, eventually transforming into 3 side-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. With the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha felt that the pressure from Uchiha Kakiyama had lessened considerably, and his violently beating heart calmed down. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi had revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan under his pressure, and although his aura was not yet stronger than his own, he already felt a faint sense of resistance. Uchiha Kakiyama's lips curled up slightly as he slowly withdrew his oppressive aura and retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked at Uchiha Itachi with a smile in his eyes, as expected of someone Shursui would take a liking to. "It seems you've also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Seeing Uchiha Kagami chatting so casually, even the usually brilliant Itachi was somewhat bewildered. Then, with a sudden realization, he asked, "Are you testing me?" Uchiha Kakiyama pursed his lips, feeling a bit bored, and sat down next to him. "Not really, I was just bored while waiting, so I teased you." Uchiha Itachi was somewhat angry upon hearing Chio-shan's words. "Even if you want to test me, you shouldn't desecrate Shisui's body. You were also Shisui's good friend. How can you do this to him?" Uchiha Kakuzen picked up the kettle on the table, poured himself a glass of water, and said nonchalantly, "What's there to be sorry about? Shursui isn't dead." Upon hearing Chio-shan's words, Uchiha Itachi was initially overjoyed, as the ninja world had many techniques for feigning death. He assumed that the technique used was the one for stopping the water. However, he quickly realized the truth, and the hope that had just been ignited in his eyes dimmed again. He shook his head and said, "I also hope that Shisui's death is fake, but the third Hokage has already confirmed Shisui's death. Moreover, that old fox Danzo Shimura, how could he have held back when he killed Shursui? Besides, when Shursui died, there were not only people skilled in medical ninjutsu nearby, but also the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan watching. If Shursui faked his death, how could he have escaped their eyes?" Although Itachi Uchiha said it was impossible, he couldn't help but activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, which he had just deactivated, and carefully examined Shursui Uchiha's body. After thoroughly examining it from head to toe, Itachi deactivated the Mangekyo Sharingan again, as he was still a little unaccustomed to activating it. Itachi Uchiha rubbed his slightly sore eyes and couldn't help but sigh again. He had just carefully examined Shursui Uchiha with his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he still couldn't find a trace of chakra in him. For ninjas, chakra is the product of the combination of body and spirit. Only when one is completely dead will there be no chakra left in their body. Seeing Itachi Uchiha sighing, Okayama Uchiha thought to himself, if Izanagi were so easy to discover or break, Madara Uchiha's fake death wouldn't have been able to fool Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju back then. Seeing that Itachi Uchiha was still there, looking dejected, Uchiha Kusen did not try to persuade him anymore. After all, judging by the time, it was almost time for Shursui Uchiha to activate Izanagi. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzen did not have a bad impression of Itachi Uchiha. Although he was partly responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the main responsibility lay with Shimura Danzo's instigation, the third Hokage's indecisiveness, and Uchiha Obito's covert sabotage. Danzo Shimura acted out of a desire to fulfill the dying wish of his teacher, the second Hokage, and because he coveted the power of the Sharingan. Obito Uchiha, on the other hand, knew that the Uchiha clan was the biggest obstacle to his Eye of the Moon plan. This was because the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was the best counter to his Kamui. If his Kamui was countered, he would just be an ordinary Kage-level shinobi, and his plan would not be able to proceed. As you can see, it was only after Itachi Uchiha died that Obito felt there was no threat and emerged from the shadows to launch a war against the entire shinobi world. One of the main reasons why Itachi Uchiha was ultimately forced to annihilate his own clan, leaving only his younger brother alive, was his exceptionally high level of thinking. Having witnessed war and death from a young age, he was more mature than his peers, and his depth and breadth of thought were extraordinary, even surpassing that of adults. This is why the third Hokage praised him for thinking from the perspective of a Hokage. While others were still caught up in love, hate, and grudges, he had already transcended ordinary emotions. Therefore, his love had already surpassed the limitations of his family and even the village, which is why he did something that others found incomprehensible in annihilating his own family. In fact, sometimes it's not a good thing to think about problems from a higher, less personal perspective, because you'll feel out of place with the people around you. That's why Ataki Uchiha only had Shisui Uchiha as a close friend, because Shisui's will of fire and attack his own thoughts had some similarities. What Uchiha Kakuzan did was to separate his clan from the village, thus preventing conflict between them and keeping the clan's two geniuses out of the picture. As for their future, we'll discuss that later. Just then, Uchiha Kiyama keenly sensed a fluctuation, like a drop of water falling onto a calm surface, causing ripples. Kiyama was startled and quickly looked towards Uchiha Shisui. As if witnessing a miracle, Uchiha Kakiyama watched in disbelief as Uchiha Shisui's body lay there silently, stiff and lifeless. Anyone with eyes could see that he was dead. But in the blink of an eye, the corpse disappeared, and in its place appeared an identical, rosy-cheeked, living person, who was smiling at him. Itaki Uchiha sensed Uchiha Kakiyama's unusual behavior and looked in the direction of his gaze, his body immediately stiffening. Chapter 43 Arrangement. Chapter 43 Arrangements. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had come back to life without any aftereffects, Uchiha Kakuzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was confident that Izanagi could revive Uchiha Shisui, given the precedent set by Uchiha Madara. But knowing is one thing, worrying is another. Seeing Uchiha Shisui smiling at him, Uchiha Kakuzan held back for a moment, but couldn't help himself. He strode over, opened his arms, and hugged the bastard who made him worry, patting him a few times. Uchiha Shisui didn't resist and let Uchiha Kakuzan do as he pleased. After all, he had died once before. Only those who have faced death know what it feels like. Moreover, when he accepted this plan, he was already prepared for the possibility of failing to revive and dying forever. There were too many variables. For example, if he was left in the root base by Shimura Danzo, then after his death, his Mangekyo Sharingan would definitely be dug out by Shimura Danzo. In that case, the Izanagi hidden in his eyes by Uchiha Kakuzan would not succeed. Furthermore, who knows if Izanagi will still be effective? After all, Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, so its limits are unknown. If it is revived after a period of time, it is unknown whether it will exceed its limits. In that case, it is only possible to revive Uchiha Kakuzan if his Sharingan is upgraded to the Rinnegan and he uses the Rinne rebirth technique. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui actually risked his life to carry out Uchiha Kakuzan's plan, not only for the sake of the Uchiha, but also because he trusted Uchiha Kakuzan. That's why he was willing to risk his life to fight for a future for the Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui's resurrection this time not only excited Chiyo-shan, but also Shisui himself, which is why he let Chiyo-shan vent his emotions. Upon seeing Uchiha Shisui resurrected, Uchiha Itachi's previously calm expression vanished, replaced by one of intense excitement. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something, but despite opening his mouth several times, he could not utter a word. No matter what, it's impossible to remain calm and composed in front of someone you care about. This can be seen from Itaki Uchiha's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan after Shisui Uchiha's death, which shows Shisui's place in Itachi's heart. After venting his frustrations by hugging Chiyo-shan, Uchiha Shisui walked past Chiyo-shan and came to Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Itachi's excited expression and eyes filled with intense emotions, he, like Chiyo-shan, opened his arms and hugged Itachi tightly. Once everything had calmed down, Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Okayama and asked with concern, "How did the plan go?" "No problems, right?" When Itachi heard Shisui preparing to discuss the plan with Uchiha Kakuzan, he tactfully asked, should I excuse myself for a moment?" Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Shisui's expectant eyes, then at Uchiha Itachi's somewhat bewildered expression, and said irritably, "I originally asked you to keep vigil for Shisui so that I could tell you about our plan, but next time, don't point kunao at me." Itaki Uchiha was quite happy to hear that he could stay, but when he heard Chiyo-shan mention that he had pointed a kunao at him, he touched his nose awkwardly and his eyes drifted in another direction. Seeing Itachi's embarrassment, Uchiha Kusan didn't press the matter. Instead, he told Uchiha Shisui about the progress of the plan. "The third Hokage has agreed to our Uchiha clan's relocation, but the price is that I'll be assigned to the Umbu. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Shimura Danzo, but he evaded me with Izanagi. I didn't expect that Danzo not only secretly transplanted the Sharingan, but also knew our Uchiha's forbidden techniques. The third Hokage was present at the time, and to avoid any complications, I didn't continue to pursue him." Uchiha Shisui nodded in understanding. Uchiha Okayama paused for a moment, then continued, "Because even if our Uchiha clan relocates, we don't have the resources to set up a school yet. So I made it a condition that the third Hokage agree to the Uchiha relocation, allowing the Uchiha children to stay and attend school. The parents of these children will also stay to take care of their children." When Uchiha Shisui heard that the plan was going smoothly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He loved not only his clan but also the village where he grew up. If it weren't for the irreconcilable conflict between the clan and the village, he would have agreed to and assisted the Uchiha clan's relocation so that neither side would be harmed. Uchiha Okayama took a sip of water, then said with a smile, "When we were carrying out the plan, we had an unexpected surprise. Because of your death, Uchiha Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing what Chiyo-shan said, Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. As someone who had been through it all, he knew exactly how much grief was required to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just like Uchiha Obito, who refused to accept the entire world because of Rin's death and wanted to create a world with Rin. It's easy to imagine how deep and pure Itachi's feelings for Shisui must have been to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan because of Shisui's death. Uchiha Shisui looked into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, and nodded slightly. Itachi, thank you, and I'm sorry. The thank you was for his feelings, and the apology was for his concern. Uchiha Itachi understood, of course, and shook his head slightly. It's nothing, as long as Shisui is alive, that's all that matters. Besides, I've actually benefited from this misfortune by awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakeyama watched the interaction between the two from the side. After a while, he clapped his hands to get their attention. Alright, the time for catching up is over. We have important things to do. If you want to chat, there will be plenty of time later. Seeing the two looking over, Chiyo-shan said, Jishui, it's not convenient for you to go out right now, so I've packed some Ichiraku ramen for you too. Eat it while it's still warm, and then pack your things. I've already found a good place outside and I need to get you there before dawn. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Uchiha Kakuzan briefly explained about Uzushima Island and his eye technique, Takamagahara. However, he had no intention of giving the spatial imprint to Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. He intended to use it as a trump card for his escape in a critical moment. Aside from those he completely trusted, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't plan to give the spatial imprint to anyone else. As you can see, Obito Uchiha gave one of his Sharingan eyes to Kakashi, which created an opening in Kakashi's Kamui after Kakashi's identity was exposed, putting Kakashi at a disadvantage. Otherwise, with Kamui, a technique that is practically a bug, Obito Uchiha would have had no problem escaping unscathed. Chapter 44 Exploring the Island of Whirlpools. Chapter 44 Exploring the Island of Whirlpools. Itachi Uchiha then realized that the other ramen that Uchiha Kakeyama had packed was for Shisui. When he saw Uchiha Kakeyama bring over 2 ramen, he assumed that one of them was for Uchiha Kakeyama. Uchiha Shisui didn't stand on ceremony and invited Uchiha Itachi to join him. They took the ramen and started eating it heartily right there in his own morning hall. It was fortunate that no outsiders came. If they had, they would have been terrified to see the person who should have been lying there quietly eating ramen so enthusiastically. Uchiha Itachi also let loose. Since he had already embarrassed himself, he didn't care about these things anymore. As if he wanted to compete with Shisui, he quickly started eating. Unlike Uchiha Kakuzan, neither of them had a big appetite. After eating a large bowl of ramen, they were already quite full. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't say anything. After the two finished eating, he and Uchiha Itachi helped Uchiha Shisui pack up all the things he needed to take from his house and put them in his spatial storage. They would give the things to Shisui after he arrived at Uzushio Island. As a bachelor, Uchiha Shisui didn't have much to pack. Besides his own belongings, there were only some ninjutsu scrolls, books, and ninja tools left by his parents and elders. So he finished packing quickly. In the end, apart from the equipment he usually used for missions, he handed over everything else he had packed to Uchiha Kakuzan. After all, Shisui had a mission to go to Uzushima Island, and he would get these things from Uchiha Kakuzan after everything was arranged on Uzushima Island. After everything was finished, Uchiha Kakeyama looked at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who were all ready to go, and asked again, Uchiha Itachi, are you sure you want to go to Uzushima with Shisui? You know, the reason I was in such a hurry to send Shisui there was because I was afraid that the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo would find out about Shisui's fake death. To avoid causing any trouble, I sent Shisui there first to scout out Uzushima. It will take at least 3 days for the clan head and the elder to organize the first group to go to Uzushima. Itachi Uchiha, after learning that the Uchiha clan was going to leave Konoha, seemed to have focused his attention on the clan. After all, he was still young and his ideological awareness had not yet reached the level of annihilation of the clan a few years later. He had not been the focus of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura's attention and brainwashing. Now that he knew that his beloved Shisui was going to Uzushima Island to pave the way for the Uchiha clan's relocation, Itachi Uchiha was also eager to try and go to Uzushima Island with Shisui Uchiha. When Uchiha Itachi heard Uchiha Kusan ask again, he didn't get impatient. Instead, he nodded again and said, Kusan nii, you can rest assured with Shisui nii by my side. Besides, I've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so my combat power is definitely not weak. I should be able to help Shisui nii as well. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Kazuyama suddenly recalled that in the original work, Uchiha Itachi's health seemed to deteriorate in the later stages. This was probably because he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early, causing too much strain on his body. This is also the cause of most bloodline diseases, as the body cannot withstand such a powerful bloodline before it has fully developed. Page 17. He quickly instructed, Uchiha Itachi, you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan too early. Don't use it too often, as it will increase the burden on your body. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it. Shisui, keep an eye on him too. Remember, you can use the Sharingan, but try to use the Mangekyo as little as possible. Seeing Shursui and Itaka nod, Uchiha Kiyoyama finally felt relieved. Kiyoyama guessed that in the original story, Itaka's critical illness was related to his neglect of his health. After all, no matter how mature Itaka was, he was still a teenager, burdened with the guilt of massacring his clan at a young age and personally killing his own parents. If it weren't for the fact that he had a younger brother to take care of, he probably would have wanted to die long ago. So he wouldn't have cherished his body. When he was overworked and injured, he probably had a sense of atonement. Over time, coupled with the fact that he was an undercover agent alone and had to bear everything alone when he encountered problems and battles, it's no wonder that his body became seriously ill. However, just in case, both the Uchiha clan after their relocation and Itaki Uchiha's body need a highly skilled medical ninja. When it comes to medical ninjas, Uchiha Okayama first thinks of the magnanimous Tsunade and the gentle and kind Yakushi Nono. Based on the timeline, Yakushi Nanu should not have been killed by Danzo yet, so if possible, you could try to save her. Most importantly, there's Tsunade. With her broad-mindedness and surging breasts, who wouldn't be bewildered by her? Moreover, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan, possessing the purest bloodline of the Senju. Whether it's her innate powerful physical strength or her extraordinary vitality, she is someone that Uchiha Kakeyama would envy. If, and I mean if, the Uchiha and Senju clans were to unite, would their offspring have the potential to grow into the Sage of Six Paths? With this in mind, Uchiha Kakeyama secretly made up his mind. Just in case, he had to invite Tsunade to the Uchiha clan to examine Itaka's body. If she was unwilling to come, he could find another way to get her there. Uchiha Kakeyama sighed inwardly. Sigh, I'm really worried sick about the Uchiha clan. After confirming again that Itaki Uchiha was going to Uzushima Island with Shursui, Uchiha Kakeyama stopped talking and placed his hands on their shoulders, activating his eye technique, Takamagahara. He paused briefly in the space with the two of them, then activated his eye technique again, using the spatial imprint he had left on Uzushima Island to bring them directly there. After bringing Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itaka to Uzushioka Island, Uchiha Kakeyama gave them a few simple instructions, tossed them the living supplies he had prepared in his space, enough for them to use for the next few days, and then returned to his space in Takamagahara without lingering. After sending Shursui and Itaki away, Uchiha Kakeyama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Through painstaking planning and scheming, he had finally saved these two geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui did not die, Danzo did not steal his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Itaka would not have been coerced by Danzo to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Instead, he became a rogue ninja despised by everyone and died a miserable death. Uchiha Kakuzan rested in the Takamagahara space. Although his system helped him minimize the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques, such frequent use still made Uchiha Kakuzan feel slightly uncomfortable. Okay, one last time. Uchiha Kakuzan said to himself after entering the house inside the space. Next, Uchiha Kazuyama silently sensed the spatial imprint and found the one belonging to Uchiha Mikato. Kazuyama then activated that spatial imprint, and then, a person wearing a light nightgown, with a slender figure, still asleep, appeared without warning on the tatami mat in front of Uchiha Kazuyama. Chapter 45 Night in Takamagahara. Chapter 45 Night at Takamagahara. After working so hard and achieving success, it's not unreasonable for her to treat herself a little, is it? Uchiha Kazuyama thought to himself as he looked at Uchiha Mikato who appeared before him. This is also a clever use of spatial imprints. Since these spatial imprints are marked on a person and become one with that person, it is only natural that Uchiha Mikato could come to the Takamagahara space by activating the spatial imprint. As the master of this space, Uchiha Kakuzan could summon Mikato to this space by activating the imprint. Because he had been busy with matters concerning Uzushima Island and Uchiha Shursui all week, and Uchiha Itaki had also finished his mission and gone home, Uchiha Kakeyama had not sought out Uchiha Mikato again during this period to accomplish his important life event, except for the time when Mikato came to see him. Now that Uchiha Shursui has been rescued and the Uchiha clan has broken away from Konoha as part of his plan, the rest isn't that important, they just need to proceed step by step. Therefore, it was only natural for Uchiha Kakeyama to call Uchiha Mikato over for a reunion, and at the same time, it was also in response to the recent call from the Uchiha clan to have more children and make the Uchiha clan stronger and more prosperous. Mikato Uchiha was already somewhat awake when she was summoned by Okayama, as she could feel that she was missing a blanket. Uchiha Mikato groggily propped herself up, her ample bosom accentuated by the loose fabric of her pajamas, and looked at the person standing before her. Mikato breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Uchiha Kiyoyama. Ever since she got together with Kiyoyama, Mikato had been sleeping alone at night. The appearance of someone in front of her in the middle of the night startled her. Uchiha Mikato rubbed her eyes and asked sleepily, "What brings you here so late, Kiyoshin-kun?" Uchiha Kakuzan rarely saw Mikato looking so dazed, so he smiled and quickly took off his clothes. He went up and hugged Mikato, buried his head in her neck, took a deep breath, and smelled her fragrance. He replied in a muffled voice, "I missed Mikato, so I came." Uchiha Mikato was hugged by Kyoshin, and she hugged him back. She said with a worried tone, I also miss Kyoshin-kun, but Itaki has been in the village these past few days. He is too perceptive. He noticed that I was sleeping in a separate room from Fugaku. Fortunately, Fugaku covered for me, so he didn't suspect anything. Seeing that Uchiha Mikato was still looking worried, Uchiha Okayama couldn't help but kiss her on the lips and said with a smile, you little scatterbrain, look where you are now. After being reminded by Uchiha Kiyoyama, Uchiha Mikato carefully examined the room's furnishings and realized that she had been summoned to Kiyoyama's space. Uchiha Mikato breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her there. She kissed Kyoshin and complained, Kyoshin-kun is just teasing me. You brought me here without saying a word. If you have this ability, why didn't you call me here sooner? Or is it that Kyoshin-kun has finally gotten tired of me? Looking at Uchiha Mikato, who seemed to be possessed by a drama queen, Uchiha Kiyoyama was surprised to see this side of her. Although he knew she was faking it, Kiyoyama quickly tried to comfort her, saying that he was genuinely busy lately and that he didn't miss Mikato. However, while comforting her, Uchiha Kiyoyama's hands seemed to have their own ideas, constantly wandering over Uchiha Mikato's body. After the two cuddled for a while, Uchiha Kakiyama seemed to remember something and said with a smile to Mikato, who was still clinging to him, Mikato, I forgot to tell you some good news. Itaka sent me out to carry out a mission with Shursui, so you don't have to worry about him noticing anything amiss with you. Although Mikato Uchiha didn't concern herself with the Uchiha clan's affairs, as the clan head's wife, she still had good access to information. Curious, she asked, wasn't Shursui Uchiha killed by Danzo? And didn't Itaka voluntarily go to keep vigil for Shursui today? How come not only is Shursui alive, but you also sent him and Itaki out on a mission? While holding Mikato, Uchiha Okayama told her about the things he had been doing recently. After Uchiha Mikato finished explaining, she said to Uchiha Kyoshin with a sly look on her face, Kyoshin-kun, I also have some good news to tell you. Seeing Mikato's expression, Uchiha Kakiyama asked uncertainly, Mikato, are you pregnant? Or are you feeling nauseous? Mikato shook her head, not yet, it won't be that fast. Then, with a blush on her face, Uchiha Mikato whispered in Uchiha Kiyoyama's ear, these few days are going to be lucky for me. As long as Kiyoyama-kun works hard these days, I'll be almost there. Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't a clueless novice anymore, so he understood what Mikato meant. He tightened his grip on Mikato's arm and asked again, Mikato, really? Mikato Uchiha blushed and nodded shyly, but did not say anything more. Seeing Mikato's shy expression and remembering what she had just told him, Uchiha Kakuzan could no longer control himself and pounced on her. On this deserted island, which belonged to another dimension, Uchiha Kakiyama and Uchiha Mikato completely let loose. No one could disturb them. In addition, Uchiha Kakiyama's lightning release armor had recently improved, so he repeatedly defeated Uchiha Mikato, who was utterly routed and begged for mercy. To fulfill Kyoshin-kun's wish and to have a child of their own, Uchiha Mikato fought with all her might, refusing to accept defeat and repeatedly rebelling. Although she was suppressed by Kyoshin-kun again, she still obtained the spoils of war. Neither of them were easy opponents, so the battle was fierce. It wasn't until Uchiha Kakuzan used his newly learned ultimate technique, lightning release armor, that the attack speed increased, and tiny, bright blue electric currents from his body would occasionally shock Uchiha Mikato. This stimulation completely overwhelmed Mikato Uchiha, leaving her with no ability to resist. In the end, she was only able to stay upright by being held by Okazan Uchiha. After the two had enjoyed themselves and tidied up, they emerged from the space to find it already dawn. Uchiha Mikato greeted Shio Shanjun after seeing that it was light, then hurried off to prepare breakfast. Although Mikato Uchiha no longer has feelings for Fugaku Uchiha, she still has two children, and for their sake, she must fulfill her role as a devoted wife and mother. Of course, if Kyoshin-kun wants her to leave this family and be with him, she will choose him without hesitation. Chapter 46 The Evolution Method of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 46 The Evolution Method of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even after separating from Mikato, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't remain idle. He had already obtained the Uchiha clan's inheritance from the first elder, Uchiha Ryo. However, a time bomb remained hidden within the Uchiha clan. It was this time bomb that caused Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju to part ways, ultimately leading to the Fourth Shinobi World War. This time bomb is a stone tablet hidden in the Naka Shrine. Legend has it that this stone tablet was left by the Sage of Six Paths and has been kept by the Uchiha clan for generations. It hides the truth of this world, so the Uchiha clan has always treasured this stone tablet. Moreover, this stone tablet is indeed magical. As the level of the Sharingan increases, more and more content can be seen. Back then, as the differences between Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage Hashirama Senju grew more and more unbearable, Madara found an extreme solution from the stone tablet passed down by the Sage of Six Paths, the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara Uchiha was undoubtedly a prodigy in the ninja world. Had it not been for Hashirama Senju, who appeared in the same era, Madara could be said to have dominated an entire era of ninja. However, Madara was perhaps a perfectionist, and seeing that his close friend, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's vision for establishing the village was useless, only leading to an escalation of war in the world. What was originally just a war and struggle between different clans escalated dramatically after the Senju and Uchiha clans joined forces with other smaller clans to establish Konoha village. Their strength increased dramatically, prompting other countries to follow suit and form their own ninja villages. With the establishment of these villages and the resulting increase in strength, wars between these countries could escalate into a world war in the ninja world, affecting both civilians and ninjas alike. Moreover, once a war breaks out, it always ends up being a shortage of manpower. Sending young children who only know a little about the three body techniques to the battlefield. Ataki Uchiha is an example of this. It should be said that Madara Uchiha's foresight was very accurate. He foresaw this outcome, which is why he couldn't accept it and wanted to make changes. Hashirama Senju had different ideals from Madara Uchiha, which is why Madara left. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, cherished the hard-won peace and did not leave Konoha with their clan leader, Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha relied on the method of world peace he saw on the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, the Eye of the Moon plan. This is also why Madara Uchiha fought Hashirama Senju again later. He needed Hashirama Senju's flesh and blood to merge into his body to form the power of all things. Only by activating the Rinnegan, which only the Sage of Six Paths possesses, could he summon the body of the Ten Tails and thus initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Kagami, however, knew that the contents of the stone tablet had been altered by Black Zetsu, the third son of Kagaya Atsutsuki, whom she left behind before being sealed away. Black Zetsu's goal was to awaken the Eye of the Moon to revive his mother, Kagaya Atsutsuki. Therefore, Madara Uchiha was completely fooled by Black Zetsu. He desperately wanted world peace but was manipulated by Black Zetsu. Therefore, in order to reduce trouble and prevent the clan members who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan from having any wild ideas, including Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, who had not yet discovered the contents of the stone tablet, Uchiha Kakeyama decided to take drastic measures and move the stone tablet away to his space, so that no one could access it anymore. The Nanga Shrine is where the Uchiha clan holds clan meetings and worships their ancestors. Although it is a solemn and respectful place for the Uchiha clan, there is nothing of value inside, so the Uchiha clan does not send anyone to guard it. Previously, Uchiha Kakuzan had visited the Naga Shrine to pay homage to this stone tablet, but at that time, Uchiha Kakuzan still possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. He looked at the stone tablet from left to right, almost turning his three-tomo Sharingan into cross-eyed eyes, but still couldn't see the contents on it. After he acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was busy saving the Uchiha clan from annihilation and saving Shisui's life. Moreover, he was fully aware of the contents of the document and therefore did not read it. Now that the Uchiha clan is preparing to relocate, the elders will definitely not leave this ancient stone tablet here unattended. Uchiha Kakeyama decides to strike first and move the stone tablet into his spatial dimension. When the elders ask for it back, he will find them a fake one. As for this source of trouble, he will just leave it lying in his spatial dimension. In the morning sunlight, Uchiha Kakuzan strolled to the Naga Shrine. It wasn't usually crowded, and this morning, there wasn't a soul there. Kakuzan approached the stone tablet, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and after reading the inscription, he pursed his lips. It was pretty much as he expected, nothing surprising. The above provides a brief introduction to the origins of the ninja world, the spread of chakra, the Atsutsuki clan, the divine tree and its fruit, the Sage of Six Paths sealing the rampaging Ten Tails, the evolution of the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, and how to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan remained skeptical of this method. Going back to the source, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra, only had one younger brother Ashura. Putting aside whether Ashura would gouge out his brother's eyes, the key point is that Ashura inherited the Sage of Six Paths sage body, which did not have the Sharingan. In other words, there was no second pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for Indra to make him the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan did not go blind back then, which shows that the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is not limited to the transplantation of a blood relative's Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, given the Sage of Six Paths status and vision, it's impossible that he would leave the Uchiha clan with such a bloody and painful path of evolution. This shows that the Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan through an individual's efforts. The method left on the stone tablet was probably a simple, crude, and low-condition method left by Black Zetsu for the Uchiha clan to carry out his plan. As can be seen from Uchiha Kakeyama's system, it can only lower the threshold and reduce the side effects, but it cannot create something from nothing. Therefore, the correct way to evolve from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is to have superhuman mental strength and release chakra, and meet the conditions for Mangekyo evolution in order to successfully evolve it. Furthermore, the three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, both of which possess ocular techniques. In the original work, Sasuke Uchiha evolved one of his eyes into the Rinnegan and also gained ocular techniques. Therefore, the evolution from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan should also grant ocular techniques. It is likely that they did not awaken new ocular techniques because their evolution method was incorrect and they took a shortcut. Chapter 47 Disciple Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 47 Disciple Uchiha Sasuke. It must be said that the Uchiha clan truly deserves its reputation as the oldest and most prestigious clan in the ninja world. Although their founder, Indra, had a falling out with the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura, the Sage of Six Paths still bestowed upon Indra all the benefits he deserved, except for the position of successor to ninjutsu. Finally, to guide Indra's descendants, the sage left behind a stone tablet recording the evolution of the Sharingan for the Uchiha clan. It seems that Uchiha Kakuzen's Sharingan level is not high enough. He still hasn't seen the information on the stone tablet about how the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolves into the Rinnegan and about the Eye of the Moon plan. That information should only be visible when the Sharingan evolves into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzen's Mangekyo Sharingan had reached its peak, almost touching the realm of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, even when Kakuzen was fully activating his Sharingan, he could still see some blurry writing on the stone tablet, but the content was illegible. However, it was estimated that it was the content left by Black Zetsu impersonating the Sage of Six Paths. The fact that the blurred handwriting was visible was because Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed a power far exceeding that of a normal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since he couldn't see it clearly now, he could see it later. Anyway, his Sharingan was almost at the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan level, so Uchiha Kakuzen stopped worrying about it and directly manifested the skeletal arm of Susanoo, uprooted the stone tablet, and threw it into a corner of the space island. After moving the stone tablet, Uchiha Kazuyama had completed his purpose for coming to Naga Shrine. After visiting the shrine, he figured that Uchiha Mikato had already prepared breakfast, so he didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to her house for breakfast. However, it wasn't that Uchiha Kazuyama wanted to come, since he was still a bit awkward facing Uchiha Fugaku. Rather, it was because Uchiha Fugaku had something to discuss with him and asked Mikato to invite him over, so Uchiha Mikato simply invited him over for breakfast. Uchiha Kakuzen also needed to discuss the list of clan members to be sent to Uchiha Fugaku and the Grand Elder, and he agreed. When Uchiha Kazuyama arrived at the clan head's house, he arrived just as Uchiha Mikato had prepared breakfast. After greeting Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato, and nodding to the curious young boy Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kazuyama enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast at the clan head's house. After breakfast, Fugaku Uchiha brought Okayama to the reception room. However, unlike before, Mikato Uchiha and their son Sasuke also came to the reception room. After taking his seat in the main position, Fugaku Uchiha first took a sip of tea before solemnly addressing Uchiha Kakiyama. The reason we invited Mr. Kyushin here is to have him become Sasuke's teacher. Firstly, Sasuke is of school age and needs a good teacher. Although Sasuke's talent is somewhat less than his brother's, he is still a promising talent. As the strongest fighter in our Uchiha clan, there is no one more suitable than Mr. Kyushin. Secondly, our Uchiha clan is preparing to relocate recently. As the clan head, I must go there to oversee the situation. With me there, the clan members can feel at ease. As for Chio Shanjun, he was left behind by the third Hokage to join the Umbu. When I'm not around, I hope that Chio Shanjun can help out with his mother and son from time to time. Without giving Chio Shan a chance to refute him, Fugaku Uchiha bowed his head directly to Chio Shan and said, "Please, Chio Shan-kun." Uchiha Kazuyama didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku was looking for him because of this. Although he didn't like Uchiha Sasuke in the original work, it was because Sasuke had experienced the annihilation of his clan and the killing of his parents by his own brother. He was filled with the idea of revenge from a young age, which twisted his personality and made him unlikable. However, as the reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke actually possesses considerable talent, and given the presence of Indra's chakra within him, his future achievements are unlikely to be lacking. As for personality, Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the bewildered Sasuke and thought that he could still be trained in the future. Uchiha Kakuzen believed that there were no unteachable children, it just depended on whether you were willing to take action. Besides, Sasuke was still a lovable little boy, and he believed that without experiencing the massacre of his clan and the death of his parents, Sasuke's personality wouldn't become too twisted. Uchiha Kakiyama glanced at Uchiha Mikato, who was looking expectantly at him, then at the bewildered Sasuke and Fugaku, who was still looking down. He stopped pretending to be reserved and agreed directly. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded. Since the clan leader thinks so highly of me and wants me to be Sasuke's teacher, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Don't worry, clan leader, Sasuke will be in my care from now on. This teacher is not like Kakashi, who is assigned by the village and is irresponsible. Instead, he is responsible for his disciple's life, teaches him, and regards him as his successor. It can be said that this teacher is second only to his parents to his disciple, and the disciple's status is not much different from that of the teacher's children. However, Uchiha Kakiyama has agreed to take full responsibility and will train Sasuke to become a strong person, instead of being rushed into maturity by Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru like in the original story, becoming a rather weak character at crucial moments. Fugaku Uchiha was delighted to see that Uchiha Kyoyama had agreed, and he quickly organized the apprenticeship ceremony so that Sasuke could become his disciple. After Sasuke served tea to Uchiha Kyoyama, Uchiha Kyoyama presented Sasuke with a finely crafted katana that he always carried with him, and the apprenticeship ceremony was finally completed. Page 18. After young Sasuke completed his apprenticeship, Uchiha Kakuzen did not rush to train him. After all, he was still too young, and training and extracting chakra too early would not be good for his future development. It would not be too late to train him after Sasuke started school. After everything was settled here, Uchiha Kazuyama and Uchiha Fugaku went to the home of the first elder, Uchiha Ryo. As the two actual leaders of the Uchiha clan, they had to make proper arrangements for the relocation and resettlement of the clan's territory. It was impossible to move everything at once. It would have to be done in several stages. The first team is responsible for selecting the location of the new clan's new territory, the surrounding environment, and clearing away wild animals. This team is more about quality than quantity. Currently, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are essentially doing the same things as the first team, but they still don't have enough people, so they need to send others to assist them. Chapter 48 Cultivating the Lightning Armor. Chapter 48 Cultivating the Lightning Armor. The second group was responsible for the construction of the clan's territory, so they were mostly people skilled in earth release and with construction experience. Of course, it would be even better if there were people like Yamato who were skilled in wood release, 3 rooms and 1 living room technique. Unfortunately, the third Hokage would not release them. Besides, even if the third Hokage released them, Uchiha Kakuzen would not use them. This would not only expose his own eye technique, Takamagahara, but also reveal the location of the new clan's territory. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't expect to keep the Uchiha clan's new territory a secret forever. However, every extra day they could keep it a secret gave the Uchiha clan more time to prepare and build. Don't forget, behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, it wasn't just Shimura Danzo Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu were also secretly eyeing it. Therefore, moving the clan's territory to an island was a way to isolate White Zetsu, who were skilled in earth release and wood release, as much as possible. By the time the Uchiha clan is discovered, their territory should already be well defended. As long as Pain isn't sent over for a Super Shinra Tensei, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The third echelon consists of most of the clan members. Their main role is to carry a large amount of supplies and personnel to ensure the normal operation of the Uchiha clan. Actually, there is a fourth echelon, which is responsible for cleaning up the mess. However, the Uchiha clan has not yet fallen out with Konoha, and there are still Uchiha children studying at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, it is necessary to leave some clan members in Konoha to maintain a superficial peace with the village. Uchiha Kakuzen and Uchiha Fugaku came to the elder's house to discuss and finalize the list of the first echelon. Since the Uchiha were previously responsible for the security of Konoha village, the selection of personnel needed to be carefully made in order to ensure a peaceful handover of the security force and avoid causing trouble for the village and the third Hokage, so as to prevent them from causing trouble for the Uchiha. Actually, the people who discussed and finalized the list were mainly Uchiha Fugaku and the elder Uchiha Ryo. Although Uchiha Kazuyama was stronger than all of them combined, everyone has their own expertise, and in this aspect, Uchiha Kazuyama was still far behind. While Fugaku Uchiha and the Grand Elder discussed various aspects of the matter, Uchiha Kakuzen listened listlessly, utterly bored and disillusioned. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but as one of the Uchiha's top fighters with immense potential, both the Grand Elder and the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, were intentionally or unintentionally nurturing him. Whether he liked it or not, as long as he learned more, he would always find a use for it in the future. Don't assume that strength alone makes someone a leader. Take Naruto Uzumaki as an example. He was already the strongest person in the ninja world at the time, but why did Kakashi have to be Hokage for a few years first? It was during those years that Naruto was trained in every aspect to become a qualified Hokage. After Uchiha Fugaku and the Grand Elder finalized the list, Uchiha Kakuzen could no longer bear it and hastily took his leave. Uchiha Kakuzen understood that in this world, strength was paramount. As long as you could reach the level of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, everything else was secondary. Therefore, his main focus now is to cultivate his physical body so that his physical strength can reach the minimum standard required for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With his already much stronger mental strength than others, and the surge in eye power and in attribute chakra due to copying multiple eye techniques, he will definitely complete the transformation into the Mangekyo Sharingan with ease. Uchiha Kakuzen knew in his heart that there was actually an even simpler way to make his physical strength reach the required level and to transform his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That means finding Yamato and using the eye of copying to learn and copy Yamato's wood release. As the only wood release ninja in Konoha at this stage, even though his wood release is an incomplete version, the fact that his wood release can work against Naruto's Nine Tails means that his wood release still has some of the essence of Hashirama Senju. If Uchiha Kakuzen learned Yamato's wood release through the copy eye, meaning he mastered the incomplete sage body, the incomplete sage body wouldn't allow him to directly possess the Rinnegan. However, it would still enhance his physique and increase his vitality. Furthermore, the wood release chakra could facilitate the transformation of his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Uchiha Kakuzen did not intend to do so. Call him pretentious or foolish, he simply wanted to solidify his foundation and temper his will through arduous training so that he could go further. After all, his recent strength had come too easily, which could make him complacent and lose his vigilance and ambition. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't go anywhere else. After all, no matter how secluded the place, it wasn't as safe as his own space. Moreover, as the owner of the space, even if Uchiha Mikoto came to the space through the spatial imprint, Uchiha Kakuzan would be able to sense it. Uchiha Kagami trained on a flat rock at the highest point of the island, because it offered the most beautiful view of the island. Moreover, training his lightning release armor on the rock was advantageous because the rock was non-conductive, allowing him to maximize the use of lightning release to stimulate all the cells in his body without worrying about the loss or depletion of lightning release chakra. Ever since Uchiha Kakuzan obtained the first stage of the lightning release armor from the rogue ninja Kojima Murasake, he had never stopped training his body with the lightning release armor. The origin of the lightning release armor was later clarified through interrogation of Kojima Murasake. It was the student that Kojima Muramasa killed who secretly took it from his home. Because that student possessed a rare innate lightning chakra, his father had secretly mentioned it once to encourage him to train hard. This lightning armor technique was something his father had obtained by chance on the battlefield. He never expected that the student would secretly take it out and show it off in front of Kojima Muramasa, giving Kojima Muramasa an opportunity to kill him and steal his treasure. In fact, his family still doesn't know that the family's lightning release armor technique was secretly taken out. They only believe that a conflict led to Kojima killing his student. When Uchiha Kakuzan returned to the village to complete the mission, he also said that he couldn't find Kojima and suspected that Kojima had gone to sea and his whereabouts were unknown, which caused the mission to fail. Uchiha Kakiyama easily reached the rock, took off his shirt and shoes, sat cross-legged on it, closed his eyes, and silently circulated his lightning chakra, converting it into tiny electric currents that continuously stimulated his body. This kind of training not only requires talent, but also extraordinary endurance. After all, continuously stimulating the body's cells with electric current to make them stronger is an extremely painful process. Tiny electric currents crackled and popped across Uchiha Kakuzan's body, while his muscles twitched and spasmed. Soon, sweat beaded on Kakuzan's face. After all, it wasn't just about the pain, he also had to concentrate to accurately direct the electric currents to the appropriate locations. Chapter 49 Uchiha Kagakiyama's Fighting Power. Chapter 49 Uchiha Kagakiyama's Combat Strength. As Uchiha Kakuzan's training continued, the electric currents in his body increased, causing his body to tremble more violently. From a distance, the blinding currents looked as if he were wearing a bright blue suit of armor. Uchiha Kakuzan stopped cultivating after 2 hours. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate anymore, but rather that continuing would damage his body, making it a losing proposition. His rudimentary medical ninjutsu was insufficient to repair the cellular damage caused by cultivation. If Uchiha Kagami possessed a sage body like Hashirama Senju, or a Uzumaki clan physique like Naruto Uzumaki, he wouldn't be troubled by this, since the Uchiha clan bloodline doesn't enhance physical regeneration. Alternatively, having a highly skilled medical ninja by his side, such as Tsunade or the bespectacled pharmacist, could help Uchiha Kakiyama recover faster, allowing him to freely train in lightning release armor and strengthen his body. When Uchiha Kakuzan felt that stinging pain that seemed to come from deep within his body, he knew that his body was nearing its limit. He sighed silently and slowly stopped training. Uchiha Kakuzan opened his eyes. After finishing his training, he silently admired the pleasant scenery before him, his face calm. Once his trembling body had recovered and he was sure his fighting strength hadn't decreased, Uchiha Kakuzan put on his clothes and teleported out through the spatial dimension. The training was over, and it was time to eat. Ever since Uchiha Kakuzan used the lightning release armor to train his body, his appetite had increased dramatically. He could eat the rations of 4 or 5 strong men. It was only because the people who ran restaurants in Konoha village were so knowledgeable and used to seeing gluttonous ninjas like the Akimika clan that they were left speechless. Otherwise, they would have been surrounded by onlookers long ago. You can't go to the clan leader and elders' houses to freeload meals too often. If Uchiha Kakuzan went to someone else's house to freeload meals and ate whatever he wanted, he wouldn't be there to freeload, he would be there to overturn the table. Uchiha Kakuzan visited Ichiraku Ramen, a famous tourist spot in Konoha village, and ordered several extra-large portions of ramen. There was nothing good to eat in Konoha village. The grilled meat was delicious, but Uchiha Kakuzan didn't have the money to eat there every day. Seeing that Uchiha Kazuyama ate all the extra-large portions of ramen he ordered without batting an eye, even the well-traveled little girl Ayam was a bit astonished to see her favorite older brother eat so much. However, she was still concerned that he wasn't full, so when Uncle Ichiraku wasn't looking, she secretly added a lot of fried eggs and sausages to the bottom of Uchiha Kazuyama's bowl. However, as his appetite increased, his physique also underwent some noticeable changes. Although Uchiha Kakuzan had only obtained the lightning release armor and trained for a relatively short time, his physique was already visibly more robust than before. If his previous physique was similar to that of the adult Ataki Uchiha, making him a typical agile ninja and genjutsu user, then now he is developing towards the physique of Might Guy. Of course, in terms of taijutsu, he is far inferior to Might Guy. Moreover, Uchiha Kakeyama could sense that his body had caught the tail end of its growth spurt, and now, stimulated by the lightning release armor, he felt a second growth spurt, and he vaguely felt that he had grown taller. Since Uchiha Kakuzan didn't want to get involved in anything within the clan, whether it was creating a first-tier team list, arranging manpower to prepare supplies, or handing over positions and tasks to the security team, he would send a shadow clone to help and listen in if he really couldn't refuse. As a result, Uchiha Kakuzan's time suddenly became free. He didn't need to manage the clan affairs himself, he could leave it to the Grand Elder and Fugaku Uchiha. Once they had gathered everyone, he could send them to Uzashima. As for the third Hokage, it wasn't time for him to report yet. Besides, even if I were to report on it, I believe I would only be a mascot, serving as a link between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan in Konoha was someone the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura had to be wary of, fearing they might rebel one day. Rest assured, as the most powerful clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan had the strength. Due to their Sharingan, a Jonin with the 3-Tomo Sharingan, even if they weren't instantly killed, would easily overpower them. However, now that the Uchiha clan has separated from Konoha, they are no longer an object of suspicion, but rather a powerful and noble family that needs to be won over. This is why Uchiha Kakuzan wanted the Uchiha to leave Konoha. Although they had left Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan might face the same predicament as the Uzumaki clan before them. However, Uchiha Kagami believed more in his own strength. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he would use his Susanoo to block their village entrance. If they didn't come out, then sorry, he would go inside to find them. What? You've gathered tens of thousands of ninjas to besiege me, trying to wear me down like the third Raikage did? Fine, I'll use the Takamagahara space to escape the battlefield and use my Susanoo to visit your village. Do you really think that I, Uchiha Kakuzan, agreed to join the Umbu because I was afraid of the third Hokage? It's not because I'm afraid of Konoha's bloodline limit and secret techniques. I haven't even had a chat with Yamato who knows would release, nor have I had a chance to knock Kakashi unconscious and see his Kamui Sharingan. I'm still waiting for the third Hokage to be killed by Orochimaru so I can chat with the succeeding fifth Hokage about our life ideals. Therefore, given Uchiha Kakuzan's current strength, unless Madara Uchiha or the first Hokage Hashirama Senju are resurrected, no one can truly defeat him. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzan cannot reveal all his trump cards. Although his abilities are all very powerful, only his hidden trump cards are truly powerful. As you can see, even the Akatsuki's immortal duo, whose abilities were quite abnormal and whose survival skills were extremely strong, were still managed to be eliminated after their trump cards were discovered. Therefore, the best trump card is the one that is always hidden, and the best enemy is the one that is killed. Since Uchiha Kakuzan awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he has been intentionally or unintentionally hiding his trump cards and eye techniques. Those who think they understand him now only know a limited part of him. If others knew that his eye technique could copy and learn other people's bloodline limits and secret techniques, then his chances of success would drop to an absurd level, and he would also be ostracized by those bloodline limit families and ninjas skilled in secret techniques. Chapter 50 Group Spatial Transfer. Chapter 50 Group Space Transfer. Therefore, only when Uchiha Kagakuzan stands at the pinnacle of the world through his own power, and no one can touch him, does he become unrestrained and arrogant. He didn't become a Six Paths level being by relying on those few tailed beasts that could rebel at any time. Tailed beasts can only be pets and tools. It's utterly impossible to make them the foundation of one's power. Don't forget, the Sage of Six Paths chakra still circulates throughout the ninja world. Even now, he still has the ability to grant Naruto and Sasuke the power of a Six Paths level being. Back then, he had separated all 9-tailed beasts from the 10-tailed beast. Given the Sage of Six Paths' unparalleled scheming, it's hard to say whether he tampered with the 9-tailed beasts. Putting aside Hashirama Senju's sage body, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan had already forged its own path, rather than simply relying on the power that Indra received from the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Kakuzan had a fairly fulfilling few days. During the day, he would create several shadow clones to help and learn from the Elder and Uchiha Fugaku, while he himself would hide in his spatial dimension to practice the lightning release armor. When he got tired of practicing, he would sneak out of the dimension and wander around Konoha village looking for delicious food. Since the Uchiha clan is about to move away, and even the security forces they've always held on to are gradually being transferred, neither the Hokage's faction nor any of the large or small clans in Konoha are bothering the Uchiha clan. Who knows whether their departure from Konoha was forced or voluntary. Provoking them at this time would only cause trouble for themselves. Since being killed by Uchiha Kakuzan with a single strike from Susanoo, Shimura Danzo has not caused any more trouble and is expected to behave himself for a while. So even though Uchiha Kakuzan wandered around the streets and alleys of Konoha village looking for delicious food, he didn't encounter anyone who dared to cause trouble. Uchiha Kakuzan stopped cultivating at night. He believed that a proper balance between work and rest could make cultivation more efficient. Instead, he would take out the books he had obtained from the Grand Elder and read them when he had nothing to do, just to pass the time and broaden his knowledge. When the night is deep and quiet, Uchiha Kakuzan will summon Uchiha Mikato into his space to discuss the meaning of life with her and, incidentally, contribute to the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Each time it takes half a day to make changes, but nothing else changes. However, Uchiha Kakiyama noticed that after these few days of pampering, Mikato looked even more radiant and beautiful than before, with eyes that seemed to be able to drip water. After several days of preparation, the Grand Elder and the clan chief finally had the first team of personnel and supplies ready. On a bright and sunny morning, over 100 Uchiha ninjas silently gathered at the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. Each of them was fully armed, tall and imposing, with resolute eyes. They were all elites carefully selected by the Grand Elder and Fugaku Uchiha, because Uzashima Island had been abandoned for many years and was now full of wild beasts and dangers. Therefore, the first batch of clansmen sent there must be those with top-notch combat power and experience. In order to successfully complete this mission, the Elder has selected only the elite, including many jonin who hold important positions in the security force. Anyway, the security force is going to be handed over, so let it be a little chaotic now. The future of the Uchiha clan is more important. Those who were selected for this operation were quite excited, because the Elder and the clan head had told them that this operation was to pave the way for the relocation of the Uchiha clan. The news that the Uchiha clan was leaving Konoha and moving away had already spread throughout the clan, and the entire clan cheered at the relocation. They weren't stupid, they had lived such a stifled life in Konoha all these years, and the villagers hadn't treated them like one of their own, even showing hostility towards them because of their duties as members of the security force. As someone born into the Uchiha clan, the #1 bloodline limit family in the ninja world, I also have my own pride. Now, all sorts of nobodies and scoundrels come to the Uchiha clan to seek their attention. Since you don't welcome us, we disdain to associate with you. Our Uchiha clan has survived alone for thousands of years. Do we have to depend on you people who band together for warmth but fight each other? Now they've finally escaped Konoha, a village that was a burden to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha people are also holding a grudge. Without you, the Uchiha clan will be better off. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the clansmen standing in neat rows before him. Their demeanor was cold yet silent. These were the elite of the Uchiha clan. With this size, they could walk around with impunity and wipe out a small ninja village with ease. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing at the front of the group, and asked again, "Clan leader, are you sure you want to lead the team yourself this time? You can wait for the second or third group to go over." Fugaku Uchiha was also fully armed. After hearing Uchiha Kiwayama's words of dissuasion, he shook his head. "This concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. I must go and see for myself before I can feel at ease. Kiwayama, as the #1 expert of our Uchiha clan and the vice head of the Uchiha clan, you must shoulder your responsibilities. After I leave, the safety of the clan members here will be entrusted to you. Don't act impulsively, and consult with the elder more often." Hearing what Fugaku Uchiha said, Uchiha Kakiyama was speechless. He didn't expect that after sending a shadow clone to follow the elder and the clan head to learn for a few days, he would be given the position of vice clan head. He understood that after all, he was now a top expert of the Uchiha clan. If his position or title was too low, it would not be fair to outsiders, and the clan members would not feel safe. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kusan agreed. After Uchiha Fugaku had made all the arrangements, Kusan looked at the people standing neatly in front of him and gave them important instructions: relax completely and don't resist. As he spoke, Uchiha Kiwayama activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and all the chakra in his body surged wildly into the Sharingan, causing Kiwayama's Mangekyo Sharingan to spin at high speed. I technique, Takamagahara, activated. As Uchiha Okazan's Mangekyo Sharingan shifted its gaze, clan members vanished silently from the places it was looking at, leaving no trace. After a short while, more than 100 people, including Uchiha Fugaku, were all transferred by Uchiha Okazan to an island in the Takamagahara space. Chapter 50 When the Uchiha arrive at Uzashima. Chapter 50 When the Uchiha arrive at Uzashima Island. After insisting on transferring the last Uchiha clan member to the space, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately shut down his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were greatly reduced by the system, there were still some adverse reactions when used extensively. This was the first time that Uchiha Kakiyama had used it on such a large scale, and he felt his eyes were extremely sore and his tears flowed uncontrollably. Fortunately, the Mangekyo Sharingan has fewer side effects now. At least it's not like Ataki Uchiha in the later stages, whose eyes couldn't withstand even using Amaterasu and bled immediately afterward. Uchiha Kakuzan rubbed his eyes, feeling the soreness subside considerably. He opened them and saw the first elder standing beside him, looking at him with worried eyes. The clan leader was leading the clansmen to expand their territory, and as the first elder, he naturally had to see them off. When Uchiha Kakiyama saw the elder looking at him, he greeted him, "Elder." The first elder, Uchiha Ryo, looked at him with concern. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan is useful and extremely powerful, it cannot be used excessively. The more you use it, the faster your vision will become blurred, eventually causing you to lose your sight and fall into eternal darkness. The elder paused for a moment, then continued, moreover, you don't have any brothers. Even if you did, they might not be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you must cherish and use your Mangekyo Sharingan. Page 19. Regarding the elder's concerns, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't tell him that he had the system's help, that not only would he not be in danger of going blind, but he was also close to evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He could only comfort him by saying, Elder, don't worry. I just feel a little soreness in my eyes. And so far, my Mangekyo Sharingan has not caused any discomfort or blurred vision. Hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the first elder breathed a sigh of relief. He only knew about the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the method of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from the information passed down in the clan. He wasn't sure exactly how many years it would take for his vision to become blurred. Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama had no adverse reactions, he was relieved. He couldn't afford to be careless about Uchiha Kakuzan. Although Uchiha Shisui had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, there was still a gap between him and Uchiha Kakuzan. Uchiha Shisui could only barely use the first stage, Skull Skeleton, of the Mangekyo Sharingan's divine power Susanoo. However, Uchiha Kakuzan was able to bypass the first two stages and directly enter the third stage of Susanoo, the fully armed armored giant, in a short period of time after activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. It should be noted that Susanoo currently only has 4 stages, and the limit of the Mangekyo Sharingan is the third stage. The third stage of Susanoo can be said to be at the peak of Kage level, allowing one to roam freely in the ninja world. Originally, after learning that Uchiha Kakuzan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Grand Elder wanted to keep a low profile for a few years, giving Uchiha Kakuzan the opportunity to grow and allow his Susanoo to reach the second or third stage. In this way, the Uchiha clan would have a peak Kage level expert who could dominate the Uchiha clan for 30 or 40 years. What the Grand Elder did not expect was that Uchiha Kakuzan's monstrous talent exceeded his imagination, reaching a level in a short period of time that he had anticipated taking several years to achieve. The more monstrous Uchiha Kazuyama was, the more the Grand Elder felt it was a pity. Uchiha Kazuyama's talent was comparable to, or even surpassed, that of Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Kazuyama had a brother who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Grand Elder had no doubt that Uchiha Kazuyama's achievements would surpass those of the legendary Uchiha Madara, leading the Uchiha clan to an unprecedented peak. As Uchiha Kakiyama watched the elder's departing figure, he felt a strange sense of unease and desolation. Kakiyama stroked his chin, thinking that perhaps the elder was feeling a bit lost and sentimental after the clan leader's departure. Uchiha Kakiyama then put these matters aside, rubbed his still somewhat sore eyes, activated Takamega Hera, and entered the space himself. Because of the time difference between this space and the outside world, it was still dark inside. Uchiha Kakuzan saw his clansmen standing quietly in the darkness, none of them speaking or looking around. It seemed they had been instructed before entering. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded in satisfaction, greeted the clan head Uchiha Fugaku, and without wasting any time, directly teleported to Uzushima Island through the spatial imprint he left there. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi on Uzushima Island had already received the news through the cat ninja summoning jutsu and were waiting there. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded when he saw them waiting there, then went directly to the open space next to him, mobilized the chakra in his body, and surged towards the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. On the open ground in front of Uchiha Kagami, space seemed to be slightly distorted, and more than 100 people appeared there silently, all of them his clansmen. A gentle breeze blew, and the morning sun shone on them, which lessened the sense of unreality. When they recognized the fully armed, solemn-faced man leading their clansmen at the forefront as their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, they immediately snapped out of their daze, knelt on one knee, bowed slightly, and placed their right hand on their chest, saying, "Greetings, clan leader." Fugaku Uchiha also recovered from his shock at this moment. After all, this was his first time experiencing such a spatial eye technique. He hadn't felt much of a difference in the Takamega Hera space because it was too dark, but now, seeing himself teleported to this unfamiliar island in an instant, he was truly shocked by the scenery on the island. Fugaku Uchiha looked at his eldest son and Shisui Uchiha and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi immediately responded, "For the honor of the Uchiha, this is what we should do." Fugaku Uchiha nodded, told them to stand up, then looked around and finally gazed at the distant sea. "So this is Whirlpool Island. It is indeed a good place. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are not bad, but their strength is a bit lacking. After all, they are just a clan that is a vassal of the Senju clan. It's a pity that they can't even protect such a good place." Chapter 52 The Position of Clan Chief. Chapter 52 The Position of Clan Chief. After Fugaku Uchiha finished his reflections, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha stepped forward to report on their patrols of Uzushima Island over the past few days. The Uchiha clansmen who came with Fugaku Uchiha couldn't hold back their emotions after experiencing this time-space transfer. Although they didn't move around, they were whispering among themselves. Among them were several clansmen who had followed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kakiyama to meet Uchiha Shursui outside the village, and they whispered among themselves. Uchiha Yuta, the vice-chief, truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 fighter in the Uchiha clan. I never expected that the vice-chief would not only have outstanding combat power, but also know space-time ninjutsu. You know, the 4th Hokage was famous for his space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In the ninja world, there are only a handful of people who know space-time ninjutsu. Hearing Uchiha Yueta's words, Uchiha Tsuruya chimed in, yeah, I still remember that scene vividly. The vice-clan leader and we went to find Shursui, but unexpectedly, Shursui was ambushed and nearly killed by that old dog Danzo. Shursui was the vice-clan leader's close friend, and the vice-clan leader was furious. He immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. When I saw that colossal giant that blotted out the sky, I was completely stunned. At that time, I even wondered if the deputy clan leader was a legendary god descended to earth. Later, when I returned to the clan, I found out that the deputy clan leader's eyes were beyond the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like Madara Uchiha. He used the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. Yuta, weren't you a captain in the security force, just like the vice-chief? Were you hiding your true abilities? Perhaps you also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like the vice-chief. When Yuta Uchiha heard Tsuruya Uchiha's teasing remark, he rolled his eyes. He and Tsuruya were good friends, and he knew she was joking with him, so he wasn't angry. If I can reach the level of the vice-clan leader, my life will have been worthwhile. Besides, have you noticed that the vice-clan leader's space-time ninjutsu is more powerful than the 4th Hokage's? I've never heard of the 4th Hokage's space-time ninjutsu being able to teleport so many people at once. The clansmen standing nearby echoed this sentiment, while those who had never witnessed Uchiha Kagami opening Susanoo eagerly inquired about the scene. Uchiha Kakuzan ignored the worshipful gazes and whispers of his clansmen. He simply closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and waited quietly for Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi to report to the clan leader. He had no choice but to keep his eyes closed to maintain his image in front of his clansmen, as his eyes were sore and tired from teleporting over 100 clansmen out of the Takamagahara space. After Shursui and the others finished reporting the situation to Fugaku Uchiha, Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes had improved considerably. He walked up to Fugaku Uchiha and nodded slightly. "Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Is there anything else you need me to do?" When Fugaku Uchiha saw Kiyama Uchiha, his usually serious expression softened, and he nodded at Kiyama upon hearing his words. "Thank you for your hard work this time, Chio-shan. Now that you are Sasuke's teacher, we are practically family. Don't be so formal. I'm not in Konoha's territory, so I'll leave things there to you and the elder. If anything happens and you can't contact me in time, just discuss it with the elder." At this point, Fugaku Uchiha's tone became serious. "Uchiha Kakuzan, show some dignity as the vice-chairman of the Uchiha clan. Your position as vice-chairman was decided by the Grand Elder and me, and you are worthy of this position. I'm not on Uchiha clan territory, so you're the one who calls the shots here. The elder is only there to assist you. The Uchiha clan will rely on you young people in the future, so you need to grow up quickly. Not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of mindset and methods. These are all things that need to be learned and improved." Uchiha Kakuzan's body trembled upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words. He knew that Fugaku intended to groom him as the future clan leader. The clan leader lineage had been passed down through Fugaku's lineage since Madara Uchiha left Konoha. This was because their lineage was not only pure in blood but also held immense prestige within the Uchiha clan, producing numerous powerful individuals. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the future clan leader would undoubtedly be either Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke. Furthermore, Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Barring Itachi's skewed future, he was almost certain to become the clan leader. Although Uchiha Kakuzan used Koda Amatsukami on Uchiha Fugaku, it did not change his thoughts and understanding on this matter. In other words, Uchiha Fugaku was willing to hand over the position of clan leader to Uchiha Kakuzan. Looking back now, Uchiha Fugaku's decision to have Uchiha Sasuke become Uchiha Kakuzan's apprentice was actually paving the way for Uchiha Kakuzan. As long as Uchiha Kakuzan was the master of the clan leader's son, he could also be considered part of the clan leader's lineage, and there would be fewer obstacles to him becoming the clan leader in the future. Although Uchiha Kyoyama didn't care about the position of clan leader and only cared about increasing his own strength, he was still quite touched by Uchiha Fugaku's kindness and nodded to indicate that he understood. Afterwards, he bid farewell to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Shursui remained as warm as ever, while Itachi, ever since learning that Uchiha Kakuzan had become Sasuke's mentor, and considering his rescue of Shursui, had become extremely friendly towards Kakuzan. Even when he saw Fugaku preparing to pass the clan headship to Kakuzan, his attitude remained unchanged, and he responded warmly to Kakuzan's greetings. It seems that Itachi's magnanimity and vision were indeed extraordinary. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't linger any longer. With a wave of his hand, he transferred the supplies he had prepared and stored in his space from within the clan to the open ground in front of him. After saying goodbye to them, he teleported back into his space by himself. Now that I've delivered Fugaku Uchiha and his group to Uzushima Island, my mission is complete. It will take at least a week for the first team to finish their mission, and I should report to the third Hokage now. After all, I promised the third Hokage, and it wouldn't be good to be late. Besides, joining the third Hokage Zambu early would allow me to get acquainted with Kakashi and Yamato, and gather information about them sooner. Once I've trained my body with the lightning release armor and upgraded my Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be easier to copy Kakashi's Sharingan's techniques Kamui and Yamato's would release. At that point, my combat power should be able to break through the peak of Kage level and reach the same level as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju Super Kage level. Chapter 53 Entering the Dark Side. Chapter 53 Entering the Dark Division. After sending Fugaku Uchiha and the others to Uzushima Island, Kakuzen Uchiha returned to his spatial dimension. Instead of rushing back to Konoha, he stayed in the spatial dimension to practice his lightning release armor. Uchiha Kakeyama sensed that due to the increase in his physical strength, his Mangekyo Sharingan was about to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eyes had been restless for the past 2 days. Uchiha Kakuzen finished his training for the day with anticipation and joy. He didn't stay in the space for long, turned around and left the space, arriving at his home in Konoha. After a quick wash at home, having worked up quite a sweat during his training, Uchiha Kakeyama, fully equipped, left the clan compound and headed to the Hokage building, the center of Konoha village. Since Uchiha Kakuzen is currently just an ordinary jonin in Konoha village, and has not yet officially joined the Umbu, and is also the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, he was given a more formal appointment. Instead of going directly into the Hokage building, he had the guards announce his arrival. Soon, Uchiha Kakuzen was invited to the Hokage's office. At this time, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dressed in casual clothes, sitting at his desk with a large pipe in his mouth. When he saw Uchiha Kakuzen come in, he greeted him with a smile, appearing to be a kind and approachable old man. Uchiha Kakuzen was not fooled by the third Hokage's appearance. His image could only fool ordinary people or some naive children. If the third Hokage was just a kind old man, how could he have become the Hokage who ruled Konoha for the longest time? Of course, the third Hokage was still portrayed as the strongest Hokage in history in the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Kakuzen responded to the third Hokage's greeting with neither excessive trepidation nor indifference, but rather with appropriate manners and respect. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at Uchiha Kakuzen standing before him and was filled with emotion. This Uchiha, who was only a teenager but whose strength already stood among the top ranks of the ninja world, was completely different from the proud Uchiha. He usually kept a low profile and his talent was somewhat inferior to that of geniuses like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. He was completely hidden behind Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, as if he were standing in the second tier. The third Hokage has also been reading information about Uchiha Kakuzen these past few days. He usually just lazes around in the Uchiha guard unit, doing nothing and just passing the time. He doesn't have any of the qualities a genius should have. If it weren't for Uchiha Shisui's accident that exposed Uchiha Kagami, the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, who stood at the top of Konoha, would never have imagined that there was another member of the Uchiha clan who had secretly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and developed Susanoo to the third stage, with his strength firmly standing at the peak of Kage level. This is also why Shimura Danzo has been so well behaved these past few days. After all, although his root team is full of talented people, it is quite difficult to find someone who can compete with a peak Kage level. The third Hokage was in a better position. Although his favorite disciple, Orochimaru, had defected, both Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Tsunade were capable of contending with Uchiha Kakuzen. As for the third Hokage himself, if he were at his peak, with his mastery and combination of various ninjutsu, he could have fought Uchiha Kakuzen to a standstill. However, now, due to his advanced age and declining physical condition, both his reaction speed and chakra reserves have decreased significantly. It's already difficult for him to maintain his strength at the Kage level. If he were to fight Uchiha Kakuzen, he could only hold out for a short time at the beginning before he couldn't keep up. Of course, if Uchiha Kakuzen were to directly activate Susanoo Stage 3, then Hiruzen Sarutobi would have no choice but to focus on dodging. The third Hokage looked at the calm-faced young man before him, who had grown up and could be considered a young man. Having had a brief encounter with him before, he knew that the young man was someone with his own thoughts and ideas, unlike Uchiha Shisui, who was not so easily influenced by the will of fire. The third Hokage brought Uchiha Kakeyama to his side because he saw that Kakeyama held a special position within the Uchiha clan, making him a potential heir to the position of clan head. Moreover, Kakeyama was intelligent, composed, and considered the consequences of his actions, not the kind of person who acted recklessly. Having such a person by his side provided reassurance, and his strength was also formidable, allowing him to handle any difficult situations. Furthermore, the Hokage hoped to deepen Kakeyama's affection for Konoha, as he had grown up there and couldn't possibly be completely devoid of emotion. Since the Uchiha clan is preparing to relocate and leave Konoha, this Uchiha Gyoza is the link between Konoha and the Uchiha. As long as this Uchiha Gyoza stays by his side, he is not worried that the Uchiha clan will lose control and side with other forces. The third Hokage chuckled and said, "Chio-shan, how's the relocation of your Uchiha clan going? Do you need the village's help? If so, don't hesitate to ask. After all, the Uchiha are also members of our Konoha village." Judging from his tone, it was as if the Uchiha clan had simply moved to a different place, rather than leaving Konoha. In response to the goodwill shown by the third Hokage, Uchiha Kakuzan also responded in a friendly manner, "I appreciate the third Hokage's concern. The new location has been chosen, and we are slowly moving. As you know, there are too many clansmen, and the relocation cannot be accomplished overnight." After exchanging pleasantries, the two got down to business. The third Hokage took a deep drag on his pipe and then exhaled the smoke heavily. "Uchiha Kakuzan, although you are very strong now, you have only just joined the Umbu and are not familiar with it. For now, you will follow the Umbu captain who is in charge of my security. Once you are familiar with the work of the Umbu and are capable of taking on the responsibilities of a captain, I will give you the Umbu captain position that I promised before. What do you say?" Uchiha Kakuzan had anticipated the third Hokage's arrangements. After all, the work of the Umbu was quite dangerous, and it was impossible to make you the captain of the Umbu just because you were strong. That would not only be playing with the work of the Umbu, but also being irresponsible towards the lives of those Umbu members. Uchiha Kakiyama lowered his head slightly and placed his right hand on his chest. "I will follow the Hokage's arrangements. I have no objections. After all, I have no experience. Even if the Hokage directly assigns me to the position of captain, I will not know how to arrange the work." The third Hokage nodded approvingly. It was so easy to talk to smart people, unlike those who got arrogant after gaining some strength. They wouldn't listen to any explanation you gave them. Chapter 54 Heitake Kakashi. Chapter 54 Kakashi Heitake. Seeing that Uchiha Kakuzan had followed his instructions, the third Hokage felt relieved. He raised his voice and said, "Kakashi, come in." As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, a person appeared in front of him. His body flicker technique was clean and efficient, his figure was tall and straight, he wore a fox mask, and his silver-white hair was eye-catching. Uchiha Kakiyama knew that this was the popular character in Naruto, the genius character Heitake Kakashi. Kakashi Heitake knelt before the Hokage, bowing slightly. "Hokage-sama." The third Hokage said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, this is Uchiha Kakuzan from the Uchiha clan. He will join your team for now, and you should mentor him. Don't let his youth fool you, he is very strong." Kakashi recognized the man as the one who had unleashed his ultimate attack outside the village and instantly killed Danzo and his group with a single strike when Uchiha Okayama visited the third Hokage. It's a bit of a pity that Danzo wasn't killed outright. Kakashi and Danzo had a long-standing feud. You know, his father, the White Fan of Konoha, was very likely forced to commit suicide because of Danzo Shimura spreading rumors. Kakashi, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, didn't waste any time and immediately agreed, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Then, the third Hokage instructed Uchiha Kiwayama, "Kiwayama, you should learn from Kakashi first. Don't underestimate him because he's young, he's already a very senior member of the Umbu." Uchiha Kakuzan was somewhat surprised that the third Hokage assigned him to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi possessed a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and bloodline clans take the leakage of bloodline limits very seriously. Kakashi's Sharingan caused a huge uproar within the Uchiha clan, and it took the third and fourth Hokage, who were not yet Hokage at the time, but already had a high level of popularity and prestige, a great deal of effort and sacrifice to quell the matter. I never expected the third Hokage to let him follow Kakashi. Isn't he afraid that he'll cause trouble for Kakashi? The third Hokage also had his own considerations. Firstly, it had already been agreed upon beforehand, and Uchiha Kakuzan was not the kind of person who would act unreasonably. Secondly, Kakashi had suffered too much in the past few years. His father died, his teammates died, he accidentally killed his teammates, and his master and mistress died. Everyone related to him had died in the past few years, which caused him to become depressed. Don't be fooled by Kakashi's seemingly normal behavior, whether he's on a mission or just having casual conversations. The third Hokage, being a wise and experienced man, had long ago realized that Kakashi hadn't escaped the shadows of his past and was completely devoid of energy. This also caused Kakashi's potential to be wasted. You have to understand, Kakashi was a genius ninja who became a jonin at the age of 12. His talent was even more terrifying than that of his father, Konoha's White Fan. Back then, Konoha's White Fan became a top-tier Kage-level fighter thanks to his Heitake swordsmanship, causing the Sand Village to collapse. Even Cho's son and daughter-in-law were cut in two by White Fan, which led to Sasori of the Red Sand going astray in his youth. As the son of Konoha's White Fan, who was even more talented, Kakashi Heitake should have been in the period of his power explosion these past few years. Even if he hadn't reached the Kage level, he should have at least touched the threshold of the Kage level. However, Kakashi's performance in recent years has been unsatisfactory. He has been doing a lot of fancy tricks. Although he has earned the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi, his strength has not improved much. In the eyes of the third Hokage, he is a typical example of someone who has grown taller but not stronger. The third Hokage considered that Kakashi might not have made much progress in his strength because he hadn't overcome his psychological trauma and therefore lacked the motivation to train. He wanted to see if assigning Uchiha Okayama, also from the Uchiha clan, to Kakashi's team would have any impact on Kakashi. In the original story, the third Hokage probably had the same idea when assigning Uchiha Itachi to Kakashi's team. Page 20. What the third Hokage didn't expect was that Kakashi's lack of improvement in strength over the years wasn't just due to his mentality, but also because of his Sharingan. That Sharingan wasn't an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi wasn't originally from the Uchiha clan, so using the Sharingan naturally consumed more energy than the Uchiha clan. Moreover, his Sharingan couldn't be turned off, always remaining in the 3-tomo state, which meant it was constantly consuming Kakashi's chakra. It's all thanks to Kakashi. If it were someone else, with this kind of draining method, they wouldn't even get their strength improved, let alone be drained dry. The Heitake clan is renowned for its Heitake swordsmanship, and Kakashi's father, Sakumo Heitake, perfected it. Moreover, Kakashi was already skilled in Heitake swordsmanship before he obtained Obito's Sharingan. Kakashi later used the Sharingan as his main means of attack, which was equivalent to abandoning what he was good at and switching to what he was not good at. It would be strange if his strength improved. Despite all this thought, it really just came to mind for Uchiha Kazuyama. He was naturally willing to be assigned to Kakashi's team by the third Hokage, because it would make it easier to copy the Kamui-I technique and get closer to Yamato. Uchiha Kazuyama immediately said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, thank you for your help." Before Uchiha Kakuzan came to report to the third Hokage had already spoken to Kakashi, so Kakashi was not surprised at all that Uchiha Kakuzan was assigned to him. Since the third Hokage still had work to do, he didn't keep them any longer and had Kakashi lead Uchiha Kakiyama to complete the process of joining the Umbu. Kakashi took Uchiha Kakiyama to many places, such as leaving files, collecting equipment, uniforms and masks, etc. Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't impatient. For him, joining the Umbu was a rather interesting thing, and experiencing everything wasn't a bad thing. Finally, Kakashi took Uchiha Kazuyama to the area directly beneath the Hokage building, the Umbu base. Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't expected that the Umbu base was actually inside Konoha village, and right below the Hokage building, but thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the Umbu was a combat unit directly under the Hokage, and it wasn't something that could be done in secret. So, it was only natural that it was located as close to the Hokage as possible. Since the Umbu members are either on missions outside the village and haven't returned, or they are responsible for protecting the Hokage and are currently near the Hokage's office, there aren't many people at the Umbu base. Because not all the personnel were present, Kakashi did not introduce Uchiha Kazuyama to him. Instead, he told Kazuyama to come on time the next day when he took over the shift, and Kakashi would introduce him to everyone then. Uchiha Kazuyama had no objection to Kakashi's arrangement, so after collecting his items, he honorably left work. As he left the Umbu base, Uchiha Kakiyama seemed to catch a glimpse of a purple-haired figure from behind, which intrigued him. However, when he tried to get a closer look, the figure disappeared. Chapter 55 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 55 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't pay much attention to the newly appeared purple-haired figure from behind. He figured it was just a member of the Umbu. Since they couldn't find it today, they could wait until everyone was there tomorrow. Since Kakashi had to stay at the Hokage building, he didn't try to persuade Uchiha Kakuzan to stay any longer. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't mind, said goodbye to the third Hokage, and went home. By the time Uchiha Kazuyama left the Hokage building, it was already afternoon. Kazuyama didn't plan to wander around the village. After all, he hadn't had a moment's rest since morning. Since he could leave work early today, he decided to go home and rest. When Uchiha Kakuzan returned to the clan's territory, he did not go straight home, but instead went to Uchiha Mikato's house. Uchiha Kakuzan took Uchiha Fugaku's instructions to heart. As the vice-head of the Uchiha clan and Sasuke's teacher, he was responsible for taking care of Mikato and Sasuke since the clan head was away. Plus, he could get a free meal. Furthermore, Mikato said that these few days are quite important, and if Uchiha Akiyama puts in his best effort during these days, the chances of Mikato getting pregnant will be very high. For the future and prosperity of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kakuzan naturally had to work hard. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan was a man who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the offspring he and Mikato created naturally had much higher talent than ordinary Uchiha clan members. When Uchiha Kazuyama arrived at Uchiha Mikato's house, Mikato had already anticipated it and had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Next to Mikato was his newly accepted disciple, Uchiha Sasuke. Since Uchiha Kakuzan was already Uchiha Sasuke's teacher, he could legitimately and frequently visit Uchiha Fugaku's house without anyone saying anything. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha have already expanded their territory on Uzushima Island. These two biggest eyesores have been sent to Uzushima Island by Uchiha Kakuzan. In addition, given Kakuzan's current strength and status, the Uchiha clan members all admire him, and there are no more people who would gossip about him. After dinner, Uchiha Kakiyama left on his own. After all, it wasn't appropriate for Fugaku and his mother to stay overnight at their house. After leaving, Uchiha Kakiyama did not return to his home, but instead teleported directly into his space. When the night was deep and quiet, before Uchiha Kazuyama could activate Uchiha Mikato's spatial imprint and teleport her over, he sensed spatial fluctuations. The next second, Uchiha Mikato, holding a tray and wearing a close-fitting kimono, appeared in front of Uchiha Kazuyama. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that his sister Mikato had come to find him after she had put Sasuke to sleep. Now, in Fugaku Uchiha's household, only the pitiful Sasuke Uchiha remains. After seeing the look in Uchiha Okayama's eyes, Uchiha Mikato blushed and explained, "I left a shadow clone to accompany Sasuke." Without saying a word, Uchiha Kazuyama simply picked up Uchiha Mikato and carried her into the house next door. Over the next few days, Akiyama Uchiha spent his days on duty at the Hokage building with Kakashi, and his nights holding Mikato Uchiha, working hard for the next generation. He also wanted to see if the child he and Mikato were to conceive together would have high talent. A week later, just as Uchiha Kakuzan was preparing to send the second echelon of people organized by the Grand Elder to Uzushima Island, Uchiha Kakuzan's secret technique lightning release armor finally achieved a breakthrough. It should be said that the body trained using the lightning release armor has finally achieved a breakthrough. On this day, in the Takamagahara space, Uchiha Kakiyama was preparing to finish his lightning release armor training for the day when he suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if his body had been reborn, and a power surged out from the depths of his body. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that this was his chance to break through his physical limits. Without further concern for injury, he immediately increased his chakra output. This directly resulted in the lightning release armor becoming increasingly powerful. From a distance, Uchiha Akiyama appeared to be surrounded by lightning, and the crackling sounds could be heard very far. As the strength of the latent armor increased, Uchiha Akiyama felt his physical strength undergoing a transformation. "It's as if my body has become stronger inside and out, several times stronger." After experiencing the transformation of his body, Uchiha Akiyama gradually reduced his chakra output, causing the electric light in his body to weaken. Ultimately, Uchiha Akiyama stopped training in the latent armor. At that moment, Uchiha Akiyama felt as if his Sharingan was out of control. He opened it involuntarily, first the 3-Tomo Sharingan, then the 3-Tomo Sharingan spun faster and faster, evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and this was not the end. Uchiha Akiyama's Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster and faster, until finally some patterns seemed to appear out of thin air on his Mangekyo Sharingan, making it even more exquisite and beautiful. Just as Uchiha Akiyama's Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Akiyama felt a change in his body. Both his chakra and eye power were greatly amplified. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan could feel that his eyes had been strengthened and would no longer be damaged when using eye techniques. Just then, the system, which hadn't appeared for a long time, finally emitted the voice that Uchiha Kakiyama had been waiting for. "Congratulations, host Uchiha Kakiyama, your Mangekyo Sharingan has evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Your chakra and ocular power have increased dramatically. The eye technique of the god of dispelling heaven has been enhanced." The eye technique instantly enhanced the space-time dimension. Takamagahara's eye technique was enhanced. Izanaga's eye technique has been enhanced. The pupil technique's copying ability has been enhanced. Please wait patiently, host. As your Mangekyo Sharingan has evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all your eye techniques have been enhanced. It is expected that the enhancement will be completed in 2 hours. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Akiyama happily opened his eyes. After so many days of hard work, he had finally reaped the rewards. Not only had his physical body been strengthened, but this strengthening had also allowed his Sharingan to evolve. He could finally use his eye techniques without restraint, no longer worrying about their side effects. Chapter 56 Changes in Takamagahara. Chapter 56 Changes in Takamagahara. Through his tireless efforts and with the help of the system, Uchiha Okayama's Mangekyo Sharingan finally evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After sensing that his Sharingan had evolved and stabilized, Uchiha Kakiyama slowly opened his eyes. It was noticeable that Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan differed somewhat from his previous Mangekyo Sharingan. The patterns within his eyes were more complex than before, with added background textures that made his eyes even more beautiful and magnificent. Moreover, the entire eye is like a work of art, as if this evolution has changed the entire texture of the eye, as if it were carved from the finest jade, rather than made of flesh and blood. Uchiha Kakiyama slowly opened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and was shocked by the world he saw. Is this the world seen through the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Everything in the world seemed so lifelike. Dust particles, invisible to the naked eye, floated in the air, and the whole world seemed to have been filtered through a high-definition lens. As my attention became more focused, everything I saw seemed to be slowed down, making it all clearly visible. As Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the world, he became lost in self-pity. Things he had taken for granted suddenly became clear, awakening his indifferent heart. Uchiha Kakiyama slowly withdrew his gaze and began to examine his own body. Since obtaining the lightning release armor from the Raikage lineage, Uchiha Kakiyama has never stopped training. Coupled with his extraordinary mental strength, he can meticulously control the unruly lightning chakra, making his physical training twice as effective. Through Uchiha Kakuzen's tireless efforts, he finally completed the first stage of the lightning release armor training, strengthening his physical body to the same level as a jonin who primarily trains in physical combat. In other words, his physical strength, including in terms of stamina, power, and vitality, was comparable to that of a Taijutsu jonin. His reaction speed, especially, was exceptionally high due to the enhancement of his body by lightning-style chakra. The most representative figure of this is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was thanks to his amazing reaction speed and the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique that the fourth Hokage was able to kill ordinary jonin as easily as killing chickens. This led his enemies to issue orders that if they encountered the Yellow Flash, they could abandon their missions and would not be held responsible. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen's reaction speed is still somewhat slower than that of the fourth Hokage, but it is much stronger than that of others. After checking his physical strength, Uchiha Kakeyama nodded in satisfaction. The body is the foundation of everything. Chakra is a combination of spirit and body. Only with a strong body can he go further in the future. Next, there's his own chakra. Since he's not from the Senju or Uzumaki clans, his chakra isn't as strong as theirs. However, as his Sharingan evolves into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his physical strength increases, his chakra has also become a massive chakra. Now, he probably could even change the terrain in the desert using water jutsu, just like Kisame, becoming a man who can summon the sea at any time. Although Uchiha Kakuzen's eyes had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while the eye evolution was complete, the eye techniques within them were still evolving. To prevent any further accidents, Uchiha Kakuzen simply waited patiently on the space island. However, as time went on, Uchiha Kakeyama clearly felt that his control over this space was getting stronger and stronger. If someone was in this space, Uchiha Kakeyama could only kick them out of this space. But now, Uchiha Kakeyama could clearly feel that he could move intruders at will. Uchiha Kakeyama himself could perceive everything in this space and could move to any place in this space at will according to his will. Just as Uchiha Kakuzen was gaining a deeper understanding of this space, he suddenly felt a faint sense of repulsion on his body. Uchiha Kakuzen inexplicably realized that his eye technique, Takamagahara, was about to be fully evolved and that he needed to go out for a while, otherwise he would disturb the evolution of this space. Unsure whether the evolution of his eye technique would cause a major disturbance, Uchiha Kakuzen neither returned to Konoha nor went to Uzushima Island. Instead, he chose a spatial imprint he had left in a secluded place when he last left the village. Just after Uchiha Kazuyama emerged from the spatial dimension, the system's voice appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host, your Kota Amatsukami eye technique has completed its evolution. Congratulations, host, your eye technique, instantaneous time evolution, is complete. Congratulations, host, your Izanagi eye technique has evolved. Congratulations, host, the evolution of the eye technique replication is complete. Congratulations, host, your Takamagahara eye technique has completed its evolution. The host's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eye techniques have all evolved completely. Please learn more about the details yourself. Uchiha Kakuzen hadn't expected that all his eye techniques would have already evolved by the time he emerged from the Takamagahara space. It seemed that if he hadn't been delayed in the space, the evolution of his eye techniques would have been completed by now. With this in mind, Uchiha Kakuzen returned to the Takamagahara space without the slightest hesitation. Upon entering the space, Uchiha Kakeyama was stunned by everything before him. Actually, the island in the Takamagahara space before Uchiha Kakeyama wasn't very big. It was just a relatively small island, enough to house a small village with a few hundred people. But now, after being strengthened, the biggest change is that the entire island has become at least 10 times larger. Now, even if the entire Uchiha clan moved in, it would be more than enough. As the island grew larger, its water source changed from a stream to a river, flowing out from a place near the top of the mountain, meandering across most of the island, and finally flowing into the sea. Actually, Uchiha Kakuzen had been curious before and wanted to see if he could go to the far reaches of the sea. Unfortunately, he encountered a spatial barrier not far from the sea and had to return disappointed. Looking around, the entire island appeared magnificent and spectacular. Although it was still not as impressive as Uchiha Kakeyama, this island belonged entirely to him. Chapter 57 Evolution of Eye Techniques. Chapter 57 Evolution of Eye Techniques. Standing atop the highest point of the spatial island, Uchiha Kakeyama looked out with boundless pride. This was his own island, and more importantly, he could sense everything within the space, as if it were a god, controlling everything within it. Once Uchiha Kakuzen recovered from this feeling, he focused his attention on his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and began to carefully examine his eye techniques to see how far they had evolved and what enhancements they had received. First came the eye technique Takamagahara. The evolution of the Takamagahara eye technique expanded the entire space, and Uchiha Kakuzen's control over the space was greatly enhanced. If an enemy invaded the space, Uchiha Kakuzen could not only sense it, but also monitor the intruder's location at all times. Finally, he could not only expel the intruder, but also move it freely within the space, and use the power of space to fix the enemy in one place. Page 21. As for outside the space, Uchiha Kakuzen can now control the location of people marked with spatial imprints. Moreover, anyone whose chakra level is below Kage level has no ability to resist Uchiha Kakuzen's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and will be sucked into the space and suppressed there. Next is the eye technique Kota Amatsukami. The effect of Kota Amatsukami remains unchanged. The target affected by Kota Amatsukami will be controlled by it imperceptibly and silently. The biggest change to Kota Amatsukami is that its cooldown time has been further shortened to 1 month. Moreover, with Uchiha Kakuzen's Mangekyo Sharingan evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kota Amatsukami can now be used again. The eye technique momentary time and space has been enhanced twice since Uchiha Kakuzen obtained it, without ever using it. This latest evolution of momentary time and space is arguably the strongest genjutsu besides Kota Amatsukami. Time, space, matter, and life within it are all created and controlled by the caster, and it also carries a mental attack component. Those with weak mental strength and willpower would likely suffer a complete mental breakdown. The eye technique Izanagi is a technique that can change fate. Its cooldown time is still 3 days. However, with the increasing power of Uchiha Kakuzen's eyes, he can now store Izanagi 3 times in his eyes, which increases the margin for error. Finally, there is Uchiha Kakuzen's most important dojutsu copying eye. This dojutsu seems powerful, but it still has limitations. For example, it cannot copy and learn certain special bloodlines hidden within the body, such as the bloodlines of the Senjo and Uzumaki clans, whose chakra and vitality far exceed those of ordinary people. With Uchiha Okayama's Sharingan becoming the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the convenience and upper limit of the eye technique copying eye were improved, and the number of times it could be copied was increased to 9. Furthermore, if it is the same bloodline limit, it can be repeatedly copied and learned from different people to maximize the effect of the bloodline limit obtained by Uchiha Kagakiyama. For example, if Uchiha Kakiyama wanted to replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, he could first replicate Naruto Uzumaki's Uzumaki clan physique. If he wasn't satisfied, he could find other members of the Uzumaki clan to replicate and learn from, such as Karen Uzumaki or Nagato, to improve the perfection of the Uzumaki bloodline. Of course, if that's still not enough, you can wait until you can revive Kushina Uzumaki in the future. I have no other idea but to perfect my bloodline limit. As for the 4th Hokage, he's inside the stomach of the Shinigami, so there's nothing I can do about it. Uchiha Kakuzen was quite satisfied with what he saw. His original purpose in staying in Konoha was to replicate the various bloodline limits in the village. However, if the people who possessed the bloodline limits did not use them, or only had hidden special physiques, it would be difficult for him to replicate them. Now that the Sharingan has been upgraded, it can scan and copy without being detected by others, greatly increasing its stealth and convenience. Now that's great. Uchiha Kakuzen originally planned to copy the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, since the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is quite convenient at times, such as the 360-degree field of view, which Uchiha Kakuzen had been envious of for a long time. However, the Byakugan is not so easy to copy. Previously, it could only be copied when they used it. But when they used the Byakugan, mobilizing your own chakra to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly telling them that you are either hostile or have ulterior motives, neither of which will end well. Now it's great. Now I just need to hide in a corner, and whether you activate your Byakugan or not, I can copy and learn it. After checking his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kakiyama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he truly stands at the pinnacle of combat power in the ninja world. Even if the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, were to be resurrected, he could still put up a fight with him. The 4th stage of Susanoo's complete form will take some time, but my current combat power is sufficient to handle any situation I encounter. To put it bluntly, if Uchiha Kakiyama were truly ambitious, with his current strength, he could easily take control of the entire Hidden Leaf village without anyone noticing. However, Uchiha Kakuzen felt it was completely unnecessary, because Konoha village would encounter too many things in the future. Although he could handle them all, given his personality and the fact that he had no close friends or family in Konoha village, he would absolutely not step forward to stand in front of Konoha village and fight to the death for them. In any case, he had already arranged for his clansmen to reside on Whirlpool Island, a place that was practically untouched by worldly affairs. If all else failed, he could simply place the Uchiha clan members on an island within his own dimension, a dimension completely isolated from the world. In that case, the Uchiha clan's comings and goings would be a hassle for him, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, if something were to happen to him, the Uchiha clan of this world would be wiped out forever. After checking his Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't stay in the space for long. Instead, he turned around and left the space, heading directly to Uzushima Island. Currently, Obito Uchiha's Kamui is still a potential threat. Fortunately, the evolution of his own eye technique, Takamagahara, has given him a new ability that can counter space-time ninjutsu. After arriving at Uchiha Kakiyama, he didn't stay idle. He started running around the entire island, leaving a spatial mark in the air every now and then marking another spatial mark after a while. During this time, Uchiha Kakuzan also encountered members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakuzan did not have time for small talk, so he quickly greeted them and went to attend to his own business. Chapter 58 Space Blockade. Chapter 58 Space Blockade. The Uchiha clan members saw their clan's vice head and were about to go and pay their respects. After all, he was the Uchiha clan's top fighter. In this ninja world where strength is respected, many clan members still admired Uchiha Kakiyama. Just as he was about to go over, he saw his clan's vice-clan leader wave his hand and hurriedly leave. This made the clansmen who encountered him curious, wondering what Lord Uchiha Kakiyama was busy with. If it weren't for the sharing and confirming that the person in front of them was indeed the vice-clan leader, they would have suspected that a spy had infiltrated Uzushima Island to gather intelligence. And so, Uchiha Kakiyama was busy for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. During that time, apart from asking the third Hokage for leave, he spent the rest of his time running around Uzushima Island, constantly marking spatial imprints. Finally, Uchiha Kakuzan marked the last spatial imprint on the cliff at this end of Uzushima Island. Finally finished, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the base was set up properly, he would be able to sense White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, and even Obito Uchiha's Kamui whenever they came to Uzushima. With one last step, Uchiha Kakuzan directly used the spatial imprint to arrive at the center of Uzushima Island. He took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and solemnly began to mobilize all his chakra, continuously channeling it into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, already awakened, spun faster and faster with the infusion of chakra and ocular power. As the Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, the spatial imprints on Uzushio Island slowly lit up, shimmering with a sky-blue light. The connection between the space of Takamagahara and the hundreds of spatial imprints on Uzushio Island deepened. Uchiha Kakuzan remained motionless in his hand seal posture, while the chakra within his body seemed to flow freely into his Sharingan. As time passed, finally, when Uchiha Kagama's chakra was mostly depleted, the spatial imprints on Uzushima Island lit up. At that very moment, the space of Takamagahara and the spatial imprints of Uzushima Island seemed to resonate. With the generation of spatial resonance, a faint spatial power enveloped the entire Uzushima Island. After sensing that the entire Whirlpool Island was enveloped by spatial power, Uchiha Kakuzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. From then on, the entire Whirlpool Island was within Uchiha Kakuzan's sensing range, and he would be able to sense any uninvited guests who intruded. Furthermore, since Uchiha Obito's island is enveloped by the spatial power of Uchiha Okayama's space, no one else can use spacetime ninjutsu on Uchiha Obito's island without his permission. In other words, Uchiha Obito's greatest reliance Kamui cannot be used on Uchiha Obito's island. After sensing the entire Uzushima Island, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded in satisfaction. From now on, Uzushima Island would be his backyard, and anyone who wanted to trespass would have to pay the price. This ensured the safety of the Uchiha clan. Even if the Uchiha clan moved to Uzushima Island, the traitorous Obito Uchiha would still be thinking about eliminating the Uchiha clan in order to remove obstacles to his Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Kakuzan's actions were aimed at eliminating Obito Uchiha's greatest asset, preventing him from causing trouble on Uzushima Island. Subsequently, Uchiha Kakiyama found Uchiha Fugaku, who was stationed on Uzushima Island, briefly explained the matter to him, and gave him and Uchiha Shursui each a spatial mark that prevented them from entering the space. Fugaku and Shursui of the Uchiha clan can use this spatial imprint to sense any anomalies on Uzushima Island, thus saving Uchiha Kakiyama the trouble of doing everything himself. After explaining everything, Uchiha Kakiyama left Uzushima Island and returned to his space, where he immediately fell into a deep sleep. He had no choice after 2 days without rest, and having expended so much chakra, Uchiha Kakiyama was already quite tired, even though he hadn't reached his limit. To maintain his good condition, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't push himself and rested when he needed to. When Uchiha Kusan woke up, it was already dark. Kusan stretched and felt like he had come back to life. It was fortunate that it was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If it were an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, after all that, he would have been blind before even half of the spatial imprint on Uzushima was marked. Uchiha Kakiyama rubbed his stomach. He was so hungry, practically starving. He felt like he could eat a whole cow right now. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at his meager reserves of dry rations and jerky, then rubbed his pitiful stomach and decided that he should go out and eat something better to treat himself. When Uchiha Kakuzan emerged from the space, he realized it was already late at night, and the entire Hidden Leaf village was fast asleep. Uchiha Okayama sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to eat the barbecue he'd been longing for, and Ichiraku Ramen was also closed at this time. Uchiha Kazuyama hesitated for a moment, but still used the spatial imprint to arrive at Uchiha Mikato's house. Don't misunderstand, the main reason was that Uchiha Kazuyama's family hadn't cooked for a long time, so they didn't have any food on hand. Uchiha Kazuyama came to Mikato's house to see if there was anything to eat. When Uchiha Kazuyama quietly opened the door to his room and slowly made his way to the kitchen, he keenly sensed that Mikato was not asleep yet, but had come to the kitchen in the middle of the night and was drinking water. Uchiha Kakiyama sensed that Mikato was not asleep and was also in the kitchen, so he knocked on the kitchen door. Uchiha Mikato, who was drinking water in the kitchen, was startled and quickly put down her cup, asking warily, "Who is it?" Not wanting to frighten Mikato, Uchiha Kakiyama quickly replied, "It's me, Mikato. I just got back and I'm a little hungry, so I came to find something to eat." When Mikato Uchiha heard that it was Uchiha Okayama's voice, she breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, Uchiha Okayama had been coming to her house more often than he went home, so it was normal for him to come looking for food in the middle of the night when he was hungry. Uchiha Mikato quickly opened the door to let Chiyo-shan in, then hurriedly took out some snacks and placed them in front of Uchiha Chiyo-shan. "Chiyo-shan-jun, have something to eat first, I'll cook for you right away." Uchiha Kakuzan didn't stand on ceremony, nodded, and immediately took the snack and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating snacks, Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Mikato, who was busy beside him, and asked curiously, "Mikato, why aren't you asleep yet?" While cooking, Mikato Uchiha replied, "I'm not feeling well and can't sleep." Chapter 59 Uchiha Mikato is pregnant. Chapter 59 Uchiha Mikato is pregnant. Upon hearing that Mikato wasn't feeling well, Uchiha Kakuzan became anxious. He quickly put down the snacks he was holding and asked the three probing questions in quick succession. "What's wrong? Mikatone, are you feeling unwell? Are you sick?" Before Uchiha Mikato could reply to what Kyoshin-kun said, a blush crept onto her face, making her look quite beautiful. Unfortunately, Uchiha Mikato had her back to Uchiha Kyoshin at that moment, preventing him from appreciating this charming side of her. While cooking, Mikato Uchiha replied, "I'm not sick, Mr. Okayama. There's something else going on, don't worry." Mikato paused for a moment, then said, "I'll tell you after you finish eating." When Uchiha Kakuzan heard that Mikato wasn't sick, he felt relieved. In this world, Mikato was the closest person to him. If she had an incurable health problem, he would have kidnapped Tsunade to bring her to him. If Tsunade couldn't do it, then Orochimaru would be the next choice. If Orochimaru couldn't do it either, then he would have to go to Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Just as Uchiha Okayama was drinking tea and almost finished off the second plate of snacks, Mikato finally finished cooking the meal, rice, flavorful soup, pan-fried sori, and some side dishes. Mikato, who possesses the qualities of a virtuous wife and loving mother, has maxed out her culinary skills and quickly prepared delicious meals. While eating heartily, Uchiha Kakiyama was thinking that when he had time, he would teach Mikato how to make braised pork, sauerkraut fish, mapo tofu, 4 happiness meatballs, and other dishes. After all, he hadn't eaten them in a long time and missed them very much. Uchiha Mikato sat beside him, watching Kyoshin eat heartily with a tender expression. Her eyes were almost overflowing with affection as she told him to eat slowly and kept adding rice and vegetables to his plate. After finishing a large pot of rice, Uchiha Kiyoyama finally put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikato quickly cleared away the dishes and made Kiyoyama a cup of hot tea to help him digest. After eating and drinking his fill, Uchiha Kakuzan sipped his hot tea and brought up the old topic again. "Mikatone, you said you had something to tell me. What is it? Are you sure you're okay?" Uchiha Mikato sat back down next to Kyoshin-kun, looking at him with a tender expression. "Kyoshin-kun, I am pregnant." After Mikato finished speaking, she fell silent and looked at Uchiha Okayama with anticipation. Uchiha Kazuyama was also somewhat stunned at this moment. Mikato's voice was gentle, but to Uchiha Kazuyama, it was deafening. His mind was filled with Mikato's voice echoing, "I'm pregnant, pregnant, pregnant." Uchiha Kakuzan was completely stunned, not even reacting when the cup in his hand fell and the remaining hot tea spilled on his legs. Uchiha Mikato stared at Uchiha Kazuyama, completely dumbfounded, without saying a word. Instead, she continued to gaze at him with starry eyes, determined to remember every move her little man made at this moment. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Mikato finally seemed to come to her senses. She grabbed Mikato's hand and looked at her anxiously. "Mikato-nichan, is this true? When did this happen? Are you really pregnant?" Seeing the anxious Uchiha Kakiyama, Mikato wasn't angry that he had gripped her hand so tightly it hurt, and still answered his question gently. "It's been 2 days. I've started to feel unwell these past few days. Sometimes I'm sleepy, and sometimes I'm restless and can't sleep. Also, the smell of cooking oil makes me want to vomit. I'm pretty sure it's something like that." Upon hearing Mikato's reply, before Uchiha Kakuzan could even speak, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, a torrent of tears that seemed impossible to stop. He hugged Mikato tightly, tears streaming down his face, saying, "Thank you, Mikato, thank you, Mikato." Uchiha Mikato was held in Uchiha Okayama's arms, but she was a little stunned. She did not expect her little man to react like this. She had expected Okayama to be excited, happy, angry, or disgusted, but she did not expect that Uchiha Okayama would cry, and cry so turbulently and uncontrollably, as if he had suffered a great injustice. However, Meichin quickly realized what was happening. She gently patted Kyoshin's back with one hand and slowly stroked his head with the other, just like coaxing a child, saying, don't cry, I'm pregnant." You should be happy. Don't cry, don't cry. We won't cry anymore. Little did Mikoto Uchiha know that Uchiha Kakuzen had transmigrated to this world. This dangerous world was not his home. Since arriving in this world, he had not only lived in constant fear and uncertainty, but he also had no one to confide in. Furthermore, Uchiha Kakuzen always felt a deep disconnect between himself and the world, as if he had always been an outsider, unable to integrate into it. Even when he killed someone for the first time, he only felt slightly uncomfortable, unlike others who vomited profusely. Because of this, he was praised as a born ninja. When Uchiha Kakuzen learned that his sister Mikoto was pregnant, he suddenly realized that he also had family in this world, and he was no longer alone. At that moment, he suddenly felt no longer isolated from the world. Uchiha Kakuzen suddenly realized that this was a vibrant world, not a comic book or anime, but a real world in which he, Uchiha Kakuzen, lived. That's why Uchiha Kagami burst into tears without warning. He was moved, aggrieved, relieved, and at the same time, reconciled with the world. Mikoto Uchiha comforted him for a long time before Uchiha Okayama slowly recovered and gradually left Mikoto's embrace. Uchiha Kakuzen looked up and saw that Mikoto's chest was soaked. He couldn't help but blush. It was so embarrassing. He didn't expect to cry so badly. Although his sobs weren't loud, he shed quite a few tears. Seeing that Chio Shanjun was still shy, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but tease him. Your sister guessed that you knew you were pregnant and would be very excited, but isn't this a little too much excitement? After saying that, she pointed to the spot on her body that was wet with tears. Uchiha Kakuzen blushed again after hearing Mikoto's teasing. He couldn't help but raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Seeing Chio Shanjun's expression, Mei-chin gently pulled his head into her arms and said softly, Chio Shanjun, although I don't know why you're reacting so strongly, I can feel that you're living a very tiring and difficult life. I won't force you to say anything. I just want you to know that if you're tired, my arms will always be open to you. Chapter 60 Kota Amatsukami controls the third Hokage. Chapter 60 Kota Amatsukami controls the third Hokage. Hearing Mikoto's words, Uchiha Kakuzen felt a warmth in his heart, but also a little embarrassed. He got up from Mikoto's embrace, wiped his face, and felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Page 22. While chatting with Mikoto about recent events, Uchiha Kakuzen carefully placed his hand on Mikoto's lower abdomen, as if he could feel a small life slowly throbbing inside. This is my child. I will create a living environment for him without danger or war. Gradually, the look in Uchiha Kakuzen's eyes became more and more determined. As his consciousness changed, the chakra in his body became more and more solid, the upper limit of his combat power also increased, and his aura and sense of oppression became more and more intense. Uchiha Kakiyama also sensed the change in himself, but in order not to upset his sister Mikoto, he carefully restrained his aura. Uchiha Kakuzen saw Mikoto looking at him and asked, "Did I scare you, Mikotone?" Mikoto Uchiha shook her head. "Oh, it's just that I feel that Mr. Chio has changed a lot, and I feel more and more at ease with him." As she spoke, Mikoto lowered her head shyly. Seeing that Mikoto was embarrassed, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't say anything. Instead, he hugged Mikoto and the two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a long time. As dawn broke, Uchiha Mikoto fell asleep in Okayama's arms. Okayama gently placed Mikoto on the bed, careful not to wake her. He then sent several of his clan's women, who were acting as maids, to take good care of Mikoto and Sasuke before heading to the Hokage building to report for work. Uchiha Kakiyama has been working in the umbu at the Hokage building for some time now. Although he didn't see the purple-haired girl he only met once, he has thoroughly figured out the defense forces around the third Hokage. The main bodyguard force around the third Hokage was the umbu. The umbu was not only composed of people with strong combat abilities, but also some ninjas with special abilities who were always on standby by the third Hokage's side. For example, the Byakugan and the Inoshikacho trio of the Hyuga clan, not the clan leader, but a member of the clan. Although they hid themselves very well, they could not escape the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Kakuzen, who had long since figured out their secrets. Originally, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't intend to control Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, considering his lifelong dedication to Konoha. After all, Hiruzen wasn't inherently bad, he was just too weak-willed as he got older. He wanted to let him live peacefully for a few years so Orochimaru could send his teacher to his death. However, plans can change drastically. Now, his child, Uchiha Kakiyama's child, is about to be born. Keeping the weak-willed Hiruzen Sarutobi and the dark and ruthless Danzo Shimura around would be bad for everyone. Moreover, the third Hokage might be able to enjoy his old age peacefully because of him. Since that's the case, let's resolve this problem once and for all. Since Uchiha Kakuzen was already a member of the umbu, there were no formalities. He went directly to the third Hokage's office, knocked on the door, and politely asked, "Third Hokage, Uchiha Kakuzen is here to report for leave." It was early morning, and the third Hokage had just arrived at his office and hadn't met with anyone yet, so he was alone in the office. When he heard that it was Uchiha Kakiyama, he let him in. A few days ago, Uchiha Kakiyama had inexplicably taken several days off, and the third Hokage planned to ask him about it, show his concern, and also instill the will of fire in him. When Uchiha Kakuzan heard the third Hokage tell him to come in, he opened the door and entered, standing in front of the third Hokage's desk. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and asked with concern, "Chio-shan, did you take leave earlier because of something? Do you need any help from this old man?" Uchiha Kakuzan, intending to use the same trick again, replied, reporting to the third Hokage, "My Mangekyo Sharingan has encountered some minor problems. Due to excessive force when using Susanoo last time, my Sharingan has been aching slightly ever since. These past few days, I have been trying to see if it can be treated with the help of the clan elders." Hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, the third Hokage was somewhat concerned. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan was now a member of the Umbu, considered his subordinate, and one of Konoha's strongest fighters. If Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan had a problem, he would also suffer some losses. So he asked with concern, "How is it? Has the problem been resolved? Does your eye still hurt?" Uchiha Kakiyama replied, replying to the third Hokage, "The Sharingan doesn't hurt anymore, but the pattern on the eye has changed somewhat. Hokage, you are a well-informed and renowned expert in ninjutsu. Could you please take a look?" The third Hokage was quite pleased to hear Uchiha Kiwayama's flattering words. After all, the person in front of him was an Uchiha clan member who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage was very happy to receive such flattery, so he said with a smile, "Kiwayama, I am not omnipotent, but I have not lived this long for nothing. Open your Sharingan and let me see if I can find the problem." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kiwayama knew that the third Hokage had taken the bait. Suppressing his joy, he said in a deep voice, "Third Hokage, I apologize for my rudeness. I will open it now." With that, Uchiha Kakiyama activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage had no doubt that Uchiha Kakuzan intended to harm him. After all, this was the Hokage building, surrounded by ANBU ninjas in layers. If they attacked him here, not to mention the chances of success, even if they succeeded, he wouldn't be able to escape. And even if he did escape, his clan and friends were still in the village, and they wouldn't be able to escape either. Just as the third Hokage was carefully studying the pattern of Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan and noticed some changes, making it more refined than before, Uchiha Kakuzan also activated his eye technique on the third Hokage. Eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, activated. Since Uchiha Kakiyama was an old acquaintance, the Hyuga clan members hiding in the shadows did not activate their Byakugan, and the Yamanaka clan members only maintained the most basic senses, without going all out. With this level of senses, it was impossible to detect the abnormality when the eye technique Kota Amatsukami was activated. While the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was researching Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan, a special force, unnoticed by anyone, silently invaded the third Hokage's brain, drastically altering his thoughts, consciousness, beliefs, and everything within him. From that moment on, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, became Uchiha Kakuzan's slave. His words were Hiruzen's supreme command. Eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, successfully activated. Chapter 61 The Book of Sealing. Chapter 61 The Book of Seals. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was observing Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan when suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked at Uchiha Kakuzan with an unusually complex expression. After a pause, he suddenly used a special hand gesture, waving it twice. Uchiha Kakuzan had never seen this gesture before. It seemed to be a gesture that had been separated from the hand gestures used by the Umbu. However, Uchiha Kakuzan had particular confidence in Kota Amatsukami, believing that the third Hokage was also under its control. Since his Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the upper limit of the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, had also increased. Uchiha Kakuzan could sense that unless someone reached the 6 paths level, and possessed a special eye technique born from another pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that specifically countered Genjutsu, though this was impossible, no one else could resist his Kota Amatsukami. Even Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami couldn't. As the third Hokage made this gesture, Uchiha Kakiyama could keenly sense that both the ANBU members hiding in the shadows and the ninjas with special abilities seemed to have all avoided him and left. After the third Hokage and the others in the shadows left, he suddenly formed hand seals and said, "Seal barrier, activate." As the third Hokage formed the seals, Uchiha Kakiyama could clearly feel a barrier covering the area around the Hokage's office, effectively isolating it. After the third Hokage set up the barrier, he picked up the pipe on the table, took a deep drag, and then exhaled heavily. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the third Hokage but made no other move, simply waiting quietly. After finishing his pipe, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, put it down and finally asked, "This must be the eye technique of your Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, right? I never expected the Uchiha clan's eye techniques to be so amazing, managing to trick me so easily without my knowledge." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakuzan showed no disrespect whatsoever despite having the third Hokage under his control. He calmly replied, in response to the third Hokage, "This is indeed a jutsu of our Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan. It can silently alter a person's thoughts and will without anyone noticing. The third Hokage nodded upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words. I guessed it. Besides your Uchiha's eye techniques, I really can't think of any other ninjutsu or secret technique that could achieve such an effect in terms of both effectiveness and concealment. I can feel the power of this eye technique. Although I know you've controlled me through it, I have absolutely no hostility towards you, and I will obey your every word and will not do anything to harm you. I will even cover for you. This is truly a terrifying eye technique. Uchiha Kakuzen nodded secretly upon hearing the third Hokage's words. This was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve, to control the third Hokage without leaving any loopholes. Previously, it was because Uchiha Shisui was too kind and refused to control his beloved third Hokage through Kota Amatsukami. At that time, the third Hokage and Danzo were too wary of him, or rather, of the Uchiha clan other than Shisui, which led to his current opportunity to control this old man who had ruled Konoha for decades. At that moment, the third Hokage asked directly, "What do you need me to do? Do you want the Uchiha clan to return and take control of Konoha?" Uchiha Kakuzen shook his head upon hearing the third Hokage's words. He had finally found a place for the Uchiha clan that was even safer than Konoha village. How could he possibly let them come back? What would they come back for? To prepare for that, Super Shinra Tensei, in a few years? Moreover, he has only controlled the third Hokage for now. Don't forget, Konoha village has many ninja clans, large and small. Although the Uchiha clan currently has the support of the third Hokage, and may also have the support of Danzo Shimura later, if the Uchiha clan were to take control of Konoha village, who knows how much trouble they might cause. It would be better to let the third Hokage control Konoha and secretly use the village's resources to support the Uchiha clan. This way, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be dragged into Konoha's quagmire, and their rapid development could continue. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakeyama didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Third Hokage, I have long yearned to see the Book of Sealing in the village. Of course, I also need to trouble the third Hokage to get me a copy of the ninjutsu and secret techniques recorded in our village." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, the third Hokage nodded without saying anything. He turned and left, entering the secret chamber behind him. After a while, the third Hokage emerged carrying a large scroll with the words, "Book of Sealing" written on it. The third Hokage handed the large scroll directly to Uchiha Kakuzen, saying, "I knew you'd want the Book of Sealing. Don't worry, I've cleared away all the traps inside. It won't harm you or self-destruct. Do you want to look at it here, or take it back? If you take it back, you'd better be careful not to let anyone find it. After all, the Book of Sealing is too important to our Konoha village. If the villagers find it in your hands, they might suspect me, and then it will be difficult to deal with." Uchiha Kakeyama accepted the Book of Sealing, handed to him by the third Hokage and replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, third Hokage, I won't take it back. As you know, once our Uchiha clan's Sharingan reaches the 3-tomo stage, the contents of this Book of Sealing will soon be memorized." As Uchiha Kakeyama spoke, he opened the Book of Seals, activated his Sharingan, and began copying. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, 8 Gates Formation, Mutual Explosion Tags, Reaper Death Seal, 4 Symbol Seal, Flying Thunder God Technique, and so on, were all copied into Uchiha Kakuzen's mind using his Sharingan. As Uchiha Kakuzen copied the contents of the Book of Sealing, he thought to himself, just for the contents of this Book of Sealing, it would be worth it to control the third Hokage today. In just this short while, I've already made my money back. For a moment, the Hokage's office fell silent, with only the sound of the third Hokage smoking and Uchiha Kakuzen flipping through scrolls echoing in the space. Chapter 62 Controlling Shimura Danzo. Chapter 62 Controlling Shimura Danzo. By the time the third Hokage finished his pipe, Uchiha Kakuzen had already copied the contents of the Scroll of Seals into his mind, waiting to study it slowly later. Uchiha Kakuzen rolled up the Scroll of Seals again and returned it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage didn't say anything, but simply took the scroll and put it back in the secret room behind him. When the third Hokage came out, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Third Hokage, please make a copy of all the information on Konoha's ninjutsu and secret techniques, and then give it to me." The third Hokage gave Uchiha Kakeyama a deep look and replied, "I will handle this matter well, don't worry." Then Uchiha Kakuzen talked with the third Hokage about the secrets and situation of Konoha village. Without wasting too much time, the third Hokage removed the previous barrier. After the barrier was removed, Uchiha Kakeyama paused, looked at the third Hokage's aged face, and said, "Finally, please, third Hokage, invite advisor Shimura Danzo over." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, the third Hokage's already aged face seemed to age even more in an instant. He remained silent for a moment, a rare occurrence, before finally saying in a hoarse voice, "All right, I will summon Danzo right away." After saying that, the third Hokage found a rope somewhere and gently pulled it. After a short while, an unfamiliar Uchiha Kakeyama, dressed like an Umbu member, appeared and used the body flicker technique to arrive in front of the third Hokage. The third Hokage looked at the person in front of him and ordered, "Go and invite Danzo here. I have something to discuss with him." The secret agents left without a word, using the body flicker technique. After the third Hokage saw him leave, he explained to Uchiha Kakuzan, "This is my trusted confidant. He is the one who went to invite Danzo, and Danzo will come over as quickly as possible." Then he asked, "Chio-shan, are you planning to control Danzo in the same way you controlled me?" Uchiha Kakuzan didn't hide anything from the third Hokage and nodded, "That's right, Danzo is too much of a threat to me. As you know, Danzo has always been hostile to our Uchiha clan. I don't trust him to hide in the shadows and cause trouble." The third Hokage knew his old friend's personality well, and was somewhat embarrassed by Uchiha Kakuzan's words. However, for his old buddy's sake, he still mustered up the courage to say, "Although Danzo has done many wrong things, and Shisui's actions were also wrong, for my sake, Kiyoshin, could you consider sparing his life? Besides, he is still useful, he can manage route and gather intelligence for you." Uchiha Kakuzan was not surprised to hear the third Hokage's words. After all, he had always heard about the bond between the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for the third Hokage's indulgence, Shimura Danzo would not have been so unscrupulous and lawless. Uchiha Kakiyama gave the third Hokage a deep look and replied, seemingly unrelated to the question, "Third Hokage, I actually think that sometimes, Shimura Danzo is more suitable for the position of Hokage than you." As for the fate of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kakuzan would certainly not agree to the third Hokage's request. After all, Shimura Danzo had done too many bad things, and he could not protect someone who had committed so many evil deeds. As for his life or death, let fate decide. The third Hokage fell silent upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words. He was aware of his own shortcomings as he grew older, his temperament became increasingly weak, which was not a good thing for a leader. For a moment, silence fell over the Hokage's office. No one had the desire to speak. Uchiha Kakiyama waited a while longer, estimating that Shimura Danzo was about to arrive, and then hid in a secluded place. Because his eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, has been enhanced, he no longer needs to look into the eyes of the target. As long as he is in a corner where he can see the target and is not too far away, his eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, can still work. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, silently smoking. He really didn't want Shimura Danzo to be controlled by Uchiha Kakuzan, but he also knew that he had no way to refuse Uchiha Kakuzan's demands. After hiding in a corner for a while, Uchiha Kakiyama heard footsteps approaching from afar, slowly getting closer to the Hokage's office. Without any hesitation, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open and someone entered. It was Shimura Danzo. Since the third Hokage was also an old friend of Danzo, Shimura Danzo was completely unprepared and brazenly walked up to the third Hokage's desk. When Shimura Danzo arrived at the office and found no one else there, he went straight to the point. "Hiruzen, what's the matter that you called me here in such a hurry? As you know, it's not convenient for me to show myself right now, and I'm currently looking through the information Tobirama-sensei left me, trying to see if there's any way to deal with that evil Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Okayama." While the third Hokage was talking to Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kakuzan, who was hiding in the shadows, had already activated his Sharingan. After careful observation, he confirmed that the person standing in front of the Hokage's desk was neither a shadow clone nor had he used the transformation jutsu. Therefore, there is a 90% chance that the person in front of you is Shimura Danzo himself. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and immediately used the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, on Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster and faster, focusing its gaze on Shimura Danzo. Eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, activated. Just like when he controlled the third Hokage, an unknown force, unnoticed by anyone, silently invaded Shimura Danzo's brain, changing his thoughts and will. From then on, the shadow of Konoha, the leader of Root, obeyed Uchiha Kakuzan's orders without question. His orders were Shimura Danzo's highest command. Like the third Hokage, Uchiha Kakuzan felt no significant resistance when controlling Danzo. The man before him was easily subdued. This is the fundamental reason why Kota Amatsukami is considered the strongest genjutsu. Just then, Shimura Danzo, who was standing in front of the Hokage's desk, suddenly fell silent and stared at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that Kota Amatsukami had successfully controlled Danzo, so he slowly walked out from the corner. Chapter 63 Medicine Master no Neiayu. Chapter 63 Yakushi Nanu. Since Uchiha Okayama Misamura Danzo had already been controlled by Kota Amatsukami, he no longer hid in the corner and slowly walked out. Originally facing away from Uchiha Kakiyama, Shimura Danzo turned around alertly when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Upon seeing that it was Uchiha Kakiyama, the hostility and prejudice he once held for the Uchiha clan vanished from Shimura Danzo's eyes. Instead, his eyes were filled with fervor, as if he had finally found the meaning of his life's pursuit. Upon seeing that the person behind him was Uchiha Kakuzan, Shimura Danzo immediately knelt down on one knee, his right hand on his chest, as if he himself were Uchiha Kakuzan's subordinate. His tone was respectful yet fervent. "Shimura Danzo greets Lord Kakuzan. I was wrong before, please forgive me. If you are not satisfied with me, I will immediately go to the Hokage Rock and commit suicide without causing you any trouble." Shimura Danzo paused for a moment, then continued, "Of course, if you, sir, are magnanimous and spare my life, Shimura Danzo will serve you with all his heart and soul, even unto death." Seeing Shimura Danzo's respectful and fanatical attitude, Uchiha Kakuzen knew that even if he asked Shimura Danzo to commit suicide right now, he would do so without hesitation. Looking at Shimura Danzo kneeling on the ground, Uchiha Kakuzen nodded in satisfaction. Kota Amatsukami was indeed that powerful, easily making these two people with the strength of a beginner Kage take his orders as their duty. When I controlled the third Hokage before, out of respect for the old man, I didn't control him like a subordinate. I treated him as an equal. Of course, my orders were absolute. Even with respect for the third Hokage, I couldn't allow him any room to disobey my orders. As for Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kakuzen, having always had a bad impression of him, didn't hold back and directly used Kota Amatsukami to control Shimura Danzo and make him his subordinate, even the lowest-ranking one. Page 23. Uchiha Kakuzen glanced at Shimura Danzo, who was still kneeling on the ground, but did not tell him to get up. Although Shimura Danzo was not young, he was still a disciple of Senju Tobirama and should have the strength of a beginner Kage. Although Uchiha Kakuzen looked down on this strength now, he felt that it would not be a big problem to make him kneel on the ground for a while, such as a day and a night. Looking at Shimura Danzo, who was kneeling on one knee, and the third Hokage, who had risen from his desk and was standing next to Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kakuzen said directly, "About my control over you, no one should leak a word of it. You should remain the same as before, without any changes. Of course, all actions against me and the Uchiha clan must be cancelled. You can find your own reasons, but don't arouse suspicion, understand?" As Uchiha Kakuzen spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious, and by the end, his voice had risen several decibels, demonstrating to the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo the importance he placed on the matter. They both assured him that they understood and that there would be absolutely no mistakes. Uchiha Kakuzen was relatively at ease with the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Although the two had different personalities and ways of handling things, they were both cunning old foxes with high intelligence and willpower, and they would not easily let others discover their weaknesses. If it weren't for the fact that the Kota Amatsukami technique was too overpowered, these two old foxes would not have been defeated by Uchiha Kakuzen. It's no wonder that Uchiha Shursui was so naive, so easily revealing his biggest trump card. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo were wary of Kota Amatsukami, so it was bound to bring him down. After giving instructions on all the possible concerns he could think of, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a huge sigh of relief. Today had been incredibly difficult. By taking a huge risk in controlling the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, he had essentially brought the entire Hidden Leaf village under his control. As for the other two advisors, Uchiha Kakuzen really didn't take them seriously. Not only did they have a low profile, but they also didn't hold any real power in Konoha. It was only because the third Hokage was too soft-hearted that he tolerated their chatter in front of him out of consideration for their comrades. If it were anyone else, he would have dismissed them from their positions and sent them home long ago. As for Konoha village, Uchiha Kagakuzen didn't intend to make any major changes. After all, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura were both in Konoha, and they would be needed to seal Kagaya Atsutsuki when she emerged. As for what Uchiha Kagakuzen was doing, he was, of course, just cheering from the sidelines. Of course, if he were strong enough, he could also consider offering some warmth to Kagaya Atsutsuki, the poor 1,000-year-old shut-in who had been sealed away for thousands of years. After all, everyone has a heart, and Uchiha Kagayama is also very compassionate. It's definitely not because of Kagaya Atsutsuki's looks. That's getting off topic. Of course, while the main plot might not be changed, minor plot points can be altered. For instance, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is quite old and his energy is no longer sufficient to fulfill the responsibilities of the Hokage position. Considering bringing Tsunade back to the village and having this magnanimous one of the legendary Sannin take over the Hokage position, we could consider whether the Hokage would be granted maternity leave. Of course, whether the Hokage would have maternity leave is a question that Uchiha Kakiyama would need to consider. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama suddenly realized that the bespectacled girl, Yakushi Nanu, should be about to be killed by Shimura Danzo, who had made her fight with Yakushi Kabuto. He quickly asked Shimura Danzo, who was still kneeling on the ground, "Danzo, the walking priestess, Yakushi Nanu, is your subordinate, right? Where is she now? How is she?" Danzo Shimura was taken aback, not expecting that Lord Uchiha Kakiyama knew about his trusted subordinate, Nono Yakushi. After a moment of hesitation, he composed himself and respectfully replied, "As for Lord Kyushin, Yakushi Nanu is still on a mission outside. However, although she is very powerful, she has too much classified information. My subordinates are planning to make her and another intelligence ninja kill each other, and then I will finish them off and completely eliminate them." Uchiha Kakuzen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Shimura Danzo hadn't yet carried out his plan to eliminate Yakushi Nanu. It would be such a waste to kill such a beautiful and gentle girl with glasses. Moreover, having her in hand meant having the later stage powerhouse Yakushi Kabuto in hand as well. This deal was far too good to pass up. Furthermore, Uchiha Mikato is now pregnant. Although the Uchiha clan has medical ninjas, they are still not as good as Yakushi Nanu. It would be good to transfer her over here to take good care of Mikato. Of course, necessary safety measures should be taken before she takes care of Mikato. Chapter 64 would release Ninja Yamato. Chapter 64 would release Ninja Yamato. Uchiha Kakuzan, thinking that Mikato needed care, instructed Danzo, regarding Yakushi Nanu, cancel the operation against her and bring her back as soon as possible. Since you don't trust her, then hand her over to me. When she returns, send her to my side, I have a use for her. Uchiha Kakiyama paused, thinking that he had already completed the first stage of his lightning release armor training and needed to learn the second and third stages, but he didn't have time recently. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to Kumigakure and copied them using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama asked, I need the second and third stages of the Raikage lineage's secret technique, lightning release armor. Do you have them in the village? When the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura heard Uchiha Kakuzan's question, they both shook their heads. The third Hokage continued to explain, Kakuzan-kun, regarding the Raikage lineage's lightning release armor, our village only has the first stage. This is because the Cloud Village has a semi-public understanding of the first stage of the lightning release armor, mainly to select people with talent for this secret technique. Danzo and I have also studied this secret technique before, and it is indeed very difficult. We also tried to promote it on a small scale, but the results were not satisfactory. Therefore, we did not pursue the second stage. After all, the cost is quite high, and it might expose our spies who have infiltrated Kumigakure. As for the content of the third stage, it is said to be a top secret of the Raikage's lineage. They only pass it down orally and it is not recorded in writing, which makes it even less likely that we can obtain it. Uchiha Kakuzan was also somewhat troubled after hearing the third Hokage's words. After all, he had only mastered the first stage of the lightning release armor. Without the second stage as a foundation, if he directly tried to copy the Raikage's third stage, fully fledged lightning release armor, his body might not be able to withstand it, causing him to collapse. There are only two options now. One is to obtain the second stage of the lightning release armor. Once he has mastered it, he can directly copy the lightning release armor on the Raikage. Although this is difficult, it is not too difficult because the Raikage lineage does not place much importance on the second stage of the lightning release armor. The second option is to train his own body and increase his physical strength. However, this is more troublesome, not only inefficient but also time-consuming. The good thing is that the strength of his physical body doesn't have a big impact on him, so he doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. Once he copies the sage body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he can solve the problem once and for all. Uchiha Kakuzan rubbed his forehead and ordered directly, then bring over as many ninjas as possible who are infiltrating Kumigakure. However, their safety should be the top priority. There is no need for them to lose their lives for this secret technique. Upon hearing Uchiha Kazuyama's words, the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo replied in unison, yes, Lord Kazuyama. However, the third Hokage had a smile on his face. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan's way of valuing the lives of Konoha ninjas was very much to his liking. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo's face was indifferent. In his opinion, completing the mission was more important than their lives. As long as the mission could be completed, what did it matter if they lost their lives? Having resolved the issue of the lightning release armor, Uchiha Kakiyama was finally about to accomplish what he had been eagerly anticipating. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked, now, can anyone tell me where our only would-release ninja is right now? Uchiha Kakuzan didn't mention Yamato's name because he wasn't sure where Yamato was. If Yamato was still with Shimura Danzo, then his name wouldn't be Yamato, but rather the code name, K. So, he decided to ask would-release directly, as that would be clearer. Before the third Hokage could speak, Shimura Danzo glared fiercely at Uchiha Kakuzan when he heard that Kakuzan was looking for a would-release ninja. He said as if he were complaining, reporting to Lord Kakuzan, that would-release ninja was originally from our Root organization. He grew up in Root, but recently Hiruzen Sarutobi kidnapped him from me. He should be in his umbu now. When the third Hokage heard Danzo Shimura's complaint, he coughed several times, as if he had choked on smoke. After coughing, he immediately replied, Lord Okiyama, that would-release ninja has taken a new name, Yamato, and is now on standby in the umbu. Although I assigned you to the umbu before, you were not in the same team as Yamato, so you have not had any contact with him. Uchiha Kakuzan was delighted to hear that Yamato was currently at the umbu base. He had the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo under control, but he was worried that Yamato might be sent out on a mission and he didn't know when he would be able to return. In that case, his idea of copying would-release would be a long way off. Upon hearing that Yamato was currently at the base, he disregarded everything else and immediately instructed the third Hokage, summon Yamato to an empty training ground right now. Tell him you want to test his recent training progress and have him unleash all the would-release ninjutsu he knows. The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's instructions, had no objections and immediately followed them, sending someone to summon Yamato to Training Ground 15. Of course, not only the third Hokage and Uchiha Kakuzan went to Training Ground 15, but Shimura Danzo also went. He couldn't leave yet after Uchiha Kakuzan finished copying Yamato's would release, he had other matters to instruct him to attend to. Yamato arrived quickly. Not long after Uchiha Kakuzan and his group arrived at Training Ground 15, he arrived as well. Seeing Shimura Danzo nearby, he was so frightened that he hurriedly ran to the third Hokage's side, half kneeling and bowing, saying, "Umbu Ninja Yamato reports to the Hokage." As for Uchiha Kakuzan, who was standing behind the third Hokage wearing a mask and dressed in Umbu attire, Yamato assumed he was a bodyguard protecting the third Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was as cheerful as ever, and instructed, "Yamato, don't be nervous. I called you here today mainly to see if you've made any progress recently. As ninjas, once we embark on this path, we must persevere to the end and not slack off. Just perform as you normally would." With both his former and current bosses in front of him, it would be a lie to say that Yamato wasn't nervous. However, he took a deep breath to suppress his unusual emotions, bowed to the third Hokage, and then strolled to the center of the training ground to begin demonstrating his would-release ninjutsu. Chapter 65 Obtaining Would Release. Chapter 65 Obtaining Would Release. Just as Yamato walked to the center of the training ground to demonstrate his would-release ninjutsu, Uchiha Kakuzan, who had been waiting for this moment, also activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently at Yamato, ready to copy his ninjutsu at any time. When Yamato reached the center and felt that he wouldn't affect the onlookers, he unleashed his final form and began demonstrating his would-release ninjutsu. Yamato then began demonstrating hand seals, progressing from simple to complex. Would escape wooden spindle wall. Would release, silent binding technique. Would release, great forest technique. Would release, wood splintering technique. Would release, can enters the palace and drops hands, etc., etc. There are also many would release ninjutsu. Following Yamato's demonstration, Uchiha Kakiyama learned them one by one, including defensive, offensive, clone/transformation, and finally, the one that allows control of the nine tails. As Uchiha Kakuzan mastered Yamato's would-release technique, the system that had been following him sent him a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have learned the would-release bloodline limit through the I technique, copying I, occupying one learning slot. It is estimated that the would-release bloodline limit will be integrated into your body in 12 hours. Please wait patiently. During the integration period, slight discomfort is normal, please do not panic." Uchiha Kakuzan was overjoyed to hear about the system's upgrade. This time, he had gained a lot, not only obtaining the would-release he had longed for, but also learning all the would-release ninjutsu directly, without having to look up information and learn it himself anymore. After watching Yamato finish performing his final would-release ninjutsu would-release, for Pillars Clan technique, for Rooms and Two Halls technique, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't help but sigh, even though he knew the outcome. In fact, Yamato's would-release is already very powerful. With this would-release technique, Yamato has at least the strength of an elite jonin. Moreover, it has offense, defense, control, and sealing abilities, so it can be said to be comprehensive. But it also depends on who he's comparing himself to. Another person who can use would-release is the god of shinobi, the Hokage of the first generation Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju was capable of overwhelming the entire ninja world with his would-release technique. He only became a god in his time because he encountered Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Kakiyama speculated that the difference between Hashirama Senju and Yamato's would-release was likely due to Hashirama's sage body. If the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan represents the pinnacle of Yin release, then Hashirama Senju's sage body represents the pinnacle of Yang release. Hashirama Senju's would-release should not be a bloodline limit composed of earth release and water release, but rather a bloodline limit elimination composed of earth release, water release, and Yang release. This explains why, although both Yamato and Hashirama Senju use would-release, Yamato can only build houses, while Hashirama Senju can use the nine tails as a toy. Otherwise, how could Hashirama Senju have competed with Madara Uchiha, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the complete Susanoo? Think about it, aside from Hashirama Senju's would-release, true several thousand hands, thousand-armed Avalokitesvara, which could destroy Madara Uchiha's Susanoo, everyone else would feel powerless when facing a complete Susanoo. I couldn't even hit his knees if I jumped up. Yamato used all the would-release ninjutsu he knew, which took a toll on him. Even when he bowed to the third Hokage, he was still a little out of breath. The third Hokage had already seen Yamato's would-release, so he was already aware of Yamato's performance. He smiled, praised Yamato, and sent him away to rest. Yamato, being quite sensible, bowed to the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura before obediently leaving. As Uchiha Kakuzan watched Yamato's figure recede into the distance, he exclaimed, "This would-release is amazing. It's both offensive and defensive, and its effects are far superior to simple earth release and water release." Hearing what Uchiha Kakuzan said, the third Hokage sighed, "Yes, it's a pity that we only have this one would-release ninja left in our village. Would-release is hard to awaken. In the Senju clan, only the first Hokage awakened it. Even his granddaughter Tsunade, with such talent and such a high purity of the Senju bloodline, hasn't awakened would release. He then sighed regretfully. Uchiha Kakuzan also sighed. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are countless people who can use would release in the later stages of Naruto. If you observe carefully, you will find that those who can use would release are either related to Hashirama Senju or connected to the god tree. From beginning to end, the only people who can awaken would release on their own, besides the legendary Ashira, are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama frowned again and said hesitantly, Yamato's would release is indeed amazing, but its power seems a bit weak. It feels like he's only at the level of an elite Jonin, not even reaching the Kage level. You know, back then, Senju Hashirama used would release to make his combat power reach the level of a super Kage. Before the third Hokage could speak, Shimura Danzo, who had been waiting nearby, couldn't help but say, how can Yamato be compared to the first Hokage? He's just a defective product. We've estimated that Yamato's would release is only about 20% of the first Hokage's. There's no comparison at all. Seeing Shimura Danzo trying to get attention again, Uchiha Kakuzan said irritably, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. We Uchihas sharing and are comfortable to use, aren't they? Izanagi is useful, isn't it? You were killed by me that day and then revived unharmed, using Izanagi, weren't you? Right now, under your eye patch, isn't there another Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo was rendered speechless by Uchiha Kakuzan's barrage of words. He knew that he was not as good as Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of Uchiha Kakuzan. He did not expect that he would be so badly criticized by Uchiha Kakuzan just for interjecting. He had no choice but to shut his mouth tightly and stop talking. Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't like Shimura Danzo in the slightest, even though Shimura Danzo claimed to be the root of Konoha and said that he did everything for the village. Indeed, Shimura Danzo must have done a lot of things that benefited Konoha. However, based on what he saw, most of what Shimura Danzo did was for his own benefit. Danzo treated Konoha as his own, rather than as a member of the village. That's why Uchiha Kakuzan had such a bad attitude towards Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for the need to control root and collect intelligence, and for the sake of the third Hokage, he would have sent him to the Pure Land to see his teacher long ago. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakuzan seemed to have thought of something else and instructed Shimura Danzo, Danzo, make a copy of all the root ninjutsu, secret techniques, and information, and send it to me. Remember, all the information. Chapter 66 Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 66 Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Kakuzan instructed Shimura Danzo, Danzo, make a copy of all the root's ninjutsu, secret techniques, and intelligence data, and send it to me. Uchiha Kakiyama paused, then emphasized, remember, it's all the data, including the data from the experiments your root organization illegally conducted. I'll compile it all for you. After saying this, Uchiha Kagami seemed to remember something and continued, I don't care about things outside the village, but from now on, there must be no more persecution of Konoha ninjas. For those matters we're unsure about, hand them over to the mountain tribes. Let them examine the memories and then decide what to do. If you're so capable, use your skills against outsiders. Don't swagger around in the village, understand? Shimura Danzo was surprised that Uchiha Kakuzan was quite familiar with what he usually did, and immediately got to the heart of the matter, so he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. After finishing his business, Uchiha Kakuzan left the training ground directly. He now had control over both the third Hokage, the ruler of Konoha, and Danzo Hito Shimura, the most likely troublemaker in the shadows. In this way, the safety of Sister Meichin and her child can be said to be greatly guaranteed. Actually, when Uchiha Kakuzan learned that Mikato was pregnant, he wanted to send her directly to the Takamagahara dimension to ensure everything would be safe. However, Mikato refused, because that would make her no different from a prisoner. Moreover, Sasuke Uchiha is about to go to the Ninja Academy. Sasuke's father and brother are on Uzushima Island and cannot be by his side. As his mother, Mikato is also reluctant to abandon Sasuke and leave him alone in the village. Therefore, for Mikato's safety, Uchiha Kakuzan had no choice but to risk taking control of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, ensuring Mikato's safety in the village. Now that everything was settled, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't wait to return to Mikato's side. With Uchiha Fugaku away, Uchiha Kakuzan, as Sasuke's teacher, naturally had to shoulder his responsibilities, and was definitely not worried about his Mikato. As the head of the Uchiha clan, and a powerful family with a 1000-year history, the Fugaku Uchiha family was indeed entitled to be served by maids and servants. However, as a ninja clan that needed to fight, the Uchiha clan wanted to avoid having their minds corrupted by such superior treatment. So, even though he was the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha did not bring any maids to his home. Actually, there are plenty of maids available. The Uchiha Fugaku lineage has pure blood and high combat power. They already have ordinary clansmen who admire the strong and have become their vassals. If they want maids, they can just choose from these vassal clansmen. They are not only useful, but also loyal. Currently, the Uchiha clan's matriarch is pregnant, and the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, and his eldest son, Itaki Uchiha, are leading the Uchiha clan's elite forces to expand their territory. They are unable to take care of the family, so it is only natural to hire 2 maids to help take care of the pregnant matriarch and Sasuke. So when Uchiha Okayama arrived at Mikato's house, he saw that 2 pretty little maids had been added to the house, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yo. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Uchiha Izumi, he knew that he had changed the plot once again. Izumi Uchiha was also a genius. She and Itaki Uchiha were probably the same age, but she did not receive proper guidance, which is why her reputation did not become well known. In the original story, Izumi Uchiha was a young girl who had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Itaki Uchiha, and a genius who was able to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan at a very young age. However, she was killed by Obito Uchiha on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. When Uchiha Kakiyama saw the 2 maids, he simply nodded without showing any unusual reaction. Yesterday, Mikato had told him that she had found 2 maids to take care of her and Sasuke, but he hadn't expected that one of them would be Uchiha Izumi. Page 24. Come to think of it, although Uchiha Izumi was very talented, she did not receive a good education, so her strength was not very high. In addition, she only had one mother in the clan, and as a girl, she was not valued. It was normal for her to be assigned to be a maid. Uchiha Kazuyama also had a bit of a wicked sense of humor. He didn't remind Uchiha Mikato that Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itaki had a somewhat ambiguous relationship. He also wanted to see what Itaki's expression would be when he returned home and saw Uchiha Izumi working as a maid in his house. He wondered if it could turn into a scene from My Young Master Fell in Love with Me. Since there were 2 more maids in the house, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't show any particular intimacy with Mikato. After properly finishing his meal, he got up to say goodbye. Sister Mikato is a person who cares about her reputation, so there's no need for me to make things difficult for her. Besides, Sister Mikato is pregnant and can't play around with me. If I really miss Sister Mikato, I can come to see her at night, or I can summon Sister Mikato to my space. Anyway, these 2 maids only stay at Sister Mikato's house during the day and go back at night. After eating and drinking his fill, Uchiha Kakiyama went straight back to his own space. After all, his behavior had already been quite obvious, making him an easy target for Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. It wasn't safe at home either, only in his own space could he truly relax. Uchiha Okayama, who was in the Takamagahara space, was not idle either. After all, he had just obtained a lot of ninjutsu from the scroll of sealing from the 3rd Hokage, and he could study them himself. I've already mastered the technique of creating multiple shadow clones. Impure world reincarnation requires offerings and is imperfect, etc. The 8 gates formation is something we can consider and discuss further. Finally, Uchiha Kakiyama chose the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, he was also a person with spatial abilities, and it was believed that he, like the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, was a person with spatial talent. I really don't know what Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, was thinking. He not only invented a lot of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, but also covered a wide range of areas, including spacetime ninjutsu, shadow clones, and even techniques involving resurrection. Uchiha Kakuzan even suspected that he and the 2nd Hokage were the transmigrators. However, later, when Uchiha Kakuzan saw the impure world reincarnation, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the 2nd Hokage used the impure world reincarnation, according to records, to awaken those who knew these ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques who had been submerged in the river of time, and to learn and record these ninjutsu from them? After all, a person's energy is limited. Even if the 2nd Hokage was a genius, it was impossible for him to be proficient in so many kinds of ninjutsu. But he not only mastered them, but also invented them. This made Uchiha Kakiyama somewhat suspicious of the 2nd Hokage. Chapter 67 The Awakening and Experimentation of Wood Release. Chapter 67 The Awakening and Experimentation of Wood Release. However, despite the doubts, the ninjutsu still needs to be learned. After all, the 2nd Hokage is already dead, and the truth is no longer important. It's not too late to ask him when the 2nd Hokage is summoned back by the impure world reincarnation technique he invented. So Uchiha Kakuzan first wrote down the Flying Thunder God technique that he had memorized, and then held it in his hand, beginning his silent learning journey. This should be related to psychic abilities. Yes, this pattern should fit the space. This part should be marked in the scaling space. Uchiha Kakiyama looked up at the time. 10 minutes had passed. Okay, that's all for today. Let's go take a look at the history of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha academic underachiever Chio-shan silently put down the Flying Thunder God technique manual in his hand, indicating that he had given up and would no longer struggle. From now on, whatever he wants to learn, he'll just copy it directly, otherwise, what's the point of going through all that trouble to awaken the Sharingan? Uchiha Kakuzan stayed in the space, sometimes reading a book, sometimes taking a walk on the island, and constantly feeling his body's reactions. Uchiha Kakuzan could feel an indescribable burning sensation within his body as it slowly fused with the would-release bloodline limit, making him restless. Furthermore, Uchiha Kakiyama could feel his physical strength gradually increasing, his constitution gradually strengthening, and the vitality within his body gradually becoming stronger over time. It's important to know that besides his wood release, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, possessed an incredibly powerful life force within his body, enabling him to heal without hand seals. Even Madara Uchiha remarked that no one could kill Hashirama on the battlefield because of his immense life force. The Ine seal technique used by the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was actually modeled after her grandfather Hashirama's healing ability without hand seals. Although Yamato's wood release is far inferior to Hashirama Senju's, it is still a wood release bloodline limit. Later, White Zetsu was able to use a similar wood release technique through several thousand hands because Yamato was captured and encased in White Zetsu's body. Therefore, Yamato's wood release should have some of the essence of Hashirama Senju's. Furthermore, as Uchiha Kakuzen's life force grew stronger, a new type of chakra, different from his previous one, gradually emerged within him. This new chakra was warmer and gentler than the previous one, making Uchiha Kakuzen's body stronger and more energetic. Even his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, after being nourished by this chakra, seemed to be enveloped in warm spring water, just like a rusty machine being lubricated, making it able to operate more flexibly and with more vitality. Moreover, Uchiha Kakeyama could sense that after his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was continuously nourished by the newly emerged wood release chakra, deep within the Sharingan, the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, was also stirring, as if it had broken free of its shackles and was moving towards a higher level, the perfect Susanoo. No wonder Obito Uchiha's single Mangekyo Sharingan could be used for so long. After Madara Uchiha rescued him from the battlefield, Madara fused his body with a White Zetsu to save his life, which enabled Obito to use wood release. Furthermore, the wood release chakra can nourish the Sharingan, which is why Obito Uchiha could use his Mangekyo Sharingan so frequently and freely. Then look at Kakashi. It seems like every time he uses Kamui of his Sharingan, it can take half of his life. Just as Uchiha Kakuzen was feeling restless and uncomfortable from the burning sensation in his body, he finally felt as if something within him had reached a critical point, and a power awakened from the depths of his body. This was the power of wood release. His chakra also surged with the awakening of wood release. It should be noted that Uchiha Kakeyama already had a lot of chakra before, and it increased even more as his Sharingan continued to upgrade. Before the awakening of wood release, Uchiha Kakeyama's chakra was already comparable to that of a small-tailed beast. With the awakening of wood release within him, which further increased his chakra, it can be said that Uchiha Kakuzen's chakra is now comparable to that of the tailed beasts, and may even surpass that of the one-tailed and two-tailed beasts. Fortunately, Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't in the village. Otherwise, given his current state, with his chakra surging and uncontrolled release, the amount of chakra he leaked would be enough to cause several Kakashis to be involved, potentially throwing the village's monitoring department into chaos and causing them to tremble with fear. After waiting for a long time, the chakra fluctuations around Uchiha Kakuzen gradually subsided. Uchiha Kakuzen clenched his fist, feeling the power that seemed to fill his entire body. He felt that even if the Sage of Six Paths came, he could go toe-to-toe with him. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen knew that this was just an illusion caused by his sudden surge in power, but now he could completely roam the ninja world with impunity. Now that he had awakened wood release, he naturally wanted to give it a try. So Uchiha Kakuzen didn't rush back. Instead, he tested wood release on the island and also took the opportunity to do some landscaping. Since Uchiha Kakuzen copied Yamato's wood release ninjutsu along with it when he copied it, he can now use it directly without having to learn it from scratch. So Uchiha Kakuzen found a spacious spot on the island and began experimenting with wood release ninjutsu. After some effort, Uchiha Kakeyama discovered that although he copied Yamato's wood release, the power of his wood release was much stronger than Yamato's, probably more than twice as strong. Moreover, he released wood release much more easily than Yamato, probably because he had too much chakra. As for why wood release is more powerful than Yamato's, Uchiha Kakuzen probably thinks it's related to his Uchiha clan bloodline and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since wood release can enhance the Sharingan, it's not surprising that the Uchiha bloodline or the Sharingan might also enhance wood release. The eyes and body of an immortal should complement each other. There's no reason why one should only benefit the other. After experimenting with all the wood release techniques on the island, Uchiha Kakuzen, having nothing better to do, used wood release linked pillars house, an upgraded version of a 4-bedroom, 2-living room house, a large wooden villa, to build a large wooden villa that could accommodate more than 10 people, in a scenic spot high up on the island, before leisurely returning to his home in Konoha village. Chapter 68 Karen. Chapter 68 Fragrant Phosphorus. When Uchiha Kakeyama emerged from the space, the sky was already beginning to darken. Uchiha Kakeyama stretched and stared blankly at the sunset in the distance. Since arriving in the Naruto world, today is the most meaningful day for Uchiha Kagakeyama. Not only because he finally controlled the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, but also because controlling them is equivalent to controlling the entire Hidden Leaf village. It also means that he learned today that he has a child in this world, and this child is his deepest bond. However, I can't be careless, because there are still many threats outside. Not to mention the Sage of Six Paths wandering around the ninja world in the form of chakra. There are the 3 sages in the 3 holy lands. Take the Toad Sage, for example, who is from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths. Even the Sage of Six Paths is dead and exists in the form of chakra, but the Toad Sage is still alive. If you say there is no threat, who would believe it? Putting aside its strength, the Toad Sage's unreliable prophetic dream alone was a troublesome existence for Uchiha Kakeyama. You should know that its prophetic dream is the only prophetic ability in the Naruto world. The key point is that there was a powerful Jiraiya who believed in this prophetic dream and had no regrets even after paying for it with his life. If the Toad Sage were to predict something bad for Uchiha Kagekiyama, Jiraiya would be like a fly that has caught a whiff of something, rushing to cause him trouble. Even if Uchiha Kakuzan could easily get rid of Jiraiya, Jiraiya would probably still be persistent and summon Tsunade, who gambles and wanders the world, and Orochimaru, who is hiding in Otagakure conducting experiments. Although Orochimaru doesn't have much affection for Konoha anymore, if he knew about Uchiha Kakuzan's existence, he would probably come and join in the fun. Tsunade is Uchiha Kagami's next target. If Jiraiya had warned him beforehand, it would have been difficult to succeed. Although she currently suffers from hemophobia, it's probably just an excuse for her to stay and not return to the village. Otherwise, even without using the Uchiha clan's genjutsu, a trusted genjutsu master could easily give Tsunade a psychological suggestion, and her hemophobia would be cured without any medicine. Keep in mind that behind the Sannin stand the three great sacred sites, the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, and the Slug Sage. As expected of the number one village in the ninja world, Konoha's foundation is incredibly deep. All the top-ranking summoning sanctuaries in the ninja world are under Konoha's control. If they were to unite and cause trouble, it would be a real headache for Uchiha Kakeyama. Not to mention Nagato and Obito from the Akatsuki. Nagato, not only is he a member of the Uzumaki clan, but he also possesses the only pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world. His several clones, each with different abilities but all difficult to deal with, are enough to give Obito a headache. As for Obito, although he also possesses spacetime ninjutsu and is not afraid of Kamui, don't forget that he inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy. Who knows what other tricky methods he has up his sleeve. We can't let our guard down. It's important to understand that some people can never be whitewashed. Those who haven't done anything wrong can be forgiven, such as Uchiha Itachi. In the original story, no matter how grand his reasons were, it couldn't change the fact that he killed his parents and clansmen. However, now, thanks to the arrival of Uchiha Kakuzan, Uchiha Itachi no longer has to bear these sins. No matter how much you try to whitewash Obito Uchiha, he is still someone who killed his master and mistress who were very good to him. Regardless of Kakashi's feelings for him, even if he is whitewashed, he is still a scumbag living in a fantasy world. Therefore, don't overestimate the bottom line of scumbags. This is also why Uchiha Kakuzan was not given a chance. As long as Uchiha Kakuzan encounters him, he will naturally be dealt with. Now, there are still many years before Obito Uchiha launches the Fourth World War, enough time for Uchiha Kakuzan to prepare and improve his strength, so that by then he can single-handedly defeat the Ten Tails and dance with Madara Uchiha. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan still needs to develop slowly and accumulate his own power. After his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is fully upgraded, Uchiha Kakuzan still has a lot of room for improvement. Uchiha Kakuzan has already tasted the benefits of the would-release bloodline limit. It is at most a flawed version of the Sage Body. The genuine Sage Body cannot be found in the entire ninja world. We can only look for those related to it, such as Tsunade's Senju bloodline and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, who are relatives of the Senju clan. Just look at how much more chakra Naruto has than Kakashi to know how terrifying the Uzumaki clan is. It's important to know that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has always been a member of the Uzumaki clan. Why? Because ordinary ninjas, or those from other clans, simply cannot withstand the Nine-Tails chakra. This demonstrates the terrifying nature of the Uzumaki clan's constitution. The reason Madara Uchiha transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato was because Nagato was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessing a very pure bloodline. Madara knew that ordinary people simply couldn't sustain the Rinnegan, so he transplanted it into Nagato. Therefore, despite the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, many important characters were closely related to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly remembered that a woman from the Uzumaki clan appeared later and joined Uchiha Sasuke's team. Her name was Karen, and she should be in Kizagakure in the Land of Grass now. Because Uchiha Kakuzan planned to copy and learn the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and physique, he needed to collect as many Uzumaki clan members as possible. Currently, in Konoha, only Uzumaki Naruto was a member of the Uzumaki clan, and compared to Karen, Naruto's bloodline wasn't actually at an advantage. For example, Karen and her mother both possessed the physical healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan. No matter how severe your injuries are, you can quickly recover your chakra and injuries by biting their skin. Furthermore, when Karen appeared, she already possessed the Uzumaki clan's ability, Kagura Mind's Eye, a very powerful sensory ability. In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki only possessed a massive amount of chakra and an extraordinary regenerative ability. Therefore, Karen's Uzumaki bloodline should be purer than Naruto's. Uchiha Kagaya is currently free, and he has managed to settle things in Konoha village, his rear base. Moreover, haste makes waste. His strength has increased too quickly, and he needs to stabilize it. Otherwise, he will end up like Kagaya at Satsuki, who, despite her great abilities, lacked combat experience and was sealed away by two people far inferior to herself. Chapter 69 Mao Yushi-yen. Chapter 69 Mao Yushi-yen. Uchiha Kakuzan was quite confident in his rear. After all, Uchiha Mikato was the most important person to him right now. However, he had already marked Uchiha Mikato with a spatial mark, so if Mikato was in danger, she could be teleported back to the Takamagahara space with just a thought. Even if he protected Mikato personally, that was about the extent of his protection. Moreover, he can return at any time. With the spatial imprint and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even if Uchiha Kagami goes out, he can come back every day to eat dinner and sleep, and then return the next day through the spatial imprint to continue his journey and missions. However, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't want to do that, because it would be too conspicuous. His spacetime jutsu was one of his trump cards, and it was better not to use it too frequently outside. Besides, Uchiha Kakuzan was now a member of the Umbu, and going out of the village on missions still openly required the third Hokage's orders. Moreover, going out on a mission alone is rather unusual, so Uchiha Kakuzan planned to ask the third Hokage to assign him a teammate so that he wouldn't seem so special. The purple-haired figure Uchiha Kazuyama encountered upon entering the Umbu base that day was identified through the third Hokage as Uzuki Yujeo, who appeared at Heiate Gecko's gravestone in the original story. She had also recently joined the Umbu, and after seeing him that day, she had left the village for a mission and had only recently returned. Furthermore, because her mission differed from Uchiha Kazuyama's, and because he had taken several days off, they hadn't met. Uchiha Kakuzan planned to have the third Hokage arrange for Kakashi to lead the team, along with himself and Uzuki Yujeo, on this mission. Although his own eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, had entered its cooldown period due to controlling the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and he could no longer control Kakashi and copy the eye technique, Kamui, in his eyes, he could still get close to Kakashi and perhaps learn it at some point. As for bringing along Uzuki Yujeo, it's because having a beautiful woman by your side is pleasing to the eye. For Uchiha Kakuzan now, bringing Uzuki Yujeo is purely like having a mascot. However, Uzuki Yujeo's swordsmanship seems to be quite good, so it's possible to secretly copy it. In the Naruto world, samurai and swordsmanship have declined. There are hardly any sword masters left in the entire ninja world. Heitake Sakumo is one, but he was forced to his death by Shimura Danzo. His son, Heitake Kakashi, later abandoned Heitake swordsmanship. Otherwise, Heitake Kakashi wouldn't have become so powerless in the later stages, like a minor character. It was only at the very end that he managed to show off a bit by using Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, barely saving face. Having already made up his mind, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't waste any time. Before it got too late, he went directly to the third Hokage and asked him to arrange the mission. Actually, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't have to go, because there were plenty of people who could run errands for him. However, Uchiha Kakiyama still wanted to go out and do missions more often, because this would also help him train himself. Moreover, Uchiha Kakiyama could also take advantage of the opportunity to go out and do missions to mark his Takamagahara spatial imprint throughout the entire ninja world, which would make it easier for him to go out in the future. This task of marking the spatial imprint can only be done by myself. There is no way to ask others to do it. By the time Uchiha Kakuzan returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, it was already dark. Kakuzan rubbed his empty stomach, guessing that Mikato's family had probably already finished eating, so he didn't go over to disturb them. Instead, he turned around and left the clan's territory, heading towards the gathering place in Konoha where they would have dinner that night. When asked whether to eat barbecue or Ichiraku ramen, Uchiha Kakuzan only considered it for a second. Of course, he would go to Ichiraku ramen. There was no cute little Iris at the barbecue restaurant. When Uchiha Kakuzan arrived at Ichiraku ramen, it was the busiest time for the restaurant. There was no way around it at this time. Many Chunin and Genin who had just finished missions near the village frequented the place. Ichiraku ramen was delicious, filling, and, most importantly, inexpensive, making it the top choice for many cash-strapped Chunin and Genin. Because there were so many people, even little Iris was busy running around, her cute little face flushed, she looked so pretty. When he saw Uchiha Kakiyama, his eyes lit up with a smile and surprise, but he quickly greeted him and went back to his work. Uchiha Okayama first greeted the lovely Ayam, then called out to Uncle Ichiraku, the usual, 2 extra-large deluxe ramen, 1 tonkotsu and 1 seafood. Uncle Ilu was also very busy there. When he heard that it was one of his regular customers, he greeted him while saying, "I've told you a few times, don't call me uncle, just call me brother. I'm not that old." Uchiha Kakiyama found a seat in the crowd, and as he sat down, he said with a smile, "Little Ayam is so cute, I've already reserved her as my future wife. If I call you big brother now, wouldn't that make me a generation above her? That won't do." Uncle Ichiraku rolled his eyes when he heard Uchiha Kakuzan teasing his precious daughter again and ignored him. Meanwhile, Ayam, who was running around in the alley and busy with her work, quickly glanced at Uchiha Kakuzan. Although she didn't say anything, her already red face turned even redder. The people eating at Ichiraku ramen glanced at Uchiha Kakuzan, but when they saw the Uchiha clan crest on his body, they looked away. Page 25. The Uchiha clan, with its own security force, is not to be trifled with. Although Uchiha Kakeyama seemed easy to talk to, the people around him, adhering to the principle of better to avoid trouble, did not cause any trouble or speak to him. Uchiha Okayama's large bowl of ramen was quickly prepared and carefully carried over by Ayam. Although the ramen was already served in a large bowl, Ayam filled it to the brim, with the broth almost overflowing. When Uchiha Kakuzan's large deluxe ramen was brought over and placed on the table, the person next to him looked at his own large ramen, but compared to Uchiha Kakuzan's, it seemed rather pitiful. The person next to him couldn't help but fall silent. When did the difference between the regular and deluxe versions become so big? Uchiha Kakuzan ignored the poor spectator next to him, and after exchanging a knowing glance with Ayam, he began to enjoy the food in front of him. Chapter 70 Mission. Chapter 70 Mission. Since training in lightning release armor, Uchiha Kakuzan's appetite has increased day by day. Although his appetite decreased after completing the first stage of training, Uchiha Kakuzan had just awakened the would-release bloodline limit today. Where does his surge in chakra and enhanced vitality come from? Of course, it comes from the energy stored in his body. Therefore, while it's not fair to say that Uchiha Kakeyama's body is currently overdrawn, it's more accurate to say that it requires a tremendous amount of energy. And where does this energy come from? Of course, it comes from eating more. Right now, Uchiha Kakuzan felt as if a tiny claw was sticking out of his throat, and he was so hungry that he was itching for food. Only by eating quickly and filling his stomach could he be appeased. Uchiha Kakuzan first picked up the large bowl, took a sip of the rich and delicious pork bone soup to soothe his stomach, and then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat as if he wasn't afraid of getting burned. It's true what they say, you only appreciate the deliciousness of food when you're hungry. Uchiha Kakuzan devoured his first bowl with incredible speed, faster than any ordinary person could. As he picked up the large bowl and finished the last drop of soup, Ayam, who had been watching him closely, promptly brought him the second bowl. When Uchiha Kakuzan finished eating and put down his bowl with satisfaction, he had already finished 6 large bowls of ramen. Even the well-informed Uncle Ichiraku and Ayam were taken aback by Uchiha Kakuzan's appetite. After having eaten and drunk his fill, Uchiha Kakeyama greeted them and then strolled back to the Uchiha clan's territory as if taking a leisurely walk. Early the next morning, Uchiha Kakuzan went to report to the third Hokage. After all, it was his suggestion to go to the Land of Grass to bring Karen over, and it wouldn't be good to go too late. Besides, being too casual with the third Hokage would easily arouse dissatisfaction and suspicion from others. When Uchiha Kakuzan arrived at the Umbu headquarters to report for duty, the third Hokage had just arrived at the Hokage building to start work. The first thing he did was call Kakashi, Uchiha Kakuzan, and Uzuki Yujeo over to assign them tasks. Kakashi and Uzuki Yujeo had just returned from a mission outside the village and didn't know what had happened. Kakashi gestured to Uchiha Kakuzan with his eyes, asking him if he knew anything about it. Although Uchiha Kakuzan knew, he shook his head, indicating that he was also unaware. So Kakashi called Yujeo Uzuki from another room so they could go report to the third Hokage together. This was the first time that Uchiha Kakuzan had seen Uzuki Yujeo. Although she was a few years younger than Uchiha Kakuzan, she had already grown into a beautiful young woman. In addition, she had been practicing swordsmanship, so she had a great figure and a light, youthful feel to her. This was also the first time Uzuki Yujeo had met Uchiha Kakeyama. Although she had seen him from afar before and heard of his reputation, this was the first time she had been this close. Upon seeing the famous Uchiha Kakeyama, she discovered that he was only a few years older than her, and incredibly handsome. The Uchiha clan is known for its good looks, and Uchiha Kakeyama was one of the best. Crucially, Uzuki Yujeo felt that Uchiha Kakeyama was different from the other Uchiha she had met before. He had a gentle demeanor. Seeing Uchiha Kakeyama so handsome and pleasant all at once, Uzuki Yujeo didn't panic, but she did blush a little. Her face remained red throughout Kakashi's introduction, and although her face was tense, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her nervousness. After a brief introduction, Kakashi and his 2 companions hurried off to meet the third Hokage, since the third Hokage was waiting for them and there would be plenty of opportunities to chat later. After the 3 arrived at the room, the third Hokage didn't waste any words and immediately gave them an urgent mission. As usual, the third Hokage first took a puff of his cigarette, and then began to introduce the information to the 3 of them. Kakashi, Uchiha Kakuzan, Uzuki Yujeo, I've received intelligence that in Kizagakura of the Land of Grass, there's another mother and daughter, members of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools, and their situation isn't good. Although the Land of Whirlpools has been destroyed, our Hidden Leaf village has always maintained a friendly alliance with the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, for their safety, I, in the name of the third Hokage, entrust you with the task of bringing them safely back to Hidden Leaf village. The third Hokage paused for a moment, then said to Kakashi, Kakashi, as you know, the Uzumaki clan has a special constitution. Bringing them back will not only strengthen Konoha, but it will also be a good home for the mother and daughter. Kakashi was somewhat distracted during the introduction of the third Hokage. He hadn't expected that this mission would be related to the Uzumaki clan, since the Uzumaki clan was his master's clan. He was afraid to touch upon his past memories, yet he was also unwilling to forget them and couldn't forget them. After the third Hokage finished explaining the situation, Kakashi had already controlled his memories and didn't ask any further questions. After all, the mission scroll contained detailed information, so he simply replied, "Don't worry, third Hokage, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Kakashi is currently focused on the mission, which puts the third Hokage at ease. After Kakashi's assurance, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction and added, "According to the information I've received, the mother of this Uzumaki clan is not in good condition. You should set off as soon as possible and try your best to save her life." When Kakashi and his two companions heard the third Hokage say this, they immediately bid him farewell, went home to pack their things, and then gathered at the entrance. Actually, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't need to pack anything, since he had a personal space. However, he still needed to go back and tell Mikato so as not to worry her. After agreeing on a time, the three hurriedly went back to pack their things, as the agreed time was short and time was tight. Uchiha Kakiyama went directly to Mikato's house. At this time, Mikato had already gotten up and was having breakfast with Sasuke, while Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Y were serving her. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't have time to freeload any more food. Instead, he briefly explained the situation to Mikato, patted Sasuke's head, and went home to pack his things. To be fair, although Sasuke's temper was bad in the later stages, the current young Sasuke still had very soft hair that wasn't prickly at all. Although Uchiha Kakuzan didn't need to pack anything, it would be suspicious if he didn't bring anything while everyone else was carrying a large bag. So Uchiha Kakuzan hastily packed a large bag and went to the gate of Konoha village to assemble. Chapter 71 Infiltrating Kizagakur Village. Chapter 71 Infiltrating Kizagakur Village. Since the Uchiha clan of Okayama and his two companions were on a normal mission and it did not involve any secrets, they followed the normal procedures. All three were punctual, and Kakashi wasn't as late as he was in the original story. After all, he was still in the Umbu, not a freer, overt ninja. The three were heading to the Land of Grass, a small country sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Because it was a small country, it didn't have its own signature ninjutsu and was constantly bullied. The goal of Uchiha Kakiyama and his two companions this time was to bring Karen and her daughter from the Uzumaki clan, who had been living in Kizagakur in the Land of Grass, to Konoha. Because time was of the essence and Karen's mother's life was in danger at any moment, the three members of the Uchiha clan, including Okayama, immediately set off after leaving the village. Kakashi is a veteran ninja, and Uzuki Yujeo also specializes in taijutsu and swordsmanship, so they both have good stamina. In the past, Uchiha Kakuzan's taijutsu would have been his weakness, definitely holding him back in this operation. However, since Uchiha Kakuzan trained in the lightning release armor, even though it's only the first stage, his taijutsu has been raised to the level of a jonin. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan had a relatively easy time traveling this way. When he encountered a place that caught his eye, he could use his Takamagahara eye technique to mark a spatial imprint. Since all three of them were wearing ANBU masks, as long as Uchiha Kakuzan was careful, Kakashi and Uzuki Yujeo wouldn't discover that he had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and was secretly marking things. Due to the urgency of the mission, the three of them were traveling at breakneck speed, so it only took them 3 days to reach Kizagakur in the Land of Grass. After arriving at Kizagakur, the three did not go directly to negotiate with the village chief, but instead secretly infiltrated the village to gather information. Because Kizagakur is a small ninja village, unlike Konoha, it does not have its own medical ninjas. Therefore, Karen and her daughter, who can quickly recover chakra and injuries, are especially important. They believe that the leader of Kizagakur will not easily hand Karen and her daughter over to them. While negotiation is possible, it should only be undertaken if it is certain that their mission objective can be brought back. Otherwise, if we rush into negotiations, we'll only alert them and cause them to hide their target. Kakashi and his two companions did not want to use their power to intimidate others or resolve the issue by force, because doing so would not only be detrimental to Karen and her daughter, but would also push the Land of Grass towards the Land of Earth's Uegakur. Therefore, the best way now is to secretly take Karen and her daughter away without alerting anyone. That way, even if Karen and her daughter are found in Konoha village later, it won't cause a big fuss. Kakashi and the others waited outside the hidden grass village until dark. Kakashi told them to wait while he used a combination of transformation and camouflage techniques, alternating between them, to slowly sneak into the hidden grass village. Camouflage invisibility technique is an invisibility technique that the ninjas of Uegakur, Hidden Stone Village, are skilled in. Whether it's Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, or Naruto and Sasuke in the early stages, they have all suffered from it. It is also one of the most frequently used invisibility techniques. Kakashi earned the title of Copy Ninja using his Sharingan, so it's not surprising that he knows this kind of invisibility technique. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan also knew this camouflage invisibility technique, but the risk of being exposed was smaller if he went alone, so Uchiha Kakuzan did not compete with Kakashi for it. This is also because Kakashi took advantage of the fact that Kyuzagakur was a small ninja village with no medical ninjas, let alone sealing and barrier techniques, and probably not even many sensory ninjas. If it were a large village, Kakashi would never have so brazenly sneaked in. Uchiha Okayama and Uzuki Yujao watched Kakashi sneak inside, then patiently waited. Neither of them spoke after all, they were near someone else's village, and it was better to be careful. Uchiha Kakuzan was idly spacing out, thinking to himself about whose bloodline limit he should copy next. The Uzumaki clan's physique and bloodline can be obtained by bringing Karen and her daughter to Konoha village, and then having the third Hokage arrange for Naruto and Karen to spend time alone with him. Then there's the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. The branch family's Byakugan isn't good enough because it has a flaw, blind spot. They still need to copy the main family's Byakugan. Let's see if they can secretly copy Hyuga Hayashi's. As the head of the Hyuga main family, his bloodline purity should be pretty good. While Uchiha Kakuzan was lost in thought, Uzuki Yujao was secretly admiring his handsome profile. Through her interactions with Uchiha Okayama over the past 2 days, Uzuki Yujao discovered that Uchiha Okayama was different from the Uchiha clan members, or rather, the ninja clans she had encountered before. Other ninjas from powerful clans possessed an arrogant and domineering air, as if they were superior to others, and they always looked down on ninjas from humble backgrounds and commoners like themselves. Even those who hid it well, the perceptive Uzuki Yujao could vaguely sense it. However, she didn't sense any arrogance from Uchiha Kakiyama, whom she met. Furthermore, he wasn't particular about his travels or food. Therefore, Uzuki Yujao couldn't bring herself to dislike Uchiha Kakiyama. Moreover, with her keen senses, she could feel a warm feeling emanating from Uchiha Kakiyama, making her unconsciously want to get closer to him. Therefore, when Uzuki Yujao rested, she would secretly look at him. After all, good-looking people are popular everywhere, and Uzuki Yujao had no reason to dislike Uchiha Kakiyama. Looking at Uchiha Kakuzan, Uzuki Yujao silently pondered. Uchiha Kakuzan is only a few years older than me. I didn't expect him to be so strong at such a young age. Most of the Umbu members know that Uchiha Kakuzan Susanoo can defeat Danzo in one strike. At his age, he should be getting married soon, right? I wonder if the Uchiha clan allows people from other clans to marry. Thinking of this, Uzuki Yujao felt a little embarrassed and blushed. However, admiring the strong is human nature, which is not surprising, especially someone like Uchiha Kakuzan who has both good looks and strength, and also a good personality. It is only natural that Uzuki Yujao would have wild thoughts about him. Time slipped away quietly as Uchiha Kagami plotted for his future bloodline limit and Uzuki Yujao indulged in her wild daydreams. By midnight, when the entire Hidden Grass village was quiet and still, Kakashi had completed his infiltration mission and secretly reunited with Uchiha Kakiyama and the others. Chapter 72 The Innate Skills of the Uzumaki Clan. Chapter 72 The Innate Skills of the Uzumaki Clan. Uchiha Kakuzan always had his Sharingan active, so Kakashi's camouflage technique was no different from a 100-watt light bulb in his eyes. So when Kakashi returned, Uchiha Kakiyama had already spotted him. In addition, Kakashi didn't control his footsteps, and Uzuki Yujao, who always maintained a certain level of vigilance, stopped her infatuation and waited for Kakashi to approach with a serious expression. After Kakashi made a few Umbu hand gestures to confirm it was him, Kakashi approached and met up with Uchiha Kakiyama and the other person. In terms of strength alone, not to mention the evenly matched Kakashi and Uzuki Yujao, Uchiha Kagami alone could almost fight against and destroy the entire Kyuzagakur village. However, this situation cannot be solved by strength alone. You need to ensure that the target of this mission Karen and her daughter is not killed by the enraged Kyuzagakur ninjas, and also the Uegakur village in the neighboring land of Earth. The current relations between the countries are quite delicate, and we cannot give them an excuse to start a war against the land of fire. Therefore, the safest approach is to secretly pick them up. After Kakashi met up with the two, he explained the situation in Kyuzagakur and marked the location of their target. Finally, with a not-so-pleasant expression, he spoke about the situation of Karen and her daughter. I secretly used my Sharingan to carefully observe the two of them. The little girl was in a better position, but her mother's chakra had been almost completely drained by these Kyuzagakur ninjas. We must take immediate action, otherwise, our mission target will surely die. Before Uchiha Kagakuzan could say anything after hearing Kakashi's words, Uzuki Yujao, who was listening nearby, blurted out, "Absorb chakra. Can chakra be absorbed? Is it a secret technique of Kyuzagakur?" Looking at the bewildered Uzuki Yujao, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled and answered for Kakashi, "Our target this time is the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan has always been an ally of our Konoha village, but a few years ago, the Uzumaki clan's territory in the land of whirlpools was destroyed, and the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were displaced and scattered to who knows where. People from the Uzumaki clan in Kyuzagakur should possess a rare talent skill even within the Uzumaki clan called physical healing. This talent is very powerful. By having someone bite her skin, she can restore the chakra and injuries of the person who bit her. Of course, it will also consume a certain amount of her own chakra." Judging from Kakashi's words, This Uzumaki clan member was probably used as a human medicine by the people of Kizagakure, and they didn't care whether she lived or died. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. When Uchiha Kakeyama finished speaking, Uzuki Yugeo's eyes were already sparkling. No wonder, mainly because Uchiha Kakeyama's serious expression just now was just like Uzuki Yugeo's dream lover. Kakashi, seeing Uzuki Yugeo's appearance, helplessly rubbed his forehead. There was nothing he could do. Young girls these days were all obsessed with looks and liked handsome men. However, Kakashi was amazed by Uchiha Kakuzen's explanation. He only knew a little bit about it and didn't have Uchiha Kakuzen's detailed explanation at all. Kakashi was silent for a moment, and seeing that no one spoke, he asked in a consultative tone, "What do we do now? This Uzumaki clan member is already very weak. If the people from Kizagakure absorb his energy a few more times, he will definitely die, and then our mission will fail." There was no way around it. Although Kakashi was nominally the team leader, he still had to ask Uchiha Kakuzen for a favor. Not to mention that Uchiha Kakuzen was now the vice head of the Uchiha clan. His Mangekyo Sharingan alone was something that no one could ignore. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Uchiha Kakuzen did not step forward to seize power. He was willing to do anything as long as Karen and her daughter could be brought back. So he said, "Captain Kakashi, you are the leader and have a lot of experience. We will do whatever you say." As for Uzuki Yugeo standing next to her, she just blinked her big eyes and acted as a decoration. She did whatever her two seniors told her to do, and they didn't have to worry about her. Kakashi was relieved to see that Uchiha Kakuzen didn't seem to want to take the lead. After all, being strong is one thing, but being able to complete the mission perfectly is another. Kakashi didn't expect that Uchiha Kakuzen, despite his strength, could still maintain his proper position during the mission, which made him feel more favorably towards Uchiha Kakuzen.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.